The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. There's disruption at a number of UK airports this morning because of an IT outage. At Edinburgh Airport, they're reporting delays of up to an hour with long queues checking in at both Edinburgh and Stansted airports. Ryanair are reporting disruption, and Southern Thameslink, Gatwick Express and Great Northern Rail operators say they're affected too. On the M6 in the West Midlands, 2 out of 4 lanes are closed southbound after an accident at Junction 10, the Walsall-Wolverhampton turn, with queues from Junction 10A for the M54. In Northamptonshire, the A43 is closed northbound off Junction 7 of the A14 at Kettering because of a fuel spill. There are queues back along the A14 each way from Junction 3 and from Junction 8. And in West Sussex on the M23, the Gatwick Airport Spur Road is blocked out of the airport where they're dealing with a horse on the motorway. That's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
No one wants their child to be a fussy eater. But what is the secret to expanding your child's culinary horizons?
Is there a way to get kids away from the kids' menu, the fish fingers, the chips? Joining us now is the UK's top-selling author of children's cookery books, Annabelle Carmel. Good morning, Annabelle.
Thank you. So lovely to be here.
So, first of all, what's the issue with kids just having the traditional easy meals like fish fingers, chips, beans?
It really depends if they've got preservatives in them, if they're full of salt. So I like to make them myself, and it's really easy. So I make my own chicken glazed nuggets, and super easy to make using proper pieces of chicken. You can cook them in the air fryer now, which is absolutely brilliant, so you need to fry them. And I think that it's really important that children grow up loving good food, because they make their minds up by the age of 5 what they like and what they don't like, and it's quite difficult to change their minds after that. But it's good to know that fussy eating is genetic. It's not to do with your cooking.
Oh,
that's
right?
Not to say that you can't do something about it. So I've written many, many books, and I have an app with 1,000 recipes on it, and a lot of how to make your own junk food, how to make your own isolinis out of fresh fruit.
Yes.
How to make your own pizzas. I make the most amazing homemade pizza. I actually brought you some cookies here.
So these are your books here. So my first cookbook, that's for how old children?
That's from the age of 1.
OK, and you've got a weaning one at the end, the baby one?
Yes, that's my very first book. I lost my first child. It was really sad. She died at the age of 3 months. And my second child was the world's worst eater. And I wrote that book as my legacy to Natasha, never thinking that it would start a whole career.
Oh, bless you.
It sold millions of copies, and it's so popular.
Is it quite pivotal and important that you introduce kids to the weaning stage, or, how important?
It's very important, because the processed weaning food in pouches or jars, it's heated, so a lot of the vitamins aren't there anymore, so making your own is so easy and much cheaper.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Very good morning to you. It's 9:30 on Friday, July the 19th. Live across the United Kingdom, this is Britain's Newsroom on GB News with me, Ben Leo, and Nana Akweer.
Right, well, some breaking news this morning. A worldwide IT outage has caused TV channels, airports and banks around the world to be knocked offline. Luckily, we're still on. Have you been impacted?
And lawless Britain. Did you see this overnight? Leeds has descended into chaos with a police car overturned, a bus set on fire, as locals are told to stay at home. The Home Secretary has condemned the actions overnight, and there was also disorder in the Whitechapel area in London. We'll have all the latest.
Triumphant Trump. Donald Trump gives his first speech since Saturday's assassination attempt. Take a listen.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet, and moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood.
Joe Biden, is he on the ropes? Former President Barack Obama is the latest senior Democrat urging Joe Biden to drop off the presidential race. Is it only a matter of time?
And back in the UK, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, is addressing the Cabinet this morning in Downing Street. He's the first foreign leader to visit the Cabinet office under Labour. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hope you're doing well and enjoying the glorious day we have ahead. We're going to be having some weather updates a bit later on. Let us know what you're up to, gbnews.com/your say. Maybe pina coladas in the garden,
maybe,
or tanning yourselves down the beach.
Or maybe you could record yourself complaining, because that's what happens in this country.
Yeah,
we love to whinge, don't we, about the weather, because it sort of makes us feel, I don't know, why do we do it?
Well, I think we have such miserable weather most of the time, and we long for the sun and the heat, but as soon as it comes, we're not used to it, so it's like, no, go away, go away.
It's too hot, it's just difficult. Right, we'll be talking all about that as well. You know where to get in touch, but first, let's get your latest news with Sam Francis.
Ben and Nana, thank you very much. Good morning to you. It's just after 9:30, and we'll start with a roundup then of that breaking news we heard there from Ben and Nana, that flights are grounded, trains have been disrupted, and one major TV network is off air after an IT glitch sparked widespread outages across the world. Screens were blank at Sydney's airport overnight as airlines blamed Microsoft for the issues, which meant passengers couldn't be checked in. Meanwhile, here in the UK, viewers awoke to an error message on Sky News after it was knocked off air. And Ryanair is among the first airlines to report disruptions this morning to its flights, warning passengers to arrive today at least 3 hours early before departure. Those warnings also extend to those travelling by rail, with Transpennine Express reporting that some people are having trouble purchasing tickets. The glitch is thought to have originated at a cyber security firm called CrowdStrike and is also impacting some supermarkets and medical surgeries. We will keep across the story for you, bring you any developments as we get them here on GB News. The President of Ukraine will become the first foreign leader to address Britain's cabinet in person for nearly 3 decades when he arrives in Downing Street later. President Zelenskyy is expected to brief them about Ukraine's war with Russia and the need to expand Europe's defence industrial base. He also expected to agree a £3.5 billion defence export finance deal. The visit follows yesterday's summit, of course, of European leaders at Blenheim Palace. Well, Armed Forces Minister Luke Pollard told GB News this morning it's a sign of Britain's commitment to supporting Ukraine.
This is a really important visit for the President to the Cabinet. This is the first time that a foreign leader will have addressed a Labour government cabinet since President Clinton in 1997. And what it does is it underlines just how close the relationship between the UK and Ukraine is, and our determination to continue supporting Ukraine until they win.
Turning to the US, and Donald Trump has said he had God on his side the day that the bullet narrowly missed him during a campaign speech. The former president returned to the stage for the first time since that assassination attempt with a speech at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. As he formally accepted the party's nomination for president, Mr. Trump recalled the moment that the bullet brushed by his ear before telling supporters he would be a president for all Americans.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood.
Those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, plenty more on that breaking story of the global media outage throughout the morning. In the meantime, back to Ben and Nana.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Hello, good morning to you and welcome to Britain's Newsroom, live across the United Kingdom with me, Ben Leo, and birthday girl, Nana Aquia.
Or otherwise known as Old Bag. Yeah.
Oh, don't say that. Not day over 29, Nana.
No, thank you very much.
As it's your birthday and you've come in and the viewers already know it's your birthday, they very much appreciate you being here because they love you. Got you a little... gesture of goodwill. Some birthday cakes for you.
Oh, my God, really? Thank you so much.
Maybe you and I can tuck into those during the break and see how we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any plans for this weekend? What are you up to?
Well, actually, I'm going out with my friends tonight.
Nice.
Obviously, we can't get smashed. But then I don't really drink too much anyway, because I've got to be in work the next day.
You've got a show tomorrow?
I've got a show tomorrow.
Don't drink too much.
Yes, so we're very nice restaurant on the roof. Chilling out. Yeah, lovely.
And hopefully the weather still stays glorious.
No, yeah, we're outside. It will do, yeah.
Nice.
Probably thunder and lightning.
Good stuff. Well, many happy returns to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for your messages as well.
Right. The breaking news this morning, of course. Television channels, banks around the world, airports, hospitals, GP surgeries, all knocked offline because of this massive IT outage. And it's causing disruption, not just in Britain, but in New Zealand, in Sydney, Australia, America, everywhere.
Well, computers are just suddenly suddenly shutting down. Let's speak to technology journalist Will Guyot, who joins us now. All right, so Will, what exactly is going on? Why is this happening?
Well, firstly, I hope you haven't got a restaurant booked tonight with a computer system, because you might not be having that booking. What appears to have happened is overnight, a company called CrowdStrike, who are an IT security services company, have pushed an update out to millions of Windows computers worldwide, and it simply stopped them from working. We're hearing this growing in real time. There are various IT providers or IT specialists on special communities and forums online who are saying they currently cannot communicate to around 500,000 computers within their company organizations. So this could be hugely widespread if that is the case. And we don't know currently if it was a bad day in the office for somebody who pushed an incorrect update out to millions and millions of people, or there's something more sinister here, like a cyber attack that has subverted someone's system and has pushed these out. Because where we're at currently is all Microsoft has acknowledged is that there's an issue and that they're taking mitigating steps to stop this. So we're not really fully aware what's happening, other than the real-time impact that we're all experiencing, which is that services left, right and centre are not working and operating this morning.
Yes, Will. So the company involved is a firm called CrowdStrike, and they deal with antivirus software and so on. And apparently, an update that they've distributed to computers, well, Windows computers worldwide, has it's gone wrong somehow. What does this say about the vulnerability and the trust we put in these tech giants? People like CrowdStrike, Amazon Web Services, we're all at their mercy, I suppose. If something goes wrong with one of these firms, the whole globe suffers.
There is the reality that if we are all using computer systems and those computer systems are being responsibly kept up to date like this, and we've had an error, we've had a major outage. But I, for one, the very fact that this rollout was pushed out last night and it's caused such chaos and disruption in less than 24 hours goes one step further than the NHS WannaCry attack in 2017, which was as a result of computers and systems not being patched and updated. So whilst it's caused huge disruptions, you could argue that things have actually moved on quite significantly. But going back to your point, Ben, absolutely 100%. We are so reliant on computing technology this morning, and everything from Nana's from the restaurant booking all the way through to the airline, through to the post office, through to the courier, through to anything you're doing this weekend will potentially be impacted as a result of all of these computer systems being taken down.
So what does this tell us then about things like AI? Because again, if something goes wrong there, I mean, AI could make us even more vulnerable. Should we be concerned? And also, how soon is this likely to be fixed?
Well, don't know how long it's going to take to be fixed, because we don't actually know what the problem is. So it's hard to say when that will be when that will be fixed. Well, no, I don't know the problem, and it hasn't been officially announced as to whether or not this is an errant update that's been pushed by a company or if it's something more sinister. As regards to should we be concerned about technology and the rise of AI, etc., this could just potentially be a really, really bad day in the office for somebody that's pushed the wrong button. And we all know what happens when a mistake is made. The challenge and the question and the follow-up from this should be, how on earth did this get out to the market and has caused such impact? There has to be, more checks and balances in place before software updates like this are released, if this is what happens when they go wrong.
Are they likely to be punished then if that is there? What should happen to them?
I would be pretty confident that somebody would be being called into an office fairly quickly if it was decided that somebody has accidentally pressed the wrong button somewhere at their offices in California. But let's see what unfolds. We don't know it's a cyber attack. It could still be a mistake.
OK, Will Guyot, thanks very much. CrowdStrike, of course, the firm involved, fans of sport, Formula One, may know them as Mercedes-Benz chief sponsor. So just very briefly, TV channels off air, Gale's Bakery can't take in-store payments, nightmare. Outages in New Zealand Parliament, the GP system in the NHS, airports in Japan, India,
Didn't Sky News go off air as well?
I think they did.
Shame. Right, well, let's move stateside, shall we? Donald Trump was met with raucous applause last night as he accepted the Republican nomination for president.
Yes, wow, what a speech it was. He also recalled his assassination attempt last Saturday. Let's take a look at what he said.
And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
So that was Donald Trump speaking earlier. Well, Jennifer Ewing joins us. She's a spokesperson for Republicans overseas. Jennifer, it was quite a moving speech, and it showed a very human side to Donald Trump. And it's interesting, when our commentator, Emily Maitlis from the BBC, went to interview him, that she seemed quite heartless and hard-hearted and didn't, interview, Nigel Farage. She spoke about Donald Trump, and it's interesting that people don't think he's got a soft side.
No, completely. And as a matter of fact, it's because of that interviewer that you're talking about. I'm wearing a red dress today. One of the comments she made about the RNC was how many women were in red dresses, which is, I think, patriotic and spiritual, full of spirit. But anyway, no, it showed a human side to him for sure. And I thought he sounded incredibly presidential, which is not something we often say about him. It showed a complete separation between the president we currently have, Joe Biden, who's just allegedly been taken down by a virus, and yet a bullet couldn't take down former President Donald Trump. We all saw him get up on Saturday, covered in blood with the fist in the air. So many great lines from last night. I really loved how he said, with humility, please be excited. I also thought, talking about the supporters that were there with him on Saturday and, commenting on their bravery. Of course, he did the moment of silence for Corey Compatore, who sadly lost his life, was shot. And, he's calling for unity. He said, I want to be a president for all of us, not just 50% of the country, which is reference to sort of the division in the country. So great speech, tremendous bounce back, full of bravery and courage from Saturday.
Although Keir Starmer said something like that about a Prime Minister for all, and then didn't take a question from GB News in his first press conference.
Well, do you know what? You said it there. I mean, it was so unifying, at times spiritual. He said, we either rise together as a country or we fall apart together. And do you know what? Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, the right-wing commentator, he was saying, and amongst other people, actually some members of my family, but saying that since that incident on Saturday when he was nearly killed, he can see a transformation, maybe even an instant transformation in Donald Trump, in the way he handles himself, his aura, the way he speaks. I think there's a lot more humility there. And also, maybe I'm wrong, because I'm not in America, so I can't really tell for myself, but I sense a lot more optimism for the future of America.
Definitely. I mean, my colleague Greg Swenson, friend of this show, is there. He's been telling us live on the ground since he's been there, like, the energy levels are fantastic. People are full of hope, and they're full of just, this guy is going to hopefully win in November. We've got the right guy. And I think what happened on Saturday is it just kind of made America, I don't want to say great again, but like, it's okay to get behind this guy. We saw David Sachs, amongst others, come out with a list of people, whether that's Silicon Valley guys, who never in a million years, I mean, I'm from California, never would you have Silicon Valley guys, backing Trump, and now they've given permission to do that. I think you'll see a lot of other people follow, and just, hey, it is okay to care about the issues that we do, the economy, inflation, and of course the crisis we have at the southern border. That, you look at the room, you look at the various speeches that were given, I loved Don Jr. pointing out yesterday how, talking about him and J.D. Vance, couldn't have come from two more opposite backgrounds, i.e. Trump Tower or very poor Appalachia, like where J.D. Vance, the vice president nominees, came from. And yet they are bound together by, a lot of goals and the way they want America to turn around.
Well, he reinforced the notion of the wall, building the wall. And what is interesting is that when he said that before, everyone was, this is building a wall, this is terrible. And then he said it this time, and people are behind him now. They understand why this is needed. Yet before, he was seen as some sort of pariah for daring to suggest such a thing before.
I mean, Nana, you're right. And you guys were probably covering 2015 election when he dared to suggest that. And he was racist, and he was a xenophobe. And he was, America is built on immigrants. And yes, it is, But the thing is, and he even said in his speech, we want newcomers, but you've got to come in legally. Because, and the people actually actually, who are being hurt by a lot of this, this open border that we've had since day one, when President Biden put a line through Trump's policies, whether it's the wall or remain in Mexico, it's a lot of these poor neighborhoods that are being affected because their schools are overfilled, there's crime, and also the people who are dying to come here and are waiting in line. Those people get hurt too. So,
well, listen, Jennifer, we're running out of time. Really good to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Good to see you guys. Happy birthday.
Thanks,
Thank you, Jennifer. That's Jennifer Ewing. She's a spokesperson for Republicans overseas.
OK, up next, another president, this time the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy. He will brief the cabinet as the first foreign leader to visit number 10 today under Sir Keir Starmer. What do you make of that? gbnews.com/your say. You're with Britain's Newsroom on GB News. Back in a tick.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely. Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
In World War I, 309 men from Britain and the Commonwealth never came home because they'd been shot at dawn. The majority were killed for desertion, cowardice and sleeping at post. Appearing at their court-martials and told they'd brought shame on their country, these men had no opportunity to defend themselves and were executed by a firing squad. The National Memorial Arboretum launched a fundraising campaign to restore the memorial, which has stood for more than 20 years.
Thank you to your viewers for their support for the fundraising campaign. And thanks to the generosity of so many people, we've been able to replace all 309 of the posts that represent those young men that were shot in the First World War, restoration of this really precious memorial.
The centrepiece of the memorial is the young soldier, blindfolded and facing his execution. In September 1916, Private Harry Farr was ordered to the front. Already suffering from shell shock, he was overwhelmed and refused his orders. He was court-martialed, and in a trial lasting only 20 minutes, he was sentenced to death. On the day of his execution, he faced the firing squad without a blindfold. Janet Booth is Private Farr's granddaughter and was part of the public campaign to have those who were shot at dawn officially pardoned.
When I asked my gran, do you know where I could find Harry's grave? And she looked at my mother and there was this sort of look between them, and then she said, well, he hasn't got a grave because they didn't warrant, he deserved one because he was shot as a coward and had let his country down. We can come here as a family and pay our respects to him, and also for all the other families, it's somewhere to come and remember their loved ones.
The People's Channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Good morning. It's just gone 50 minutes after 9 o'clock. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
Now, Sir Keir Starmer is hosting his first official visitor to Downing Street today, and it's the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelenskyy.
Now, he'll be the first foreign leader to address the cabinet in person since the US President Bill Clinton in 1997.
We're joined now by GB News political correspondent Olivia Utley, who is nearby. Olivia, good morning. How significant is Mr Zelenskyy's presence in Downing Street? And also, what does it mean for Sir Keir Starmer and the start of his premiership?
Well, Volodymyr Zelenskyy is the first foreign leader to visit the new Prime Minister. And as we've heard, he is the first foreign leader to address a cabinet in the UK since Bill Clinton in 1997. This invitation shows that Keir Starmer is still very serious about helping Ukraine. And the two men are expected to agree an export defence treaty worth £3.5 billion. So essentially, Britain will sort of loan that money to Ukraine so that Ukraine can buy British weapons. This will come as a huge relief to Volodymyr Zelenskyy. The change of government hasn't signalled any change in the UK's staunch support of Ukraine. But in other areas, Zelenskyy is coming under some difficulty. He's been at the EPC for the last couple of days, where Viktor Orban, the president of Hungary, is saying that Ukraine needs to have a peace deal with Russia. And of course, Zelenskyy and Ukraine is very worried about the prospect of Donald Trump coming into power in America in November with his running mate, J.D. Vance, who has been very, very vocal about his opinion that US aid to Ukraine needs to stop soon. So Zelenskyy will be relieved to know that the UK is still backing Ukraine. But elsewhere, it is beginning to feel as though support is slipping away. And that comes at a pretty bad time for Zelenskyy too. Russia is now making quite a lot of strategic gains on the battlefield. So just how long can Ukraine keep fighting for?
But haven't we just joined a lot of other European countries to stop the transporting and closing our ports, so not allowing Putin to deliver his oil and gas to this country? Because hasn't he got troops, forces of ships and fleets of ships going around the world delivering oil and gas?
Well, Keir Starmer is wanting to put a stop to Russian vessels going through English waters. Some of these Russian vessels are not seaworthy. The Russians have used older ships to get around some of these new stoppages on those Russian ships. So that's what Keir Starmer is promising that he's going to do. That'll be music to the ears of some environmental protesters who have been very, very worried that these Russian ships carrying oil, which are not seaworthy, could end up with huge oil spills in UK waters. So it will come as a relief to them. It'll be really interesting to see whether Keir Starmer is able to keep these sanctions in place for as long as he'd like.
OK, Olivia, thanks very much. We'll touch base later on during the show. Yeah, so Keir Starmer this morning tweeting, "I won't allow Russia's shadow fleet of oil tankers and the dirty money it generates to flow freely through European waters and put our security at risk. Ukraine is and always will be at the heart of my government's agenda." He actually got a lot of stick for that online this morning. People saying, well, shouldn't our own defence, our own armed forces be the centre of your government's agenda? Someone else saying Zelenskyy and Downing Street to exchange bank details. Well, I guess he is if they're signing a defence treaty.
I think you have to be very careful because in that respect we're very vulnerable and Putin will test NATO. But up next, we'll have the latest IT outage causing chaos across Britain. This is Britain's Newsroom. Annie has your weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. It could be the hottest day of the year so far for some areas in the south and east. However, across the north and west, it's still fairly cloudy and much cooler up here. It will be a drier day, though, today for parts of Northern Ireland and much of Scotland. Hazy sunshine affecting northern areas of England, as well as some western areas of Wales. Some cloud moving into parts of Cornwall later on this afternoon as well. Further east, though, elsewhere across England and Wales, it will be a very dry and warm day. Strong sunshine, temperatures climbing into the 30s across the southeast. We've only had 30.5 so far this year, so we could see the hottest day of the year so far. And as we head into this evening, it will be staying on the warm side of things. There's a bit more of a breeze across northern areas, particularly across Scotland, where we do have this weather front still affecting the western Isles. Potentially some showery rain across parts of central areas of Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Now, across northeastern England, some hazy sunshine to end the day, but temperatures still in the mid-20s. And overnight tonight, temperatures might not dip much below 20 degrees across some southeastern areas, which could mean it would be a tropical night. However, there is a change on the way as we head into the weekend. This weather front will make more progress eastwards across the country, and behind it, it will turn much cooler into Sunday. But before then, as I said, a mild night quite widely across the UK. Temperatures in the mid to high teens for many of us. But some heavy rain first thing across Northern Ireland, western areas of Scotland as well. And those outbreaks of heavy rain will push into parts of the southwest, parts of Wales as well throughout the afternoon in particular. Hazy sunshine spreading into central and eastern areas of England as well as Scotland too. However, across the far south and east, it will still feel warm. Temperatures still potentially climbing into the low 30s here.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. There's disruption at a number of UK airports this morning because of an IT outage. At Edinburgh Airport, they're reporting delays of up to an hour with long queues checking in. And there's disruption reported too at Stansted and Luton airports. Ryanair are reporting disruption, and Southern, Thameslink, Gatwick Express and Great Northern Rail companies are all reporting cancellations. Now in Staffordshire, the A38 is closed southbound from Orwas to Hillard's Cross at Lichfield for emergency repairs to a burst water main. On the M6 in the West Midlands, 2 out of 4 lanes are closed southbound at junction 10, the Walsall-Wolverhampton turn after an accident. Queues from junction 10A for the M54. And in Northamptonshire, the A43 is closed northbound from the A14 to Rockingham Road at Kettering because of a fuel spill, with queues back along the A14 each way towards there from junction 3 and from junction 8. And that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
£30,000 in tax-free cash really could be yours. It's our biggest cash prize of the year so far, and you could be getting that winning call from us to tell you that you're our next Great British Giveaway winner.
Oh, I can't believe this.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
That is absolutely fantastic.
We're over the moon.
I've never won anything like this in my life.
Oh, you shocked me. I never won a penny in my life.
If I was there, I'd buy you a drink.
For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
this is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes. Thank you for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threats on.
As time passes, she could have said storm.
You made my argument for me. My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
Something practical could be done.
Or I can become something different. Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 10 o'clock, it's Friday, July the 19th. We're live across the United Kingdom. This is Britain's Newsroom with Ben, Leo and me, Nana Akweer.
Very good morning to you. Hope you're doing well on this Friday. Now, some breaking news this morning. A worldwide IT outage has caused channels, TV channels, airports and banks around the world to be knocked offline. How have you been impacted? Let us know.
And lawless Britain, Leeds descends into chaos with a police car overturned and a bus set on fire as locals are told to stay at home. The Home Secretary condemns the actions.
And there was also widespread disorder in the Whitechapel area in London. Mark White has more.
Well, after more than 8 hours of serious disorder in the Hare Hills area of Leeds, an uneasy calm has now descended on that area as the police investigate who was responsible for the worst of the rioting.
Just Stop Oil jailed 5 activists that brought part of the M25 to a standstill in 2022 have been jailed for 5 years. But with our overcrowded prisons, is this sentence justified?
And here we go, get your sun cream and the shades on. Temperatures today could hit 30 degrees with a health alert being issued across parts of the country.
Well, I'm quite pleased. 5 people jailed from Just Stop Oil. I think they're shocked that it's happened to them. So we are middle class.
I wanted to ask,
do jail.
Is that why you're paying tribute to Just Stop Oil's long sentence today with this lovely orange number?
Well, I might as well rub the noses in it, yeah, and it's hot as well, huh?
You think they should have got more, didn't you?
Listen, what I say is, if they were to do that in any of the countries that are really serious purveyors who have lots of oil and gas, like Russia and China, 5 years, they'd be thankful for that.
Dubai, Qatar,
exactly. So, you know, 5 years, I think that's about
Lots
right.
of outrage about the sentence this morning. The likes of Chris Packham is going to be writing to the Attorney General saying it's a grave miscarriage of justice.
Well, you know, it depends. It's passive aggression. Just because it's not actual active aggression doesn't mean that it's not aggressive. And many people were impacted negatively. People lost jobs. Some people may have even died as a result of their behaviour.
Well, they say it's peaceful, but you're defacing artwork, you're blocking ambulances, you're causing distress and harassment to thousands of people taking public transport or the roads.
And specifically on the M25, there were people who would have been impacted very negatively. And if you have, we'd love to hear from you. gbnews.com/your say. Let us know your thoughts, especially the power outage as well. But first, let's get your latest news with Sam Francis.
Ben, Nana, thank you very much. Good morning to you. It's just coming up to 3 minutes past 10. And a recap then of that top story this morning that we're covering. The flights are grounded, trains have been disrupted, and one major TV network was knocked off air after an IT glitch sparked widespread outages across the world this morning. Screens were blank at Sydney's airport overnight as airlines blamed Microsoft for the issues, which meant passengers couldn't be checked in there. Meanwhile, some TV networks went off air as radio stations reverted to playing music on CDs. Ryanair is among the first airline to report disruptions to its flights, warning passengers to arrive today at least 3 hours early before their flights depart. And those warnings also extend to those travelling by rail, with Transpennine Express reporting that some people have had trouble purchasing tickets. And the glitch is thought to have originated at a cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike and is also impacting some supermarkets and medical surgeries. Plenty more on that story as it continues to develop throughout the rest of this morning. The President of Ukraine will become the first foreign leader to address Britain's cabinet in person for nearly 3 decades. He's due to arrive at Downing Street. President Zelenskyy is expected to brief the cabinet about Ukraine's war with Russia and the need to expand Europe's defence industrial base. He's also expected to agree a £3.5 billion defence finance deal. The visit follows yesterday's summit of European leaders at Blenheim Palace, with Armed Forces Minister Luke Pollard telling us earlier that it's a sign of Britain's commitment to Ukraine.
This is a really important visit for the President to the Cabinet. This is the first time that a foreign leader will have addressed a Labour government cabinet since President Clinton in 1997. And what it does is it underlines just how close the relationship between the UK and Ukraine is and our determination to continue supporting Ukraine until they win.
The families of people who died during the COVID pandemic say a report released yesterday into how unprepared the UK was doesn't go far enough. The review found the civil service had failed the public due to significant flaws in preparations, policy and planning, and makes 10 recommendations. But loved ones say they want more detail on how they can challenge, address and improve the capacity of public services. To the US, and Donald Trump says he had God on his side on the day a bullet narrowly missed him during a campaign speech. The former president returned to the stage for the first time since that assassination attempt with a speech last night at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. As he formally accepted the party's nomination for president, Mr. Trump recalled the moment that the bullet brushed by his ear before telling supporters he would be a president for all Americans.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet, and moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down, My hand was covered with blood.
And staying in the US, we're hearing that Barack Obama has reportedly told senior Democrats that he is concerned over Joe Biden's ability to win November's election. The former president is understood to have told colleagues that Mr. Biden's path to victory has greatly diminished. It adds to the growing pressure on President Biden to stand aside after former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's warning that remaining in the race could lead to a second Trump presidency. Here, a widespread police cordon is in place in a Leeds suburb after violence erupted in Hare Hills. Vehicles were set ablaze and a police car was overturned late last night, with residents warned to stay indoors as helicopters and a large police presence responded to the chaos. It's understood the riots were linked to a local child or various children being taken into care. West Yorkshire Mayor Tracy Brabbins condemned what she's described as the violent and thoughtless actions, and she's promising a thorough investigation. The former CEO of Royal Mail and a former Post Office minister are set to give evidence today at the Horizon inquiry. Dame Moya Green and Joe Swinson are being asked about the errors in the Horizon IT system, which of course led to sub-postmasters being wrongly convicted of fraud. It comes after yesterday's appearance by the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, who was also a minister in charge of the service between 2010 and 2012. He apologised for declining a meeting with campaigner Sir Alan Bates. And finally, one last story for you. Turning to the summer heat, there are health warnings in place across parts of England, with temperatures expected today to soar above 30 degrees. The East and West Midlands, the South East, Eastern England and London are all included in that warning, which is in place until 11 o'clock tomorrow night. And with many people expected to take to the parks and to the beaches to enjoy the summer sun, health experts are warning people to take care, to drink plenty of water and, of course, wear sunscreen to avoid any heat exhaustion. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. I'm off to enjoy the sun. I'll be back with you in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Thanks, Sam, and good morning to you at home. Welcome. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News, live across the UK with me, Ben Leo, and birthday girl Nana Akwe.
I've got to say thank you so much for all your amazing birthday messages, and also to Beverly Callard, who said happy birthday, Nana, and then she said she loves us both together.
Beverly Callard, the Corrie actress?
Corrie actress. I used to love Coronation Street.
She's a fan of the show?
She's watching. She's watching. Beverly,
happy
thank
days.
you.
Hello, Beverly.
Thank you. Well, listen, if you just joined us, it's just coming up to 9 minutes after 10 o'clock, but let's return to the breaking news this morning. Television channels and banks all around the world have been knocked offline.
Planes have been grounded, GP appointments have been delayed, and it's all due to a massive outage causing Windows computers to suddenly and randomly shut down.
Now, GB News' very own Neil Oliver has been affected by this tech meltdown. He's here to tell us more, because I think he's currently getting ready to try and get on a flight to do his show. Neil.
Morning, both. Morning, everyone. Yeah, I knew there was something wrong here. I turned up about 7:30 this morning, maybe 8 o'clock, and the queue just to get into the building was stretching away into the distance, hundreds of metres long, all holidaymakers just trying to get inside the airport. Once I was finally able to get through, up to through security into departures, and then the news dropped on my phone that the flight was cancelled, my flight to London, so I'm not coming down to London at the moment. And then gradually I began to hear all sorts of gossip around me, and people were saying there was this massive tech outage all over the world. And, well, here I am.
So, Neil, are there dozens, hundreds of people in a similar position to you? And also, you've got a show to record this evening in London. What are you going to do?
Well, absolutely. It's hard to tell. It's obviously patchy. I mean, the mere fact that I'm able to connect with you guys and talk to you, clearly the internet is working in some ways or other. So it's hard to tell exactly who's affected and to what extent. But yeah, I've already had several conversations with people who were on my flight, the BA 1451 to London, which is not going to London. There's all sorts of cancellations all over the place. I don't know what the situation's like downstairs. The point before you come through to departure. I don't know whether there's a huge crowd milling about down there, but I suspect there's a lot of uncertainty down there too. I'm just going to have to see. I'll try and pick up the pieces from after I've finished talking to you. I'll see if it's possible at all to get south today, and if not, well, we are adaptable creatures and we will find alternative ways of doing things.
Well, yeah, of course. But Neil, what are your thoughts on this, though? Because I know you're a very deep man. You're very insightful. What do you think about this? The fact that simple app update can do so much damage. Apparently, I don't know whether it's on purpose or not, but you know.
It points to that strange paradox between the extent to which we are all dependent upon technology, artificial intelligence, algorithms, apps, and all the rest of it, upon which so much of life depends. And yet, plainly, it doesn't take too much to throw all of that into partial or complete confusion. So it does beg the question, you know, just where are we with the stability of the entire global network upon which we all depend? I'm sure people are speculating about this having been, done by someone, you know, that maybe someone's hacked a system somewhere. I'm sure people are asking those kind of questions. It's happened on top of the Republican National Convention, you know, disrupting coverage of speeches and all of the rest of it. I'm sure many people are speculating. But as often happens, one is left wondering, just how wise we are to put all our eggs in this one basket if at the flick of the wrong switch, this kind of international chaos can ensue.
Yeah, Neil, not least, of course, lots of people trying to buy groceries this morning, going to their bakery or, you know, whatever. They can't because their electronic card payments don't work. So, again, another example of the reliance on cash.
And people were instantly talking here in the airport about the fact that their banks weren't working, that they could, because obviously in a situation like this, people are trying to, you know, make financial transactions in relation to follow-up flights and all of the rest of it. And that was one of the first things that everyone was talking about. And anything that affects people's ability and freedom to transact as they want to do is enormously significant. You know, who knows what the number is of transactions that are supposedly happening in real time, moment by moment, all around the world. And when something like this goes down, it takes all of that with it. The fact that that so many flights here are clearly disrupted, all sorts of conflicting information as well. In the immediate aftermath of the thing going down, we're being sent to other gates. We were being told this, that, and the next thing was possibly going to happen. Some flights continued to be loaded up and to depart. Other people were just being told to sit and wait. You can imagine it's hot in here in the building. It's a lovely warm day here. And I suspect in various places tempers are getting very frayed indeed.
Well, Neil, we hope you get here quickly so that you can do your show. Otherwise, one of us might have to present it. I think he's more suited.
Well, if the technology is robust enough, there'll be other ways to do things, I'm quite sure. So fingers crossed, and we will find a way.
Thanks, Neil. Safe travels, my friend.
Well, joining us now Thank you, Neil. Joining us now is our reporter, Charlie Peters. Charlie Peters, so any more updates on what's happened?
Well, technology, it's a dream when it works, but a disaster when it doesn't. Plenty of IT security experts writing today that the world appears to be grinding to a halt. We've heard several updates, haven't we, from people saying they can't pay for things at cafes this morning. But it's not just, and they're struggling at airports too, as you just heard from Neil, but it's not just buying a coffee and a cake and getting on a holiday. That's an issue this morning. People are today unable to access their doctors and their prescriptive medicine this morning due to this widespread outage. Now, there's no official confirmation as to what has gone on here, but several leading commentators and those close with an understanding of the situation are saying that this worldwide IT outage has been primarily caused by a virus update from a company called CrowdStrike, which provides security and cybersecurity for cloud storage. Now, for those who don't know what cloud storage is, it's basically when you're able to store information online, which multiple people can access through a network. And we are increasingly reliant on these services to get things done, to access information, to book things, to pay for things. Well, Neil was wondering how many credit card purchases are made a day. It's 2 billion a day, over 22,000 per second. Now, you can understand that number will be plummeting today as many people revert to pen and paper this morning in reaction to this outage. We've just seen someone sharing some footage from Delhi Airport where they are being given a boarding pass that had been written in pen and paper because they're unable to access that system. You have it on your screen now. That's someone completely unable to get the system there to work. Now, It doesn't appear to be the case that this is being caused by a cyber security incident. A senior security source in Britain has briefed around all the outlets today, saying that this is not the main cause. This is rather an error than a targeted attack by a hostile state or non-state actor. This is an accident, in effect. That doesn't appear to be something deliberate.
But somebody like Vladimir Putin, if it's not affecting him, which it probably isn't, because he's so detached from everything else that's globalised in that respect, he must be looking on thinking, well, it's not that difficult to take these people down.
We are so reliant, aren't we, on these tech giants. CrowdStrike, I've said before, they sponsor the Mercedes F1 team. People might know them. But other firms like Amazon Web Services, they are responsible for so much of the infrastructure on the internet. And as you said, the human toll of this today, in Britain at least, is GPs reporting now that they're only seeing the most unwell patients. And I can't imagine the total cost of the damage globally. I mean, is it fair to say we're running to billions and billions?
But almost certainly at this stage, just purely from the travel perspective, that's going to be a disaster. I don't think we've seen this much of a shortage on travel since the start of the coronavirus pandemic, when all those flights were grounded so suddenly. A similar issue does appear to be taking place now, where so many airports just aren't able to put on the services as normal. We are expecting widespread delays, particularly in the US. Both United and American Airlines, some of the largest airlines in the world, say that they are experiencing delays. The rail network in Britain experiencing some problems. Trains are running as normal, but with delays, but they're unable to demonstrate departure boards, adding, of course, to some communication issues there. In reaction to all of this morning, the Lib Dems have urged the government to gather the COBRA unit, the COBRA meeting, the Cabinet Office briefing rooms. That's the civil emergency centre that's held in Whitehall, where key leaders within the civil service and government can brief each other on reactions to the situation. At least one political party now saying that this is a civil contingency issue where government needs to come together and create a reaction. We'll see if others join that call later today.
So, and very, very briefly, because we're running out of time. So, is there any contingency measure set in with governments if there is mass tech outages like this?
Well, it's pen and paper. We've seen it before.
Is there any government sort of led contingency measure? Because if they haven't, they need to come up with something.
I'm not privy to those plans, but we do know that a month or so ago, when there was an issue with a cyber attack on the NHS and several major London trauma units, they did have to revert to pen and paper when they were unable to access their services. It looks as though a similar situation could be occurring here.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Charlie Peters.
Thanks, Charlie. Well, it's a major story. It's affecting not just GP services and hospitals and airlines. It's affecting the state troopers in Alaska, airports in India, rail lines in Sydney, New Zealand. It's truly global, and the human toll and the economic toll, I think we've not even really started thinking about it yet.
Well, if you've been affected by the IT outage, then email us gbviews@gbnews.com or gbnews.com/your say.
OK, let's go across the pond now, as Donald Trump described how a bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking his life.
Now, he gave a lengthy speech as he accepted the Republican nomination for president, including a promise to bring Americans together.
Yes, and what a speech it was. It's being dubbed as one of the best of his career, and one of the best, actually, in US political history. So we're joined now by political commentator Matthew Stadlen, who I'm sure was fawning over former President Trump as he watched the speech at the RNC convention last night. Matthew, what did you make of it all?
Did you really think it was one of his best ever?
I did. I thought it was moving. I thought it was unifying. I thought it was spiritual in parts. And yeah, I did. I think there's been a real transformation in Donald Trump, in his aura, the way he speaks, and also the way he's being received now, not just in the US, but globally.
Let me start by just saying, as everyone should continue to say, what a horrific event it was on the weekend. And anyone who has not condemned that assassination attempt is part of a problem. Political violence has no place in democracies. And I should also say, I'm sure everyone watching will agree, that there's no doubt that former President Trump showed extraordinary mental and physical resilience in the way that he handled that, although I'm not sure that standing up in the way that he did and raising his fist to the air was particularly sensible. I'm sure he was in shock, but that could very well have endangered his life and the lives of those who were there to keep him safe. Not that the Secret Service did very well. So look, we've got that out of the way. Clearly, it was a moving moment when he described just how close he got to death. He's a human being, and like all of us, his life is precious. I mean, I'm not convinced that this was a particularly good speech. If you ask some Democrats in America, they'll tell you that this is the first good thing that's happened to the Democrats for a while, because, of course, the Democratic Party is in abject chaos at the moment, with so many wanting President Biden to step aside. For my part, I think it was an underwhelming speech. It was the longest for at least 50 years in Republican convention history. It was probably, I think, fair to describe rambling in places. It was also profoundly inaccurate. I would go as far as to say that Trump lied on several occasions. He claimed that he built most of this wall that he promised the last time round. That didn't happen. He inflated the inflation that's taken place under Biden. At the moment, it's just 3%, which is not particularly high historically. There were other areas as well in which he was loose with the truth. So, of course, everyone in that room that you can see applauding him, they all love him. And there's no doubt that to them, he's an extraordinary orator. But I don't think this is going to move the dial one way or the other. And let's remember, by the way, lots of people now think he's a shoo-in.
Listen, the very fact that he was able to give that speech after what happened to him, is a sign of true strength and true leadership. And let's be honest here, the Democrats don't really have much to offer. So he's pretty much, it's pretty much a done deal. Do you not think?
Well, to go back to my first point, I think it did show remarkable resilience.
Yeah.
I mean, quite extraordinary. And it puts into even sharper relief that the physical and arguably mental failings that President Biden has shown in recent weeks and in recent months, some would even say in recent years. So there's a very strong contrast between a man that many Democrats would love to step aside, i.e. President Biden, and President Trump, who, as you say, showed the physical and mental resilience to make an hour-and-a-half speech just days after an attempted assassination. You assert, Nana, that the Democrats don't have much to offer.
Well,
as I say,
at the moment, no.
As I say, I think President Biden, as a figure, as a person, is doing huge damage to their chances of re-election. But he has actually, in some ways, not in every way, I was very critical of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, a legacy actually of the Trump era, but that was conducted under Biden's presidency. But he has in many ways done a good job as American president. Families are becoming wealthier.
Oh, come on, Matthew, come on. No.
Hang on, let me finish my point.
No, we're running out of time, Matthew. No,
you're interviewing me, and you've just asserted he's got nothing to offer.
Matthew, look,
That's ridiculous.
Is it simply a case
I'm just giving you examples of what he does have to offer.
All right, Matthew Stadlin, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. That's Matthew Stadlin. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, the Democrats have nobody to offer. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, homelessness up 40% in San Francisco, a crime-ridden hellhole. Who else? Kamala Harris.
They've destroyed it. Well, listen, we're still on this global IT outage. Email us if it's affected you. gbviews@gbnews.com.uk. We want to get you on the show. But this is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
An employment tribunal has found that a senior lawyer telling a legal secretary that she looked nice created an intimidating environment and made her feel violated.
Well, she's won her sexual harassment suit, so is saying someone looks nice acceptable in the workplace anymore?
Well, joining us now to debate this is political commentator Christine Hamilton, who thinks it should be, and author and journalist Rebecca Reid, who thinks making comments like these are unnecessary. OK, Rebecca, why is it unnecessary to tell your colleague they look nice?
Well, how somebody looks at work shouldn't be particularly important or relevant, but I think my issue here is that it's used as a sort of dismissive way to make women feel silly for complaining about things. Like, oh, it's just saying you look nice, why does it matter? But we all know there are different ways of saying things, and if you are an older man in a position of power, looking a woman up and down and saying, oh, you look nice, in a lascivious tone, which, as far as we know, is quite possibly what happened, that's not acceptable, that's not workplace appropriate, and it would make somebody feel uncomfortable.
Christine, she's right, Rebecca, isn't she? It depends how it's said. If you've got someone who's sleazy saying, oh, you look nice, you're going to be a bit off-put, aren't you?
Yes, we don't know whether this was said in a lascivious tone or not, and as far as I can see, this particular case, the boss went too far and he did a lot of other things as well. But what worries me is that the Tribunal has ruled that just saying you look nice could be included as sexual harassment. Now, I think that is ridiculous.
Realistically, women don't make these accusations for fun. Women don't make these accusations to be difficult. They do it because they've been made to feel unsafe or unable to work in a certain place.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back. It's 10:27. Ben and Nana with you on Britain's Newsroom, only on GB News this morning. And we're also joined now by Amy Nicole-Turner and writer Emma Webb in the studio. Good morning to you all.
Right, let's start with our first story. Just Stop Oil campaigners, 5 of them have been jailed for conspiring to organise protests that block the M25. Roger Hallam, who's the main guy, the leader, 58, he's been jailed for 5 years. About time. Amy Nicole.
I just find this really, really disturbing because part of a healthy democracy is our right to protest. We should cherish our right to protest. Peaceful, non-violent protest that they hadn't even put into action and they've been put in prison. For a non-violent offence.
That is not non-violent.
That hasn't even happened.
That's not non-violent, is it? You stopped a motorway, people can't get to things. It's a passive-aggressive form of violence. So whether you're not physically touching someone, but what you're doing is creating a situation that could impact many people negatively.
Could. I think the key word here is could.
No, it has.
But the thing is, do you not find it interesting that we are more outraged by the potential actions of a climate group than we are about the consequences of climate change, which we see all around us?
No, actually, I don't.
Emma Webb.
No, I mean, the judge said that they had crossed a line, and you know, there is such a thing as eco-terrorism. I'm not saying that they are terrorists, but they this was not an act of simply protesting. This is not using your democratic right to protest. 2 lorries crashed into each other. People couldn't get to their medical appointments. This has crossed the line into being so disruptive that it was putting people's lives at risk. It is exceptionally dangerous to disrupt a motorway like that. And I am really glad that they've been given jail time for this, because we've seen in protest after protest after protest, protesters getting away with criminality simply because they are doing that criminality in the course of their protest. And that leads to a spiralling effect where people get more and more bold in breaking the law, and that can invariably lead to terroristic behaviour. We also saw...
Incredible. You three are meant to be the defenders of free speech.
I am a defender of free speech, but I am not a defender of criminality.
Nation, and you're closing down free speech.
Can I just ask you, Amy, what about free speech and the freedom of those who they stopped on that motorway? Because it's not just one-sided, is it? So freedom of speech within the bounds of the law. If you break the law, there is law. So you can't just... it's not without consequences.
But that's what I'm saying. We have laws to protect the ability for peaceful protest. Do you not find it frustrating?
But it's not peaceful.
That say the CEOs of the water companies, which have pumped sewage into our water systems, they are absolutely free. The polluters, the massive polluters. There is examples in Iraq of children getting leukemia because of fossil fuels being burnt in Iraq. All those CEOs, all those polluters are absolutely not in trouble with the law, yet
Yes,
we are
but they're not
putting people who are standing up against it
I think,
in jail.
No, they can stand up against it, but it depends how you stand. And if you do it in a way that you inflict pain and injury to others around you, which this is exactly what happened here, then you are breaking the law. I agree with you on the water companies, and they should be jailed.
But those actions of other people do not justify breaking the law. Even if you think that humanity's future is at stake, like Roger Hallam obviously has this sort of apocalyptic worldview, and they think that therefore any action is justified in order to save humanity. That is a really, really dangerous perspective. And now I defend the right to protest. I do not defend the right to break the law. And what these protesters have done time and time again, whether it is digging up the lawn of Trinity College, whether it is vandalising people's property, whether it is preventing people from getting to medical appointments, they are breaking the law, and that is not legitimate protest. That is not free speech.
I think you're being misleading when you talk about their methods. Every single one of their methods has been non-violent. So it is just misleading to say any means
They have broken
possible.
the law.
And if people wanted to have a fair hearing for this group, which are predominantly young people, and then we've got Roger Hallam, why in court were they not allowed to say?
Let me just ask a hypothetical question, yes or no. If I were to vandalise a building, disrupt a motorway because I want them to have zero immigration, I believe that is absolutely necessary, would it be acceptable for me to break the law because I believe that my cause is worth it?
Peacefully protest in the same way just
wouldn't it be illegal for me
to? We need to protect.
Yes or no?
We need to protect protest for everyone, whether you like the cause or whether you don't.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be legitimate for me.
Otherwise, how close are basically Russia and China?
Thank you very much, Amy Nicole Turner, and also Emma Webb. It's a heated discussion. I want to have that again, don't you? Right, though, let's get your latest news headlines with Sam Francis.
Very good morning to you. 10:32 and the top story this morning. Flights still grounded, trains have been disrupted, and one major TV network was knocked off air earlier after an IT glitch sparked widespread outages across the world. Screens were blank at Sydney's airport overnight as airlines blamed Microsoft for the issues, meaning that passengers couldn't be checked into their flights. Meanwhile, some TV networks have been off air as radio stations reverted to playing music on CDs. And here, Ryanair is among the first of airlines to report disruptions to its flights, with passengers reporting complete chaos at various UK airports. Those warnings also extend to those travelling by rail, with Transpennine Express among the rail networks reporting that some people are having trouble purchasing tickets. The glitch is thought to have originated at a cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike and is also impacting some supermarkets, medical surgeries and GP surgeries here in the UK. The President of Ukraine has asked Sir Keir Starmer to show his leadership in the fight against Russia as he addressed the cabinet this morning. President Zelensky's briefed them about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas in Russia where weapons are being concentrated. The UK government has suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine, as long as international law is upheld. Donald Trump says he had God on his side the day that a bullet narrowly missed him during a campaign speech. The former president returned to the stage for the first time since that assassination attempt with a speech at the Republican National Convention, where he formally accepted his party's nomination for president. Meanwhile, Barack Obama has reportedly told senior Democrats that Joe Biden's path to victory has greatly diminished. It comes as a report in the New York Times suggests that President Biden has begun to accept that he may now have to drop out of the race to the White House, though at least one person close to Mr. Biden insists he's not yet made up his mind. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. Another update at 11 o'clock.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Let's take a quick look at the markets for you this morning. The pound will buy you $1.2913 and 1.187 euros. The price of gold this hour, £1,871 and 76 pence per ounce. And the FTSE 100 is at 8,166 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. It could be the hottest day of the year so far for some areas in the south and east. However, across the north and west, it's still fairly cloudy and much cooler up here. It will be a drier day though today for parts of Northern Ireland and much of Scotland. Hazy sunshine affecting northern areas of England, as well as some western areas of Wales, some cloud moving into parts of Cornwall later on this afternoon as well. Further east though, elsewhere across England and Wales, it will be a very dry and warm day, strong sunshine, temperatures climbing into the 30s across the southeast. We've only had 30.5 so far this year, so we could see the hottest day of the year so far. And as we head into this evening, it will be staying on the warm side of things. There's a bit more of a breeze across northern areas, particularly across Scotland, where we do have this weather front still affecting the western Isles, potentially some showery rain across parts of central areas of Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Now, across northeastern England, some hazy sunshine to end the day, but temperatures still in the mid-20s. And overnight tonight, temperatures might not dip much below 20 degrees across some southeastern areas, which could mean it would be a tropical night. However, there is a change on the way as we head into the weekend. This weather front will make more progress eastwards across the country, and behind it, it will turn much cooler into Sunday. But before then, as I said, a mild night quite widely across the UK, temperatures in the mid to high teens for many of us. But some heavy rain first thing across Northern Ireland, western areas of Scotland as well. And those outbreaks of heavy rain will push into parts of the southwest, parts of Wales as well throughout the afternoon. In particular, hazy sunshine spreading into central and eastern areas of England as well as Scotland too. However, across the far south and east, it will still feel warm. Temperatures still potentially climbing into the low 30s here.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. There's disruption at a number of UK airports this morning because of an IT outage. At Edinburgh Airport, they're reporting delays of up to an hour with long queues checking in. Delays too of up to half an hour to flights at Gatwick, Stansted and Luton airports. Ryanair are reporting disruption, and Southern Thameslink, Gatwick Express and Great Northern Rail companies are reporting cancellations. Now in Nottinghamshire, the A52 is blocked eastbound by an accident heading out of Ratcliffe-on-Trent, causing long delays. In Staffordshire, the A38 is closed southbound from Orrowers to Hillard's Cross at Lichfield because of emergency repairs to a burst water main. In Northamptonshire, the A43 is closed northbound off the A14 at Kettering because of a fuel spill. There are long delays each way back along the A14, especially on the eastbound side from Junction 3 at Desborough. And Penzance helicopter flights to and from the Isles of Scilly are on hold because of poor weather. That's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Good morning, 39 minutes after 10 o'clock. This is Britain's Newsroom with me, Nana Raquir, and Ben Leo.
Very good morning to you. Hope you're well. Now, President Zelenskyy has been addressing the cabinet at Downing Street. It's the first foreign leader to do so since Bill Clinton in 1997. Let's go there live now and take a look.
The first foreign leader that I have welcomed into Downing Street just 2 weeks after we're invited to form a government. So this is a real piece of history. And not only that, we've checked the records. this is the first time this century that a foreign leader has addressed in person the Cabinet in the United Kingdom. So you're very, very welcome to what for us is a very important meeting. And I think that shows the esteem that you are held in this country, across the world, and the importance that we all attach to the fight in Ukraine, which is the defining struggle of our times. So you're very, very welcome. And I know I speak for every person in this room, the whole government, in saying you have our unshakable support. As I told you last week in Washington at the NATO Council and yesterday at the EPC, we will stand with you and the people of Ukraine for as long as it may take. And we back that up obviously with £3 billion of military support each year. That's a very important commitment. We'll speed up our delivery of vital aid and equipment. We've had the chance to discuss that this morning. And I think not only did we make progress in Washington, we made further progress with European leaders yesterday in Blenheim, and it was a real privilege to be able to host that and to make sure that Ukraine was the first issue on the agenda yesterday that we discussed amongst allies. And of course the new pledge to crack down on the ships that are helping Russia to evade sanctions. Now, I've seen for myself the horror that Russia has inflicted on your country when I came to Kiev just 18 months ago. And I was so struck by the scenes in the neighbouring areas that I'd seen on the television. I'd seen the images, but to go and actually walk the streets and hear from the people who had to remove bodies, bury their friends and their family members was profoundly impactful for me. To see the spirit of civilians who were playing their part in the effort, going to work every day, which may seem like nothing, but it was really symbolic of their commitment. Particularly the railways I was struck with, but across all walks of life, people saying we are not going to be defeated. It doesn't matter how many times we are attacked, we will get up, we will go back to work, we will rebuild and show our defiance. And we saw that once again last week with the appalling attack on a children's hospital. This is children undergoing cancer treatment. It goes without saying that it's unforgivable. It can't go unpunished, and aggression cannot be rewarded. So we are all here, united behind you. I've asked the Foreign Secretary and the Defence Secretary to lead a review of our support for Ukraine, to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to support you. It has been really useful to have a discussion with you this morning in private, to hear from myself your plans and priorities, and take that early opportunity to make sure that we say what we've said before, which is the support of the United Kingdom has been strong and resolute since the outbreak of this terrible war. The change of government does not change our position at all. We supported the previous government. The current opposition supports this government. The only winners, if there's political divide here, are Putin, and we're not going to let that happen. We will double down on it.
So Keir Starmer just reassuring Vladimir Zelenskyy that we will stand behind Ukraine as we have done, as the previous government have done.
Yeah, some unease at seeing Zelenskyy in the cabinet room there in Downing Street from our viewers on gbnews.com/yoursay. So Keir Starmer saying there are winners. Well, as far as I'm concerned, there are no winners in war. The amount of videos I've seen of young Ukrainian men, young Russian men slaughtering each other on a battlefield whilst these kind of people meet in plush central London buildings, they pat each other on the back, they exchange tens of billions of pounds for weapons.
I think that's a little bit unfair. I mean, look...
by the way, can I just say as well, Sir Keir Starmer calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East, not one word or suggestion that he wants to do the same in Ukraine and end the bloodshed.
I think that's a little bit unfair, to be honest with you, because,
Which point?
Well, the bit that you're saying that these men are just meeting and so on and so forth, they have to. Volodymyr Zelenskyy is holding the fort for a country that has been...
Company, yeah.
Well, it probably as well. But a country that has been invaded, and it's not fair, and so somebody needs to fight. And you can't just simply allow President Putin to run roughshod.
No, that's fine. Look, if
Ukraine, and that's what's happening
if
here.
the government wants to send arms and money to Ukraine and Zelenskyy to fight the invasion of Russia, fine. But as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not alone in this, the optics of having Zelenskyy in Downing Street in the Cabinet Office isn't a good thing. And also, a couple of weeks ago, the day after he won the election, Starmer was talking about how he would have Shadow Storm missiles given to Ukraine so they could hit targets in Russian territory.
But he had to roll back.
He had to U-turn on that. So, as far as I'm concerned, there's a certain sense of diplomacy you need. You're handling a nuclear superpower. And if we're to believe people like Sir Keir Starmer, a despot in Vladimir Putin. So just get the optics right. I don't think having Zelenskyy in the cabinet room is right.
On the other hand, it's a show of strength. So the other side of it is that him doing that is a show of strength, and that we are united in one goal, which is to stop Vladimir Putin. So to me, I think he's unwise to be, pushing too far. But at the same time, I think Vladimir Putin's more likely, if he does carry on like this, to try and test NATO and see whether the NATO allies will simply work together. But let's move on, because 3 years on from the lifting of the final lockdown measures, a campaign group has found that the UK was one of the least effective spenders in terms of limiting excess deaths.
So, was it all for nothing? Well, joining us now is the head of campaigns at the Taxpayers Alliance, Elliot Keck. Good morning, Elliot. Thank you for joining us. So, your figures, it's around, what, 3.5 billion, is that correct, you think has gone to waste during COVID? I thought the figure was going to be vastly, bigger than that. For Test and Trace, for example, was 37 billion.
Well, so the 3.5 billion, I think, specifically looking at fraud and those measures, the 37 billion on Test and Trace, a lot of that was actually spent on COVID testing. Whether or not it was the best use of money is, of course, debatable. But listen, obviously, we saw the COVID inquiry yesterday, produced a report slamming the government and slamming the response to COVID. We've produced another one today. It didn't cost taxpayers tens of millions of pounds to produce like the one yesterday, but nevertheless, I think what it shows is that we spent an absolutely vast amount of money. We locked down people for a year and a half, and yet actually the result was that a lot more people died in the UK than other comparable nations. So we were one of the least efficient countries in comparable OECD nations at actually preventing excess deaths.
Could that not be partly to do with our own healthcare systems as well? So, for example, the NHS is overrun. We are not efficient in treating many conditions anyway. We are probably now one of the worst for treatments like cancer. So could it not be simply that the demise of our own healthcare system and not necessarily fully the fault of COVID?
Well, listen, that's going to be an absolutely key factor. But I think when we're talking about lockdowns and when we're talking about the COVID response, something that unfortunately the inquiry has not touched on that significantly yet, we need to provide a really serious justification for taking people's civil liberties away for such a long period of time. And when you look at the excess deaths in the UK, the third highest in the 7 comparable nations that we looked at, we obviously performed very poorly at a huge cost.
But didn't some of those nations do exactly what we're doing? They just had a slightly better outcome. So what we did was very similar to what they did.
So, yes, with France and Germany, but the United States operated quite differently. There were some parts of the United States that had quite strict lockdowns, some that didn't. Look at Florida and Texas, but actually Norway and Sweden had comparatively light lockdowns. Sweden basically didn't lock down at all, and yet it was one of the better performers in terms of excess deaths.
OK, interesting stuff. Thanks very much for joining us.
Elliot Keck, really good to talk to you. Thank you for that.
OK, up next, a massive riot has caused chaos in Leeds. Did you see it overnight? We'll be giving you the latest from there, and also the disruption in Whitechapel. Was it Whitechapel in central London as well? Law and order in Britain. What's happened to it? This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News. Back in a tick.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us. Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way.
Might be cold in this studio.
That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm joined now by Stefan Kyriasis to give us the latest on everything theatre.
So, yeah, we're going in first with Starlight Express, which is back. It's not in the West End. It's out at Wembley at the Troubadour Theatre, which is a big, almost kind of warehouse space, which suits because, as you know, have you seen the show?
Starlight Express was my first ever musical. I must have been about 7 or 8 years old. I only saw it once, but I remember it being magical.
Well, this one, it's 1984 it started, and it's still running in Bochum in Germany in a huge arena. So basically what we've got, plot. They've slightly tweaked it, and there's a little boy or little girl, depending on the cast, going to bed, obsessed with toy trains and dreaming of trains. Everybody is dressed up. To me, it looks like a cross between Tron and Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. I don't really think any of them look remotely like a train, but hey, the songs are Andrew Lloyd Webber. It's pop mixed with kind of cod 1950s rock and roll, some power ballads. The lyrics are politely like something out of an old speak and spell machine or something, you know. He's a steam train, they're out of date, he's being bullied by the diesel and the electric, and he falls for this carriage, the first-class carriage, new girl Pearl, and he wants to impress her, so he enters a race, and that's pretty much it. And when the races happen, all these barriers come up around where we're sitting, the lights are flashing, the music's thumping. It's utterly ridiculous, and I felt like a kind of teenager that was huffing sherbet dib-dabs off a giant block of sugar. It's so much fun, and the really crucial thing about it all is that somehow, in the middle of all of that, I just felt myself getting into the story. And when Pearl and Rusty have their little duet, I was very moved, and there's this big starlight sequence, which is the inspiration, the magical starlight that he's seeking. It's beautiful.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's just coming up to 52 minutes after 10 o'clock. This is GB News, Britain's news channel with Ben Leo and me, Nana Akweer.
Good morning to you. Now, a major riot erupted in north-east Leeds last night as vehicles were set on fire and a police car was overturned. Let's take a look.
Meanwhile, there was also disorder in East London as hundreds of men stormed a building.
So, the question is, this morning, are we living in a lawless Britain? Mark White, of course, probably the best man to answer that question. What is going on, Mark, across the country?
Well, there's certainly pockets of lawlessness in the UK. We know that, certainly. But last night it was very intense up in Leeds, more than 8 hours, a very significant disorder. We can look at some of the images there. This began at 5 o'clock in the evening in Luxor Street, which is in the Hare Hills area of Leeds. You can see a group of people gathered there. It was an operation by social services to take some children away for safeguarding reasons. There was resistance from the family, neighbours got involved, and then it escalated with actually many more people, from a few people to dozens to eventually hundreds, and actually more than 1,000 at the height of the rioting overnight. And they targeted police vehicles. One was overturned. There was a bus from the company First Bus that was targeted and set on fire. And the group First Bus said that the driver and the passengers who were on board that managed to escape unharmed. Another bus was also targeted, but you can see from the images there, it was bus, bonfires on the road, and also the police themselves came under a hail of missiles, bricks, and boulders and anything people could find to throw at the police. We've had a statement from the Home Secretary who says the scenes of criminality and disorder in Leeds last night were disgraceful, including attacks on police vehicles and public transport. And they will have been very distressing for local residents. And she says that the authorities have her full support.
OK, Mark White, it baffles you, doesn't it? Do these people not love their country, their home, their communities? Why do you treat your environment like this?
Well, I'd like to hear why they're fighting, because we don't fully know all the details, but stay with us, because still to come, we'll be bringing you the latest on the tech meltdown that has grounded Britain today. And remember to email us, gbviews@gbnews.com, if you've been affected. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. A very hot day to come for much of England and Wales. Cooler elsewhere with cloud arriving from the west. We've still got weather fronts out to the north and west of the UK. They'll make greater progress through Saturday, so it's going to turn much cooler through the weekend. But through this afternoon, we'll see cloud building in across parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Still a warm day, though, across eastern areas of Scotland in particular. But the sunshine will turn much hazier across western areas of Wales, parts of southwest England, as well as we head into this afternoon, with some rain arriving into the far north and west of Scotland. It's a bit of a breezy day up here as well, but in the best of that sunshine in the south and east, 31, possibly 32 degrees. So it's likely to be the warmest day of the year so far today. Looking ahead into this evening, well, there's little change with still some hazy sunshine across much of Scotland. Still temperatures in the high teens across eastern Scotland, the low 20s in the central belt. Even across eastern areas of Northern Ireland, Belfast seeing 21 degrees to end the day. And the rain should stay away at least for most of the first part of the evening. And a very sunny evening to come, a hot evening, in fact, across many central and southern areas of England and parts of Wales as well. That will lead us into a very mild night tonight across the east. It's turning a little bit fresher from the west, but I think some of us will notice quite a muggy feel overnight tonight as this cloud really starts to build some drizzly rain moving into parts of Wales and southwestern areas of England. So temperatures widely in the high teens for much of England and Wales, slightly lower teens across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland, and rain will arrive here by tomorrow morning. Now, there's a chance of some very heavy downpours through Saturday as we switch into that cooler setup by the end of the weekend. So potentially some thunderstorms, heavy showers pushing into parts of Wales, southwest England and across many north and western areas. Ahead of that, though, hazy sunshine and temperatures still in the mid to high 20s. See you later. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good afternoon, Britain. Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it? Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us! Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in this studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
As time passes,
She could have said storm. You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
something practical could be done.
Or I can become something different.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Jubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Very good morning to you. It's 11 a.m. on Friday, the 19th of July, live across the UK. This is Britain's Newsroom with me, Ben Leo, and birthday girl Nana Akua.
Oh, thank you. But we got some breaking news this morning. A major IT outage is causing widespread disruption. Have you been impacted? Charlie Peters has the latest.
Banks closed, flights grounded, and GPs unable to see their patients. This widespread IT outage causing chaos across the country today. Security sources have ruled out a cyber attack, but the crisis is continuing.
And lawless Britain, Leeds descends into chaos with a police car overturned and a bus set on fire as locals are told to stay at home. The Home Secretary has condemned the actions overnight, and there was disorder also in the Whitechapel area of London.
And of course, get your sun cream and shades on. I'm always wearing sun cream and shades. Temperatures could hit 30 degrees with a heat health alert being issued in parts of the country. Let's cross live to Will Hollis in Skegness.
Beautiful weather, beautiful beaches, but will it be hot enough for long enough to call it a heat wave? We're here on the Lincolnshire coastline.
And the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, addressed the cabinet this morning. He's the first world leader to speak in Downing Street in person for almost 30 years.
It's such a glorious day. I'm so pleased. On my birthday last year, it was the same again. It's always July 19th.
The sun is shining for you, Nana. It's shining for you at home, but how soon are we going to get sick of it?
Never.
By tomorrow, we'll not be hoping for the rain. That's a typical British thing to do, isn't it?
We love complaining, as ever. But send us your views and post your comments. Tell us what you think of the lovely, glorious weather. Is it good? Is it bad? gbnews.com/your say. But first, let's get your latest news with Sam Francis.
Ben, Nana, thank you very much and good morning to you. It is exactly 2 minutes past 11 and we'll start this hour with a roundup of that breaking news today. The flights are grounded, trains have been disrupted and one major TV network was knocked off air earlier after an IT glitch sparked widespread outages across the world. These are the scenes live at Berlin's Schönefeld Airport, just one of the major transport hubs where flights are now grounded. Screens left blank in the departure halls with hundreds of passengers stranded, waiting for any sign of progress on their flights departing. Those travelling by rail also being warned about severe disruption, with TransPennine Express reporting that some people are having trouble purchasing their tickets here in the UK. And the glitch is thought to have originated at a cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike. It's also impacting some supermarkets and GP surgeries. CrowdStrike have said the global IT outage was not a security incident or cyber attack, as we just heard from Charlie Peters, and that the issue has been identified with a fix now being deployed. Plenty more on that as it develops with Charlie Peters, Ben and Nana throughout this morning. In other news, the President of Ukraine has asked Sir Keir Starmer to show his leadership and to convince other nations to remove limits on the use of long-range weapons as he addressed the cabinet this morning. President Zelensky's briefed them about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas in Russia where weapons are being concentrated. The UK government has suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine as long as international law is upheld. Well, Zelenskyy in the last few minutes has said that he looks forward to working with the new Labour government.
I truly hope that this beginning of the new British government's work will open up more shared opportunities for us, Ukraine and the UK. From the first days of the Russian war, our people have felt that Britain, your people, would not only stand by us, but also help bring victory closer.
In the US, Donald Trump says he had God on his side the day that a bullet narrowly missed him during a campaign speech. The former president returned to the stage last night for the first time since that assassination attempt, with a speech at the Republican National Convention. As he formally accepted his party's nomination for president, Mr. Trump recalled that moment that the bullet brushed by his ear before telling supporters he would be a president for all Americans.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood.
And staying with news in the US, Barack Obama has reportedly told senior Democrats that he's concerned over Joe Biden's ability to win November's election. The former president's understood to have told colleagues that Mr. Biden's path to victory has now greatly diminished. And it comes after a report in the New York Times suggests he has begun to accept that he may have to drop out of the race, though at least one source close to the president insists he hasn't yet made up his mind. The families of people who died during the COVID pandemic say a report released yesterday into how unprepared the UK was doesn't go far enough. The review found the civil service had failed the public due to significant flaws in preparations and makes 10 recommendations. But loved ones say they want more details on how they can challenge and address and improve capacity of public services. In the last hour or so, we've heard that the government has resumed funding for the Palestinian Refugee Agency, which is run by the United Nations. Funding was halted by the former Conservative government after Israel accused some of the agency's staff of being involved in the attacks on October the 7th. Foreign Secretary David Lammy, though, says the agency does now meet the highest standards of neutrality and confirmed Britain will resume fresh funding worth around £21 million. The former CEO of Royal Mail and a former Post Office minister are set to give evidence at the Horizon inquiry today. Dame Moya Green and Joe Swinson are being asked about errors in the Horizon IT system which led to sub-postmasters being wrongly convicted of fraud. It comes after yesterday's appearance by the leader of the Liberal Democrats at the hearing, Sir Ed Davey, who was the minister in charge of the service between 2010 and 2012. He has apologised for declining a meeting with the campaigner, Sir Alan Bates. And finally, a heat health alert in place across parts of England with temperatures across parts of England with temperatures expected today to soar to 30 degrees. The East and West Midlands, the South East, Eastern England and London are all included in the warning, which is in place right through until 11 o'clock tomorrow night, with many expected to take to the parks and beaches to enjoy the summer sun. Health experts are warning people to take care, to drink plenty of water and to wear sunscreen to avoid any heat exhaustion. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. Much more still to come. I'll be back with you in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Thanks, Sam. It's 11:07. You're with Britain's Newsroom on GB News, live all across the UK. Now, the big breaking story this morning is this IT glitch. Television channels, banks, airports, train stations all around the world, not just in the UK, have been knocked offline. Planes have been grounded, GP appointments delayed, hospital appointments delayed, and it's all due to this massive outage causing Windows computers to suddenly shut down. Joining us now is our reporter Charlie Peters to give us the latest. Charlie, seems to be escalating this, doesn't it?
Escalating, but the CEO of CrowdStrike, this platform, this cloud storage platform, which is reportedly involved in the security issue it provides, is cybersecurity for those platforms and those services. It's delivered a statement just in the last 10 minutes saying it's actively working with customers impacted by this defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. So they've delivered a cybersecurity update overnight, an antivirus update, which has led to this widespread Windows outage. Many people relying on those systems, of course. It is the typical work-focused platform and operating system. Went on to say that Mac and Linux hosts are not impacted. So this is limited to Windows. However, they have stressed in this statement that it's not a security incident, it's not a cyber attack. We did hear security sources earlier in the day reassuring that that was the case. This wasn't delivered by a hostile actor. And the CEO, George Kurtz, said that the issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed. Now, how long that fix will take, we don't know, because at the moment, flights grounded, GPs unable to be seen by their patients. They can't access records. One London GP saying in the last hour that blood tests and scans aren't able to be seen on their computers. We've also seen other outages and delays in the country with the rail system. Schools are telling children to go home or not come into school as well.
Really?
It's 11 a.m. now in England, so it's a bit late to be issuing that message, but we have seen that message being delivered. Lots of people sending their kids back home after the outages. They can't access their cloud services at school, and so they've got to be sent back.
So this seems extraordinary. One or a few people dealing with this software update overnight has potentially caused, because of their mistake, I mean, I'd guess billions and billions of pounds worth of economic turmoil, but also the human impact, as you mentioned, doctor's appointments, some GPs turning people away from visits this morning as well, just from one rogue software update.
One rogue software update, and it does show that technology, it can be a dream when it works, but when it goes awry, these scenarios can happen. We've seen people reverting back to pen and paper in so many of these services. In Dublin Airport, we've seen some footage of a departures board essentially being updated by using pens on whiteboards, which is not something that's been done for a long time.
Pretty nostalgic.
And we've seen a boarding pass in India being written on pen and paper as well. There has been some practice for this, unfortunately, in London at least, because 4 London hospitals had to revert to pen and paper for blood tests a couple of months ago after a major cyber attack impacted third-party providers for blood tests. I just want to bring another update that we've got from the Cabinet Minister, Pat McFadden. He said in the last few moments that Whitehall crisis officials are now coordinating an output response. He's referring specifically to Cobra, the Cabinet Office briefing rooms, those bunkers where they gather to deliver contingency plans across the civil service and government. That's being organised now. He said that Whitehall crisis officials are coordinating their response to this major IT outage, and that Pat McFadden, the Cabinet Minister, is in close contact with those teams, so we could see a government response later today as well.
Wow, extraordinary. Charlie Peters, thank you. And it just goes to show our reliance on technology and these juggernaut tech giants, the likes of CrowdStrike, who's involved in this situation, Amazon Web Services, another big one. If something happens, like a rogue software update, all hell breaks loose. Keep letting us know how it's affecting you at home, gbviews@gbnews.com. I think not least the most popular issue at the moment is paying for groceries and things in the supermarket, the bakery and so on, having to revert back to cash. Surprise, surprise. Who thought we'd need cash? Right, let's bring in now travel and aviation expert Sally Gethin. Good morning, Sally. We've had a flavour this morning of just how it's affecting some people at airports, for example. Our very own Neil Oliver, who's trying to fly from Edinburgh to London for his show tonight. He's stuck in Edinburgh. How long can we expect people like him and other passengers to be delayed, not just at the airports, but on trains and so on?
Right, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So what you're actually going to see in real terms on the ground is congested terminal buildings, very, very busy. Because don't forget, it's not just that the airline's IT systems have been reliant on this, on the software. It's the fact that ground handling services also rely on it as well. So, you know, when all your bags have to be put on the plane, the aircraft turnaround, all the support services around that. As you just mentioned, check-in and boarding, having to resort to manual methods. In many cases, the display boards aren't functioning, so there's a lack of communication to passengers on the ground. And then some airlines like Wizz Air are saying, come 3 hours early. Well, actually, that will build up the congestion at some airports as well. And on a global level, it's impacting airports around the world. So Las Vegas airport is really badly hit. Amsterdam Schiphol is badly hit. In the UK, some airports are being more open about the impact than others. So Birmingham Airport's giving very good updates. But if you are a passenger and you're stuck, even though you might be at the airport, you actually have to go to your airline for assistance. That's the problem. So you can't just expect the airport to respond to all your queries. It has to be the airline, because the airline's responsible for your journey. And
yes.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So, and of course, I was just going to say, as you alluded to, it's not just Britain, it's airports in India, Sydney, New Zealand, America, all around the world. In terms of the consumer side of things, if people have missed their flights and they're delayed on their holidays, what happens there? I mean, a lot of the time, from my own experience, airlines like to blame this thing on an act of God, which kind of allows them to wriggle out of it. Do you know where they would stand at this point when it comes to this situation?
Well, actually, it's rather an act of humankind, isn't it, because of this particular incident. But you're right, that because it's beyond the airline's control, they won't be able to, they won't have the capacity to manage it. So normally, say, if it's an airline strike, then within 14 days, you would actually get some compensation. But in this case, you won't. They do have an obligation to get you to your destination safely, and also provide you with some sustenance, like some basic food and drink, and worst case scenario, a hotel. But you might have to have deep pockets in a case like this, because you won't necessarily get that response as quickly as you might need.
Yeah, I've had it myself. I'm having my own battle with an airline I won't name. But yeah, indeed, they try their best to wriggle out of it. Sally Gethin, aviation expert and travel journalist, thanks very much. Right, this situation with the tech disruption and, of course, all the travel chaos couldn't have come at a worse time, because summer is finally here. We've waited long enough for it. Temperatures today are in excess of 30 degrees in parts of the country, and that's after a wet start to July. So, can we expect a mini heat wave over the next couple of weeks? Let's go live now to the roof of GB News Towers, where Nana Akweer is basking in the glorious sunshine. Nana, what's it like up there?
Well, I've got one word for you. Summer breeze. Oh, it makes me feel fine. It is stunning out here. It's beautiful. Listen, if you were planning to jet off somewhere, and obviously the IT blip has meant that you can't go, just get outside, because it's apparently going to be 30 degrees. They've stopped talking. I haven't seen any scary weather maps of fire, simply because we've had so much rain and the weather has been so atrocious that they should not dare. I know, of course, that the heat, there's obviously danger with too much heat, but, you know, we're all sensible people. Don't stay out in the sun at midday. Protect yourself with sunblock. I wear sunblock factor 50 every single day. Drink plenty of water. We know what to do. And if you can, and you are in an air-conditioned place, great. But I'm absolutely delighted with this weather. It's my birthday as well, and it's always such a good day on July the 19th. So I'm as pleased as punch. It's a beautiful day. Thank God it's here. Summer at last.
Summer at last, Nana, and I'm pretty jealous that you got to go up there, but it is your birthday, so I'll let you do it. We'll be coming back to you very shortly, but one man probably who's not enjoying this balmy weather is Jim Dale, the meteorologist, who I'm pretty sure, Jim, good morning, you're going to tell us that it's our love of fossil fuels and flying and whatever else that's to blame for this nice weather we've got this morning.
I'm not going there, Ben. I'm not going there. I'm with birthday girl Nana, enjoying it rather than, let's just say, looking over my shoulder at Europe, which is roasting parts of Greece and Turkey well in advance of where we are in the UK. Look, we're around 28 degrees at the moment. 28 degrees. It'll probably get to 30, 31 degrees. Now, if we get there, certainly 31, it will be the hottest day of the summer so far. But guess what? It's on the way out already. And not everybody's getting this weather, by the way. The further north and west you go, viewers who are in Scotland, for example, and further west, it's not so hot. So it's not for everybody, but at least it's covered maybe a half of the UK. So that's about where we are. But tomorrow, big change on the way. So one good day and it's all flopping, a big belly flop. Yeah, you know it. Frontal system coming in from the west. and it will produce some heavyweight rain, thunderstorms, this type of thing. Once we're at the backside of that on Sunday, I think the next several days actually are not too bad for the most of us. Yeah, there'll be a few showers around, but look, 32 degrees for some people is just that bit too hot, to be honest with you. And I'm just being honest about it. That's about where it is. That humidity rises, and that's the problem, Ben, the humidity within the heat, if you like. But I think next week, 22s, 23s, 24s in the London area, southeast, 21s, 20 around that for everybody else.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It is the humidity. Yesterday, it wasn't even really sunny, but I was walking after the show yesterday in the street and I was just dripping with sweat. It was so hot. So we've only got today, then the thunderstorms come tomorrow. I mean, you mentioned summer. We've not had a summer, have we, Jim? We've not had a summer. Are we going to get one likely before September, October?
We've already had 2 times in the London area into Norfolk. We saw 30 degrees C already. So this is the 3rd time. That's not bad for any summer. I know in between...
Sounds like a rubbish summer to me.
Where you going with it? Yeah, look, I think we've got to see ourselves as what we are. We're a temperate climate. We're on the edge of Europe. People who want 40 degrees, they can go to Greece, they can go to Malta, they can go to Turkey and North Africa and southern Spain, because that's where it is. And that will continue for the next week or 2 while we settle down into our low 20s and feel quite pleasant and happy about it. I think the big rain zone, apart from tomorrow, is over. And I think August, hopefully, will deliver something that most people can be happy about.
All right, Jim Dale, thank you for joining us, and thank you for not going down the route of climate alarmism and doom. Just let us enjoy. Let us enjoy one nice day. Thanks, Jim. Good stuff. Right, now, still to come, it sounds like we're finally taking action to solve the small boats crisis. Or are we? GB News revealed a few days ago 1,000 people had crossed the English Channel in the days following Labour's rise to power. Find out what they're doing about it next. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News. Back in a tick.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Now, the last time we spoke, we always talk about the topic of gender and your transition. So talk to me about now, though. What you've done is you've created a comic book about your life and about your transition to tell us things that perhaps the press and media don't talk about.
Yes, so throughout the years I have always been persuaded to write a book, but I was never ready to disclose so much. And I've been working this beautiful comic book. I brought you a little copy. It's here. You can have a look into it later, where I'm detailing past experiences, growing up in Brazil and then moving to this country, and my struggles, the struggles that I had to go through to become the woman that I'm today. I'm a woman. I'm not a biological woman, but I am a woman. I just cannot have babies because I don't have the female organs, but I'm a woman inside out, therefore I use the female toilet. But what has been going on around, there are a lot of people that regard themselves as being transgender when they're actually not. They don't have any psychological help, they don't have any medical help. They just wear female clothes and makeup and they call themselves female. And they're the ones using female spaces and take advantage of that. And that is what should stop and be controlled.
But that's the problem, isn't it? So what do you do to stop that? I mean, the suggestion was a third extra space. How would you feel about a third extra space where, this is where if somebody is trans or any of those other things can use rather than using the female toilet?
I don't think that would work, actually, because these people that those people that regard themselves as being females in their minds, they still would use the female toilet.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back, and welcome back to you, Nana. This is Britain's news. Yeah, really nice.
Did you work out the song that I was doing, Summer Breeze?
Summer Breeze,
Yeah.
I don't know who sings it, or, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the Isley Brothers. Very, very nice out there, though.
Nice. OK, bit of a gear change here on Britain's Newsroom because we've got some breaking news that another small boat migrant has unfortunately died in the English Channel overnight. That's as hundreds more make the crossing today, of course, the balmy weather making it a good opportunity for that journey.
Well, GBNews believes that the victim was a Sudanese woman drowned after the massively overcrowded boat that she was in began sinking in French waters just before 1 o'clock this morning. OK. Thoughts with those people, unfortunately, who succumbed to the Channel. We're joined now by author Amy Nicole Turner and political commentator Emma Webb in the studio. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for joining us. Right, well, I think we should start, because of this tragic news with regards to a migrant who's died. I'm going to start with this one. Border Force took migrants rescued from the Channel back to France the first time on Thursday. As the Prime Minister said, he wants an asylum seeker returns deal with Europe. Is this not a better way of sending people back so that they don't actually make the crossing in the first place?
Yeah, I think it points to the fact that we need to cooperate more with the French, more so than just giving them £54 million and hoping that they put more border force, more surveillance, that type of thing. But the French have been offering time and time again that we can process claims in France, and that would stop people making this journey. At present, we are saying no to that.
Well, hold on, didn't Rishi Sunak give about 500 million to the French, and part of that deal was to have a processing centre that would be in France? I mean, that subsequent government's been talking about that.
Our government has time and time again said that we will not process claims in France, and we will continue to take on, I think it's about 3 nationalities. So we don't have the safe and legal routes. So our government has said that we will not process claims in France, particularly from places like Sudan. That's where the lady who lost her life...
Keir Starmer doesn't seem to have plans to process them in France, so...
I know. I'm completely critical of all government approaches, because until they open up safe and legal routes for people from the likes of Sudan, this will continue happening.
But look, safe and legal routes, all very well. You just have loads more and more people coming, but I don't think it'll stop people crossing the Channel in that way. I don't believe that the
I agree.
People will use the safe and legal routes as we've set up. That's
but there aren't safe and legal routes.
But there are other ways of getting here.
People will still do it, particularly those who are up to no good. So I think actually there's a bit of spin on this story, because it looks like, oh, we've got a Labour government, this is a good, optimistic, cause for optimism. They've sent the boat back to France. Yes, I think it would be a very good thing for every boat that crosses to just be sent back to France, or if we have documentation for them, but of course they throw that away to send them back to their country of origin. However, the reason why they could do this was because the boat was in French waters. What we need to be able to do is to send them back when they are in British waters. So this isn't...
That makes no sense.
This doesn't mean...
Why does it make no sense?
Because what are you going to then... They're detaining hundreds of people in inhumane conditions indefinitely. The Australians...
No, they didn't.
There are plenty of people in detention off of Australia. If you push it back to
Amy,
France...
that's not true. Hang on a minute, that's not true. Australia put them in very sturdy lifeboat-style vessels, sent them to offshore processing centres, Papua New Guinea, etc. What do you mean,
Where they still are. People are still in those detention centres. Anyway, if you push it back to France, then you push it back to Italy, then you push it back to Libya, when does it stop?
Why not?
At the moment, because we take 1% of the world's refugees. We are 20th in Europe at taking asylum seekers. Why don't we play our part and accept a few more people that we can and we're able to do?
But still, that doesn't stop the people crossing the Channel. That's all very well, that's all very nice. We can take more people legally.
Actually, it would stop people crossing the Channel.
I think you're very wrong. The kind of people who are crossing the Channel, a lot of them are, maybe they've done something bad, they do not want, they may
Or maybe they're from Sudan, like the women that just lost their life.
They're using criminal means to get here. They're criminal gangs. I mean, let's be honest, it's a people trafficking thing that people are doing, and you are condoning it.
No, I'm not. I'm saying we should process people in France so they don't have to take the journey. I'm saying open, safe and legal routes so they don't have to take the journey. We're offering asylum to 3 nations at the moment. That's why people are getting on the boat.
It might make a tiny dent in people crossing, but it's not going to stop the problem. And I think, you know, we've seen with the situation that's been unfolding in our cities. I mean, there were effectively two riots last night. We can't even secure our cities and we can't secure our borders. It's an unacceptable situation. But the point I think about this story is that it's not a reason for optimism, because it's a one-off that they've managed, that they've sent this back to France because it was in French waters.
The boat was so poor that they couldn't push it all the way to the UK.
It
wasn't really...
If it's in French waters, it goes to France. If it's in British waters, it comes to Britain. So we need to be able to send boats back that... even all the way up to reaching our shores. We find them on a Dover beach, we send them back to France. That's what we need to be doing.
I don't know why.
Because otherwise we don't have secure borders.
Responsibility. Why is France more responsible than us? Because we have a global responsibility, surely. As one of the richest countries in the world, we're one of the...
We have a responsibility. We have a responsibility.
There's poverty across the United Kingdom. We are full. There's homeless English, British veterans on the street.
Amy said that's got nothing to do with it. What's that got to do with anything?
At the moment, we don't really take the number of migrants that, one, is presented by the mainstream media. I think last year we
Japan
took...
doesn't take any.
Japan
takes no migrants.
So let's take the example
economies as well.
So if we take the example of the woman from Sudan who lost her life, do you think she did not deserve to claim asylum here in the UK?
We don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. We don't know.
You don't know?
No, we don't know. But the bottom line is this: by this soft touch, you're actually indirectly you are perpetuating it. That's what's happening with this sort of mindset. The mindset that if you arrive somewhere that you shouldn't be, you'll be sent back.
But why shouldn't
It's also not about economics. It's about security.
I don't want them to get on the boat. Yeah, but they shouldn't get on the boat.
But you have, according to international law, you have the right to claim asylum in a safe country.
But you don't have the right to cross the channel.
So it's not.
But you also
don't have the right to cross the channel.
Yes, you do.
That's illegal. No, that is.
But you also have
illegal.
You also have a moral obligation to protect your citizens. It's not about economics. It's about security. So even despite the very legitimate arguments about supply and demand and whether or not we can accommodate these people, which clearly we can't with NHS public services, all of this other stuff, the fact that we're paying so much of taxpayer money in order to house these people when we have our own people who are homeless on the streets, we have a moral obligation, and the government has a moral obligation to the citizens of this country. We should be able to secure our borders. We are a joke as a country if we cannot secure our borders.
If you took the migrants that came last year and are waiting to have their claims process, which is a massive problem. They shouldn't be waiting for that long. The population would go up by about 0.04%. But that is not crisis. That is not a national security threat. It's a joke to suggest as much.
Sorry, you say that's not a crisis. Depends if you're on a housing waiting list. It depends if you are trying to get a GP appointment. It depends where you are and what you do. Hold on. Now, let me finish. Now, the Labour government has said that they're going to do 1.5 million new homes and it will be given to people on basis of need. Well, I would put to you that somebody who's a migrant who's come to this country will probably go ahead of the queue.
You're talking about... we're talking about illegal migration. That makes up 5%.
But it doesn't matter what percentages because you don't know who's coming in.
But
it takes a small percentage of people to do a bad thing.
But you're talking about housing lists, you're talking about the NHS, you're talking about...
It will impact it all.
But that's what I was saying. It's not... But that's what I was saying.
Are tiny.
Yes, those arguments are legitimate, but it's not about that. It's about security, and it takes one person.
Great conversation, fascinating, and our thoughts with the person who has died, unfortunately, in the channel. But we're going to have to throw to the news now. Sam Francis has your news bulletins.
Very good morning to you. It's just coming up to 32 minutes past 11. The top story this morning: banks, businesses, planes and trains around the world have been knocked offline after a major IT outage believed to have been caused by a faulty update to widely used cyber security software. These are the scenes live at Berlin's Schoenfeld Airport, just one of the major transport hubs where flights are currently grounded. Screens there left blank, with hundreds of passengers who were heading for summer holidays now stranded in departure halls. Here, those travelling by rail have also been warned about severe disruptions to the network, with TransPennine Express reporting that some people are still having trouble purchasing tickets via the e-ticket system. The glitch is thought to have originated at a cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike and is also impacting some supermarkets and GP surgeries here in the UK. But in a statement in the last few minutes, the firm has said the problem was caused by a defect in a tech update and that it was not a security incident or cyber attack. The president of Ukraine has asked Sir Keir Starmer to show his leadership in the fight against Russia as he addressed the cabinet this morning. President Zelensky's briefed them about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas in Russia where weapons are being concentrated. The UK government has suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine as long as international law is upheld. One person has drowned after an overcrowded boat began sinking in the English Channel overnight. The woman, believed to be from Sudan, died while 86 others were rescued by a French patrol vessel just after 1 o'clock this morning. Those on board the boat initially refused any help, but an hour later the boat deflated, throwing many into the water. Rescue teams did attempt to resuscitate the woman, but she died at the scene. The woman is the 6th migrant to drown in the Channel in just a week. In the US, Donald Trump has said he had God on his side the day that a bullet narrowly missed him during a campaign speech. The former president returned to the stage for the first time since that assassination attempt with a speech at the Republican National Convention, where he did formally accept his party's nomination for president. Meanwhile, Barack Obama has reportedly told senior Democrats that Joe Biden's path to victory has greatly diminished. It comes as a report in the New York Times suggests that Biden has begun to accept that he may have to drop out of the race, though at least one person close to the president insists he's not yet made up his mind. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. More for you in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
And a quick look at the markets for you this morning. The pound will buy you $1.2903 and €1.1861. The price of gold just after 11:30 is £1,868.99 per ounce. And the FTSE 100 this hour is at 8,167 points.
Cheers Britannia Wine Club proudly sponsors the GB News Financial Report.
Right, 35 minutes after 11 o'clock. Good morning. If you just tuned in, where have you been? We're off soon, but up at noon. Good afternoon, Britain, with Tom and Emily. What's coming up?
Tom does make me laugh with his inappropriate jokes sometimes.
Really? What did he say?
I won't reveal. I won't reveal.
Stick me in it.
It's so warm today that I've suddenly got a tan.
Oh my!
It's amazing, isn't it? But yes, we've got a lot coming up on the show. Some serious, some lighter topics as well.
Yes, we're going to be crossing to the United States for the funeral of the firefighter who was shot at the Donald Trump rally in Pennsylvania. He was stood in the wrong place. Some reports that he jumped in front of his wife and daughter and was tragically killed with the bullet that was aimed at Donald Trump. We're going to be live at his funeral in Pennsylvania, where there's going to be a procession of fire engines in honour of him.
Is Trump going to the funeral?
Trump is in Milwaukee, so he won't be going to the funeral because it's a few thousand.
He did pay tribute to the chap though before his speech yesterday, didn't he? There was some footage of Trump kissing a fireman's helmet and an outfit.
Yeah, because of course all the attention has been on Donald Trump and the near. Assassination, of course, but it's should remember that someone lost their life amidst it all. Also, we're going to be talking, of course, about this global outage. I mean, what on earth is going on? Apparently, a fix is being deployed. How long will it take for everything to come back to life? And how many people have been affected?
Yeah. Obviously, airport chaos, travel chaos, but also just businesses not being able to do their business. It reminds me a bit of sort of all of the what was perhaps hyped up hysteria around the Millennium Bug.
I knew you were going to say that, yes.
But it does point to these single points of failure that we have in all of the systems upon which we rely now. And how many more just tiny lines of code that can go through a tiny change would upset everything in the world?
It's pretty worrying, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I used to computer program years ago on COBOL, which is a very old-based language. I used to do computer programming. And one full stop in the wrong place, the whole thing, and you had to go through and through and through. And here we are learning of a weakness. And I wonder how many other industries or facilities have this one weakness where we're all interlinked that will cause literally chaos.
And thank goodness GB News isn't affected.
Well, Sky News were.
But you think about all of these...
You both went,
But you think about all of these different and diverse companies, they all rely, or many of them do, on the same architecture. And within that architecture, it's built upon programmes that are built upon programmes that are built upon programmes. One little thing at the base could be wrong and the whole tower collapses. Really
the main ones being, so CrowdStrike is involved today, Amazon Web Services, another main one. As you said, it was just a reliance on these...
City traders,
and people can't get their Gale's coffee.
So middle class.
I'm stuffed.
First world problems. Well, listen, all that and more at midday. We'll be live from Leeds as well, where mass riots broke out last night. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. It could be the hottest day of the year so far for some areas in the south and east. However, across the north and west, it's still fairly cloudy and much cooler up here. It will be a drier day though today for parts of Northern Ireland and much of Scotland. Hazy sunshine affecting northern areas of England, as well as some western areas of Wales, some cloud moving into parts of Cornwall later on this afternoon as well. Further east though, elsewhere across England and Wales, it will be a very dry and warm day, strong sunshine, temperatures climbing into the 30s across the southeast. We've only had 30.5 so far this year, so we could see the hottest day of the year so far. And as we head into this evening, it will be staying on the warm side of things. There's a bit more of a breeze across northern areas, particularly across Scotland, where we do have this weather front still affecting the western Isles, potentially some showery rain across parts of central areas of Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Now, across northeastern England, some hazy sunshine to end the day, but temperatures still in the mid-20s. And overnight tonight, temperatures might not dip much below 20 degrees across some southeastern areas, which could mean it would be a tropical night. However, there is a change on the way as we head into the weekend. This weather front will make more progress eastwards across the country, and behind it, it will turn much cooler into Sunday. But before then, as I said, a mild night quite widely across the UK, temperatures in the mid to high teens for many of us. But some heavy rain first thing across Northern Ireland, western areas of Scotland as well. And those outbreaks of heavy rain will push into parts of the southwest, parts of Wales as well throughout the afternoon. In particular, hazy sunshine spreading into central and eastern areas of England as well as Scotland too. However, across the far south and east, it will still feel warm. Temperatures still potentially climbing into the low 30s here.
Join me, Nana Akwir, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely. Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
11:41, Ben and Nana with you on Britain's Newsroom on this glorious day where the sun is shining in certain parts of the UK. I know some of you on gbnews.com/yoursay have said, I'm up north, the sun's not shining.
There's no sun. What? There's no sun. It's beautiful. 30 degrees here. You want to get down south? I say that as a northerner.
Get down south.
Many parts of the UK could actually finally have a taste of summer today with a mini heatwave expected to replace what has been an extremely wet first half of July. I mean, at points I've had my heating on.
And also, it has been very very wet in July and June, and yet we had this this rather bizarre conclusion that June and July were the hottest months on record. Did you see that?
Well, there'll be a hosepipe ban if this carries on till Tuesday.
Right, yeah, of course, definitely. Right, joining us now is GB News East Midlands reporter Will Hollis from the glorious sands of Skegness, or Skeg Vegas, Will, as you've been calling it all morning.
Yes, beautiful, bright blue skies, white sandy beaches, everything that you would want from a seaside visit when you've spent all your time in the landlocked around the country to enjoy the place that is the home of the very first Butlins, Skegness, Skeg Vegas. People are coming here for ice creams, they're coming here for fish and chips, but youngsters are also coming here for donkey rides as well. And John, your family have been running the donkey rides here across the Lincolnshire coastline for how many generations?
It's third generation.
Third generations of 100+ years, isn't it?
Yes.
What is it about donkey rides that is so synonymous with places like Skegness?
Well, it's the same old story, fish chips. Donkey rides, it just goes with a resort, doesn't it? You can't get a resort without a donkey ride.
30 degrees it could be, even hotter down south, but we'll accept it here in Lincolnshire. What does it do for business, especially after a bit of a dreary wet period?
Well, it's been really bad. I mean, it's not 30 here today, as you can see. There's a nice breeze going on. But, yeah, the weather beats us all the time. It's about the first time we've had a decent spell of good weather. So, fingers crossed, we'll be able to start earning money, because we haven't up to now. It's been really, really bad.
And how important is it to get money into your pockets for your sake, so that you can pay for the things you need to pay for, but also for the things that the donkeys need to be able to keep doing this job?
Well, that's it. I mean, we can't just switch them off. They've got to be fed, looked after, even if we earn money or we don't. There's trucks to run, and there's site fees to pay. There's everything still got to be paid. Even if the donkeys don't earn no money, you've still got to pay it. They don't turn around and say, oh, you're having a bad year, leave it. We've still got to pay everything. Trucks, insurance, road tax, diesel, same as everybody, really.
And what's your message to people that are at home right now thinking, Skegness, do I really want to travel 80 miles to get out there? Why should they come here?
You want to come here, it's a nice clean resort, good beaches, good facilities. It's a really nice place, nice and clean, friendly, welcoming. Yeah, come to Skeg.
And we've got one of the young men who's about to take a donkey ride over here. What's your name, young man? What's your name?
Jamal.
Jamal, and where are you from?
Leicester.
Leicester. Why have you come here and who are you here with?
I'm here with my mum, my dad and my sister.
Here for a family holiday or is it just for the day?
No, I've been to Butlins for a couple of days.
And what was that like? What's it been like visiting Skegness when it's been a bit wet, but now you've got this beautiful bright blue sunshine?
It was really good, I think. And I really like the sunny weather.
Yeah.
And also, I remember in the Butlins beach, I found a starfish on the seafront.
Found a starfish, you've got a donkey, you're a bit of a Dr. Dolittle. You're about to take a donkey ride. Is it Mum that we've got over here? Mum, do you want to come and have a quick word with us as well? What is it about Skeg? Come over here, judges on this side, round here. Come on, Mum, round here. Let's not spook the dog. Mum, what is it about Skegness that makes you want to come here, especially when it's beautiful hot weather?
Oh, it's just got everything here for kids, isn't it? Everything as well. You don't need nothing else, really, do you? Yeah, especially when the weather's like this. I mean, it's a nice beach. People call it in that a lot, but to be fair, it's a nice, clean beach. And, yeah, it's got donkeys, it's got it's got everything for kids, isn't it? You know.
It's all about the children, the seaside.
Leicester, so it's not too far. You know, it's only a couple of hours on the train, which is doable, isn't it?
A couple of hours from Leicester, a couple of hours from Nottingham. Yeah. Mum and Jamal here on the donkeys. We're here all day in beautiful, sunny weather.
Lovely stuff, Will. Excellent. And next time we come to you, I want to see you on a donkey having a trip around the sands.
Careful.
Sorry?
No, versus after your fireman comment. I don't even know the... Anyway, let's not go there.
Yeah, no,
right,
it's before the watershed.
Thank you very much, Will Hollis. It was deserted in Skegness. But somebody did point out that the donkeys didn't have any shade, which I was worried about as well, and you mentioned it too. And so somebody said, oh, they need some shade. Bless their hearts. I felt bad about that.
And can I just make a quick appeal to the British people to try your best to go and visit seaside towns this summer. Kent, Sussex, Surrey, Suffolk, well, not Surrey, up north, everywhere, Cornwall, St Ives. Anywhere you can. Our seaside towns need tourism, they need money, they need bums on seats, so please try your best.
Yeah, no, it was Colleen. Colleen said, oh, can you check with your reporter at the beach on Skegness if those donkeys have any shade? I didn't notice any, bless her. Yeah, I'm sure they do, I hope so. But up next, we'll be live from Leeds, where mass riots broke out last night. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates.
You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it?
Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
A new report suggests that Prince Harry is lonely in California and he's considering returning to Britain despite a seismic falling out with his father and his brother.
But the question we're asking this morning is whether Meghan would come with her Prince Charming or whether Harry would perhaps be more welcome here if he came solo.
Like Kinsey, we'll go to Kinsey Schofield live now in LA. Kinsey, we've got lots of time to talk about this and speculate this. We've got about 6 minutes or so to talk. But what's behind all of this? Where are these thoughts coming from?
They're coming from royal author Hugo Vickers, and I don't know if you're familiar with Mr. Vickers, but he's written over 30 books about the British royal family. And he told The Sun that Prince Harry will ultimately return to the UK with his tail between his legs. He described the Duke of Sussex as angry and says Harry is genuinely petrified of losing his wife, Meghan Markle. When asked his predictions for where Harry and Meghan will be in the next 20 years, Vickers told The Sun, I think he'll come home, explaining, I think Harry will come home, and if he comes home, we must be very nice to him because he won't particularly want to. He's quite angry, suggesting that he would be coming home solo. Vickers also said that Prince Harry looks slightly petrified of Meghan Markle and that King Charles has left the door wide open for Harry's return if and when he does decide to come back.
I can only imagine the culture shock that Prince Harry has faced arriving there. This is a kid that has grown up in castles.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Right, it's 11:50. A major riot erupted last night, I'm sure you've seen on social media, in northeast Leeds as vehicles were set on fire and even a police car was overturned, and in a bus as well. There was shocking footage of a bus being set alight. So the question being today, are we living in lawless Britain?
Well, our reporter, our Yorkshire and Humber reporter, Anna Riley, is in Leeds for us this morning. So, Anna, can you give us an update on what's happened, and do we have any more detail on why these riots took place?
Yes, well, we're here now on Foundry Approach, just off Hare Hills Lane in Hare Hills in Leeds. You may be able to see behind us the remains of a burnt-out double-decker bus that was set alight by rioters last night. A police cordon still remains in place. You can see there's several officers that still are surrounding the area. We understand a clean-up operation is set to go on throughout the day, but what we do know is that this rioting first started at 5 o'clock yesterday in one of the streets nearby to where we are now, and it all happened when police came to remove 4 children from a home on behalf of social services, and that's when other people came out on the street and started this riot. Pictures emerged of a police vehicle that had been overturned. Another police vehicle that was parked up was then set upon by rioters, some of them young children as well as adults getting involved, throwing scooters and bricks and actually smashing through car doors. Later on, as the night progressed, that's when fires started to break out. about. Still in the centre of the road, just behind us, there is fire scorch marks on the ground. And what we do know from police, West Yorkshire Police, Craig Nichols said this disorder was utterly unacceptable and underscores the unpredictable challenges faced by our officers daily. What should have been a standard duty quickly turned into a night of chaos, highlighting the need for robust support and resources for those tasked with maintaining public safety. So as we have more throughout the day, we will bring that to you, but this is still the scene here at Foundry Approach with that burnt out bus behind us.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna Riley, out there in Leeds. Some of you have been getting in touch. I love this one from James Downey. He says, well, folks, it started just 2 weeks and offers Labour's great cash bonanza giveaway has begun. 84 million to Africa, 3 billion to Ukraine, reinstatement of more UK aid to Gaza and the UN package. Nothing, of course, for you and me. There's a bit more, but it's very good.
And I previously told Will Hollis in Skegness to get on the donkey, but I didn't realise it's only for kids, and also when it comes to kids, there's weight restrictions as well. So, Maureen, you've said, no, Ben, you don't need to see Will sitting on a donkey. He's too big and too heavy. I take that back. If there's any adults listening or large kids, do not sit on donkeys.
He's
please.
quite petite, though. He's sort of like you.
He is, but I think that the limit is under 4'7" and age 10 or under. So Will Hollis definitely. So that's all for today. Thank you for joining us. It's been a blast. Tom and Emily are up next on Good Afternoon Britain. See you soon.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Be there, be square.
Well, we've got an absolutely massive show today. Of course, we'll be catching up with Anna Riley in Leeds after that night of riots. Why is that area such a tinderbox? And we'll be talking about why the police acted in the way they did.
We'll also be in Pennsylvania for the funeral of the brave firefighter who got shot at the Donald Trump rally just over a week ago. We'll be live to see that. But also, we're going to be looking at your weather, because it's not just very sunny. Here's a full forecast for you.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. A very hot day to come for much of England and Wales. Cooler elsewhere with cloud arriving from the west. We've still got weather fronts out to the north and west of the UK. They'll make greater progress through Saturday, so it's going to turn much cooler through the weekend. But through this afternoon, we'll see cloud building in across parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland. Still a warm day, though, across eastern areas of Scotland in particular. But the sunshine will turn much hazier across the western areas of Wales, parts of southwest England, as well as we head into this afternoon, with some rain arriving into the far north and west of Scotland. It's a bit of a breezy day up here as well, but in the best of that sunshine in the south and east, 31, possibly 32 degrees, so it's likely to be the warmest day of the year so far today. Looking ahead into this evening, well, there's little change, but still some hazy sunshine across much of Scotland. Still temperatures in the high teens across eastern Scotland, the low 20s in the central belt. Even across eastern areas of Northern Ireland, Belfast seeing 21 degrees to end the day. And the rain should stay away at least for most of the first part of the evening. And a very sunny evening to come, a hot evening, in fact, across many central and southern areas of England and parts of Wales as well. That will lead us into a very mild night tonight across the east. This turning a little bit fresher from the west, but I think some of us will notice quite a muggy feel overnight tonight as this cloud really starts to build, some drizzly rain moving into parts of Wales and southwestern areas of England. So temperatures widely in the high teens for much of England and Wales, slightly lower teens across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland, and rain will arrive here by tomorrow morning. Now, there's a chance of some very heavy downpours through Saturday as we switch into that cooler setup by the end of the weekend. So potentially some thunderstorms, heavy showers pushing into parts of Wales, southwest England and across many north and western areas. Ahead of that, though, hazy sunshine and temperatures still in the mid to high 20s. See you later. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
£30,000 in tax-free cash really could be yours. It's our biggest cash prize of the year so far, and you could be getting that winning call from us to tell you that you're our next Great British Giveaway winner.
I can't believe this.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
That is absolutely fantastic.
We're over the moon.
I've never won anything like this in my life.
Oh, you shocked me. I never won a penny in my life.
If I was there, I'd buy you a drink.
For another chance to win £30,000. £2 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Isabel Webster. Thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 12 o'clock on Friday, the 19th of July. I'm Emily Carver. And Britain grounded as tech outages cause chaos around the world. Airlines, rail, banking, and even supermarkets have all been affected in a global tech meltdown. And Leeds in flames. West Yorkshire police under fire after riot police were driven out by a violent mob last night in Hare Hills, Leeds. A police car was overturned, a double-decker bus was torched as thugs created bonfires in the streets. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has addressed the British cabinet, becoming the first foreign leader to do so in person since US President Bill Clinton back in 1997. We're live on Downing Street. And has summer arrived where you are? Parts of Britain will be baking in temperatures hotter than Portugal today as temperatures are set to soar beyond 30 degrees. And you might be wondering where my lovely co-host is this afternoon. He seems to have disappeared, but I've just heard that actually, he's up there on the GB News rooftop. Tom, nice shades. How's the temp?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to briefly take these off, but my goodness me, it's scorching up here. I can barely see. I'm squinting for my life's worth, really. But we're here facing what look like they could be 32-degree temperatures. Summer has finally arrived here in London, but not just in the southeast. Across the country, we're seeing potentially the hottest day of the year so far. And it does feel like we deserve it after what have been, frankly, some disappointing summer months. Weeks of rain, clouds, grey skies, no more. They have been banished, for the jet stream has turned a corner. No longer has it been funneling the warm Caribbean weather to the south of Europe. Instead, it's inflected upwards, and we're facing this glorious, glorious weather, and long may it continue. So yes, I decided to come up on the roof and even bring my shades.
I mean, Tommy, you look like you're having a fabulous time. Why don't we just leave you up there for the rest of the 3 hours? Just joking, just joking. Please come down and rejoin me after the headlines with Sam Francis.
Emily, thanks very much and good afternoon to you. It's just after 12 o'clock and this lunchtime, we'll just start with a breaking line. We're hearing that police have launched a manhunt after a prisoner escaped from Wormwood Scrubs during a hospital visit. Officers say they are looking for Graham Gomm after he slipped free from guards on Wednesday night at Hammersmith Hospital, we understand, where he was receiving medical treatment. The 63-year-old who was remanded on custody for burglary offences and in prison was reported of having absconded in the early hours of yesterday morning. Any more details on that, we will, of course, bring them to you. But at this stage, we're hearing that a manhunt is now underway after a prisoner has escaped, Graham Gomm, that is, from Wormwood Scrubs on a hospital visit. In other news today, cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike says it is actively working to fix a defect in an update for users on Microsoft's Windows software, which has, of course, sparked a global IT outage. These are the live scenes of Berlin's Schoenfeld Airport, where one of the major transport hubs that's encountering the glitch has grounded flights. Banks, supermarkets, GP clinics and even major TV and radio broadcasters are among the many who've been knocked offline. Those travelling by rail here in the UK are also affected, with TransPennine Express, Thameslink and Southern among those warning of major disruptions. A spokesperson for CrowdStrike says the issue has now been identified and it's not, they say, a cybersecurity incident or attack. The president of Ukraine has asked Keir Starmer to show his leadership and convince other nations to remove limits on the use of long-range weapons as he addressed the cabinet this morning at Downing Street. President Zelenskyy briefed them about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas in Russia where weapons are being concentrated. The UK government suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine, as long as international law is upheld. Well, President Zelenskyy says he looks forward to working with the new Labour government.
I truly hope that this beginning of the new British government's work will open up more shared opportunities for us, Ukraine and the UK. From the first days of the Russian war, our people have felt that Britain, your people, would not only stand by us, but also help bring victory closer.
President Zelenskyy there speaking to the cabinet this morning. In other news, the families of people who died during the COVID pandemic say a report into how unprepared the UK was doesn't go far enough. The review found the civil service failed the public due to significant flaws in preparations, policy and planning, and makes 10 recommendations. But loved ones say they want more detail on how they can challenge, address and improve the capacity of public services. One person has drowned after an overcrowded migrant boat began sinking in the English Channel overnight. The woman, believed to be from Sudan, died and 86 people were rescued by a French patrol vessel. But those on board that boat initially refused help, though an hour later the boat deflated, throwing many of them into the water, and rescue teams attempted to resuscitate the woman, though she did die at the scene. She is now the 6th migrant to drown in the Channel in just a week. In the US, Donald Trump says he had God on his side on the day that a bullet narrowly missed him during a campaign speech. The former president returned to the stage for the first time since that assassination attempt with a speech at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. As he formally accepted the party's nomination for president, Mr. Trump recalled the moment that the bullet brushed by his ear before telling supporters he would be a president for all Americans.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood.
Meanwhile, Barack Obama has reportedly told senior Democrats that he is concerned over Joe Biden's ability to win November's election. The former president is understood to have told colleagues that Mr. Biden's path to victory has now greatly diminished. It comes after a report in the New York Times is suggesting President Biden may have begun to accept that he has to drop out of the race, though at least one person close to the president insists he's not yet made up his mind. And a heat health alert is in place across parts of England, with temperatures expected to soar above 30 degrees today. The East and West Midlands, the South East, Eastern England and London are all included in the warning, which is in place right through until 11 o'clock tomorrow night. And with many people expected to take to the parks and the beaches to enjoy the summer sun, health experts are warning people to take care, to drink water and to, of course, wear sunscreen to avoid heat exhaustion. And one last story for you, and it's a good one. A 72-year-old grandmother has been named as Alton Towers' first ever chief ride tester. Jackie Smith, who's a noted daredevil from Wiltshire, says she's honoured to take on the responsibility of ensuring that the park's rides live up to her high standards for thrills. And she brings an impressive wealth of experience, having been the first woman to ever join the parachute regiment known as the Red Devils when she was just 19 years old. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. Much more for you at 12:30.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good afternoon, Britain. Oh, here he is. Here he is, my co-host.
I told you I'd be here on time. I told you I'd be here on time. There we go.
I think you've got a bit of colour. A bit of colour up there.
Yeah, a couple of minutes in the sunshine on the roof. Can't go amiss.
Well, it is 12:09 now, and to more serious news, other than the weather, which is rather nice, and I know it's not that nice everywhere, so do get in touch. Perhaps you are out in the garden enjoying the sunshine. Let us know. But yes, this worldwide tech meltdown is really causing chaos across the globe.
Queues are building up at UK airports as airlines are forced to ground planes.
NHS England is now warning patients that the IT outage is causing disruption in the majority of GP practices.
And this all comes as broadcasters, banks and even supermarkets are struggling after being knocked offline.
Well, with the latest is our national reporter Charlie Peters now. I mean, Charlie, where do we start?
Well, the reaction, I think, is where we should get stuck into first, because it does seem now the government is firing up its response to this global IT outage to respond to the fact that so many planes, trains, banks, etc., grinding to a halt this morning in Britain. So we've heard from the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, that's reportedly behind this issue, saying that they are actively working to fix a defect in an update that they delivered overnight to Windows users. Now, they've confirmed that Mac and Linux users haven't been affected by this, so it's specifically on Windows operating systems that this blockage is occurring. Many users, particularly at airports, reporting having the famous blue screen of death. When you try and fire up a system, nothing appears, and you just have that blank blue screen. They said that the issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed. But how long that fix will take, and will it capture all of these crises swiftly, we just don't know. So in order to respond to that, in Britain, we've heard from the Cabinet Office Minister, Pat McFadden, who said that the COBRA system, which is the Cabinet Office Briefing Room A, which is where they have these meetings to respond to incidents of civil contingency and emergency, that system has been fired up to respond to the situation. So that's dealing with issues of national emergency or major disruption. And we've also heard from the Transport Secretary, Louise Hay, saying that she is working at pace with industry after the disruption that we've seen at railway stations and also at airports this morning.
And yet, Charlie, this is all stemming from a company of which most people won't have ever heard, that is underpinning quite a significant proportion of business infrastructure, travel infrastructure, even banking infrastructure in this country and further afield. India, another country that's been massively hit, but perhaps that's because they've already had most of their day. Perhaps America is about to experience just how much has been hit over there as well. Remarkable that one security update from one basically unheard of company with an error in a line of code, presumably, can upset our entire so much of our infrastructure.
Technology, it's a dream when it works and a disaster when it doesn't, particularly on something like working on the cloud. And the core issue at play here is that this CrowdStrike system provides cybersecurity updates for cloud information, which is where information, data and systems are stored on a network which can be accessed by others using that network, particularly through the internet. If that gets disrupted in one way, then there's no local ability for users to access that information. If it falls in one place, it falls for all, which is why so many people are struggling to access cloud-driven information and software today throughout the world.
I mean, not to catastrophise, but could this demonstrate how vulnerable we are potentially to threats that come through tech, through our tech infrastructure in terms of national security, hostile states?
Yeah, and appallingly, London has had quite a lot of time to practice its response to a situation like this, because 2 months ago, the NHS endured its worst cyber attack in history, one of the worst cyber attacks in British history, really, when a third party that provides pathology information, particularly for blood tests, was struck by a cyber attack by the Killing Group in Russia. They're still working through that response. Thousands of appointments were cancelled. People are still having their blood tests delivered by pen and paper, and information is being recorded manually. So they've had contingency measures in place to deal with that. We're now going to see this switching beyond just a few trauma centres and GPs in South London to across the country. The majority of GP practices affected, and it's not just going to be blood tests, as we've heard with this Killing situation, that Russia-aligned hacking group. This is going to be recording information, accessing scans, the ability to have tests checked. It's going to be way more widespread. But the luck in this case, and it really is luck, is that it appears from all the original reports from the security services and the national cybersecurity apparatus in Britain, that this was not delivered by a hostile state. This is a mistake. This is an error, not a targeted attack. We'll await for more information confirming that, because it has had such a devastating impact. But the original reports here suspect that that's not been the case. However, it's worth noting, actually, while we're on this, that the Chinese state media is saying today, in the last half hour or so, that they've not been affected by this outage. Now, Windows, of course, is a operating system used predominantly throughout the whole world. So why it's not been impacted in Beijing and why it has throughout the rest of the West, we'll have to dig more into why that's been the case.
That's very curious. Charlie, thank you very much indeed. Now we want to know how this is affecting, people up and down the country. We're now joined by someone currently at Gatwick Airport, Stephanie Lake. Stephanie,
Hi.
You're at the airport. Have you been impacted by the travel chaos?
Yeah, actually, our flight's been cancelled. We didn't get told that at the time. We were supposed to fly at 10:45. We only got told about 20 minutes ago that that was cancelled. There aren't any Vueling representatives here. It was just the Gatwick staff. And yeah, there's no way to get in contact with anybody. We've tried the phones, nothing. Website's not working. Just don't know what to do.
That I suppose explains the real trouble at the core of this. It isn't just in sort of a normal way as a flight might have had to be cancelled, but the systems work to tell you that it's been cancelled. Clearly the systems don't work to communicate with you or for you to communicate with the team who've cancelled the flight. It must have been just hours in the dark.
Yeah, exactly. One of us has luggage, one of us doesn't. So I had hand luggage, so I went to try and get through and see if I could, because people were saying that it was because of not being able to check in bags. But they wouldn't let me through either through security. They sent us back and said we needed to speak to a Vueling representative. Obviously, there wasn't one to speak to. So it's just, we've had no emails, nothing. It's just, one of those things we've just had to go and try and work out what to do next, try and get on another flight. But obviously, there are heaps of other people trying to get on flights too. So it's just not sure what to do.
I mean, Stephanie, I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you off on holiday? Were you travelling for business?
Yes. No, I was off on holiday, a girls' holiday. Half of us are flying this morning, half of us are flying this evening. Don't know if that's going to work out for them. I hope it does. But we'll see, I guess.
It's the worst time for this to strike, particularly British holidaymakers on a Friday of all days.
Right.
Just as schools are closing as well. How busy is the airport around you right now? We can't quite get a good look, but does it feel chaotic there?
Do you know, it's not too bad. There are lots of other airlines that have been letting people through. I think the main ones that seem to be the busiest, I don't know if they've been struck as well, is Welling and Wizz Air. They've got the biggest queues. But after that, it's kind of settled down a bit now. But yeah, it was chaos for a long time.
And Stephanie, are you going to just sort of hang out there, wait it out and hope to get on a flight as soon as possible?
Well, we've identified another flight. I'm not going to say where in case somebody's listening to this and they're going to jump on it as well. But after this, we're going to have a bit of a recce and see what we can book and hopefully get out there today, if not tomorrow, if not the day after.
Well, Stephanie, we'll let you get to that and really do hope that you do find another flight. Hopefully, considering some of those airlines are still going, best of luck to you and thanks for joining us. Stephanie Lake there, live from Gatwick Airport.
Oh, being stuck at the airport is just the worst. When you're not getting any information and there's no reps from the airline you're trying to fly with and you're not sure if you're going to get compensation, you're not sure if you're going to make it.
I got stuck at Gatwick once.
Did you?
The day of the Gatwick drone.
Oh!
I was meant to fly to Florida and I never got the flight. I was stuck in Britain.
So you never went to Florida?
Never did.
Oh,
Still never been.
Got it. Anyway, let's get more on this story from travel correspondent at The Independent, Simon Calder. I hope you heard there, we were just speaking to an unlucky flyer in Gatwick. She's very much hoping that she's going to get onto a flight soon. But just describe the chaos.
Yeah, it's just absolutely awful. And it's not just any Friday. This is the busiest day for passengers flying out of the UK that we have seen for 5 years, since before the pandemic. It's absolute peak weekend. We were expecting there to be quite possibly problems, but mostly to do with air traffic control. And instead, we've got this meltdown, which is already leading to many, many cancellations across the world. And it's very easy, actually, to say what Stephanie and everybody else in her position is entitled to. They are able to get onto the next flight that's available going to their destination. Doesn't matter which airline. The airline that cancels your flight is supposed to actually pay for the flight. That probably won't happen, but you can buy it and then claim back. And while you're waiting, the airline that cancels your flight also has to pay for accommodation and meals. But it's an absolutely miserable start. I'm looking at a whole list of cancellations here in and out of London Heathrow, the UK's busiest airport. We've got Edinburgh, a couple of Amsterdams, Berlin, Zurich, a couple of those. Atlanta on Delta, New York on Virgin Atlantic, and up at Luton, things aren't particularly great. Flights cancelled to Athens and to Warsaw. And while it's quite possible that most people, I hope, will get where they need to be today, the big problem is that if you don't, even though the law says, right, somebody's got to get you a flight, there simply isn't the slack in the system. Everything is working at absolute full tilt.
Goodness me, Simon, it does seem like this is the worst time for this sort of meltdown to possibly have happened. As you say, the busiest flying day of the year. What have we heard from which airlines are most affected and which airports are most affected? Does it seem to be random or is there a pattern here?
Right, OK, so all the airlines have now put out statements saying that they are being affected by this, but it's a very tricky system. I mean, you've been hearing from tech experts. It affects everything from online check-in, which many of us are absolutely used to, and indeed on Ryanair, Europe's biggest budget airline, you have to check in online or you face a £55 penalty when you get to the airport. They've now said, if you can't check in online, don't worry, we're not going to fine you, just check in at the airport. Baggage systems aren't working, flight dispatch procedures for different airlines aren't working. All of these things are possible and safety has never, ever been threatened. But the trouble is, we're so used to living in this modern world that things just take much, much longer when you have to default to the old analog way of doing things. And that's what's causing the hold-ups. Add to that some air traffic control delays, and very sadly, it's affecting all airlines. But I can, if you take the two biggest UK airlines at their biggest bases, and that's British Airways at Heathrow, EasyJet at Gatwick, that is where I'm expecting to see the worst problems, not necessarily because they are especially kind of locked into this software, but simply because there's, if I can characterize it like this, Heathrow is the busiest two-runway airport in the world. Gatwick is the busiest single-runway airport in the world. And as a result of that, when things go wrong, they unravel very quickly.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Simon Calder. You paint a bit of a bleak picture, but let's hope these flights can get going very soon indeed. Travel correspondent for The Independent, Simon Calder. Do let us know, have you been affected in one way or another? Perhaps you're trying to get a flight or a train, or you can't get your supermarket shopping.
Yeah.
Anything. Let us know.
All as equally disastrous as each other, no doubt. But yes, much more to come on the programme. Overturned police cars and a double-decker bus burnt to a pile of ash. We're going to cross to Leeds as the clean-up begins from last night's riots. This is Good Afternoon Britain on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Now, we've got a story and a half to tell you and bring you now. Our very own GB News political correspondent, who we love very much, Catherine Foster, joins us in the studio, and she's smiling, but she wasn't smiling for the past few days.
Two of her sons, Matthew and Andrew, were reported missing in Bali.
I got a text from a friend saying, can you give us a call, a bit worried about them? Then spoke to a girl they'd befriended who was in Sweden, but they'd met on their travels. And she told me that they'd gone up the mountain. By the time I found out, they'd been missing for 30 hours. They'd gone up the mountain on the Tuesday night, British time. This was the Thursday morning, without a guide. And they'd told her it was really hard. And she told them to turn back, but they hadn't. And they'd sent screenshots from this app with this trail that they were following on the app, screenshots of the app in case there was a problem, and a Snapchat of a Matthew avatar at the top. And she said, I know they made it to the top because I could see that his phone had nearly died. But the trail had actually closed many years ago. So the app, we will need to make sure that that gets taken off the app. But, you know, technology saved them in the end because it was the screenshots and it was the messages that they'd sent, but they should never have been without a guide.
But what were you doing during those 30 hours that Mum couldn't, when the phone died and Mum couldn't get in touch? Where were you? What were you up to?
Well, we were trying to figure out the best course of action, because it started to pour with rain. The amount of rain created a river, like a stream.
Yeah.
We were like, well,
yeah,
let's follow the stream downhill, and then the sun set, and we just had to like sleep in the bushes in the jungle.
GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 26 minutes past 12. And now, before we get to what's gone on in Leeds overnight, Charlie Peters joins us in the studio, our national reporter, for an update on the global IT tech outage.
Microsoft have said in the last few moments, they've released a statement saying the underlying cause of the outage has been fixed, but there is still going to be some residual impacts from the update to the CrowdStrike cybersecurity update that occurred overnight and has led to this IT outage. So the latest line from Microsoft is that the underlying cause has been fixed, and that comes after CrowdStrike CEO earlier in the last hour said that they had identified and deployed a fix to the issue. We'll see if those two statements are linked, but it does appear that they do believe that the issue has been fixed, but the residual impact will continue for some time.
It'll take time to ripple through the system as people have to apply this update. Let's hope it can be done quickly.
Yes, well, last night, Leeds thrown into lawlessness after a long night of violent disorder.
Police cars were overturned and public transport was set on fire as residents were warned to stay at home in the suburb of Hare Hills.
Yeah, I mean, it was truly shocking to see these clips coming out last night. I was scrolling through social media. Suddenly, these live feeds appear of this violence, people attacking this police car, being overturned, and then things seem to get turned from bad to worse. More and more people getting involved, more and more people live streaming the events, getting very violent, appalling antisocial behaviour and criminality that we saw in this area of Hare Hills in Leeds, and that it looked like, it appeared as though two men were trying to set this bus alight and achieved their aim, and that now lies in rubble.
Yes, it's clear that the events overnight escalated as time went on, and so often, as with these cases, as the night turned to darkness, the violence increased. We can see the aftermath there of a burnt-out bus just in the middle of a residential neighbourhood.
Truly shocking and worrying, I'm sure, for you at home. But joining us now is Leeds City Councillor Alan Lamb. Alan, this is your neck of the woods. Truly shocking for the country to see.
Yes,
Alan,
it really was shocking scenes overnight in Hare Hills. Yeah, sorry, I think the line is struggling.
OK, we just need to recover your line there, Alan. It's a little bit jittery, so we'll come back to you hopefully very soon to find out what you have to say.
But let's have a look at some of the pictures of the devastation last night, because really you can see that what started off as a riot attacking a police vehicle there were originally police there. And I understand that the police then withdrew because there was just so much violence, so many people causing this unrest, that they were overwhelming the limited police presence that was able to get there.
And that's what was particularly frightening about these events. The police come in, they realise that they can't tackle this, they can't stop it, and they retreat. They retreat, completely outnumbered. So joining us from the scene now is our reporter Anna Riley with the aftermath, really. I mean, Anna, last night's events were truly shocking. Tell us what's happening now.
They really were, yes. The aftermath of that devastation, that riot that involved up to 1,000 people here in Hare Hills, the evidence is behind us. You can see double-decker bus completely burnt out, a police cordon still in place, police still guarding the scene now, and police sort of getting to grips with what went on and trying to find the perpetrators. I'm actually joined now by Graham Newby. He's a resident of Hare Hills. Graham, it was your daughter that first alerted you to what had gone on, because all of this was shared on social media. What did you make of it all?
Well, my daughter rang us up and said, Dad, have you seen what's going on in Hare Hills? What's going on, love? So anyway, I've looked on social media and I've seen the bus on fire. I've seen, which is a couple of minutes walk up here, a police car turned on its side. Not a lot of police here. To me, the police have got a lot of answers, a lot of questions to be answered. I was speaking to a sergeant earlier on, and they said it's going to be a different story tonight. They've got something in place. It were the high authorities last night who said, no, go, retreat. You know, it breaks my heart. 59 years of age I am. I've lived round here 59 years. I was born St James's, lived in Kitchener Grove, moved to Newell Lane, which is here, moved just here. And to see my beloved Hare Hills like this is heartbreaking. For me, it's come a no-go zone area. It's horrible, it's horrendous. I remember in the 1970s and the 1980s, I used to come down here, remember, we used to go to the bank, we used to go to Butcher's, we used to go to Meeting Point, we used to go sit on the bench with hanging flower baskets, and look at it now. It's terrible, it's horrible. It's a minority, it's a minority. One becomes 5, 5 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1,000.
And what do you want to happen?
I want peace, I want love. I want everyone to live together in harmony. As I say, Harehill is broken. I remember 1980s riots. It wasn't as bad as this. The police got an hold on it, got a grip on it. Last night, they went. You know, as I say, I spoke to a sergeant and they said it's going to be different from what it was last night to tonight. We need to come together, white, Muslim, Somalian, Polish, Kurdish, Iraqi, all come together and stick together and talk. There was no need for this. There was no need to this. It was a tragedy what's happened. A young child has fallen in a bad way. Social services or whoever it was come to take the children away, and they've reacted to that, give me his children back, and then next minute 5, 10, 20 people, and then all this has happened. As you can see behind us, look at this. There's no need for this. You know, it was caught. You'll have seen it yourself, love. It was caught with a lighter, trying to burn the bush down. Another idiot at the back. He could have blown himself up, trying to light it up. Oh no, he should have been arrested. The men should have been arrested straight away.
And you say it's a no-go zone. Do you not feel safe?
I don't feel safe. Nothing used to. I'm 59 years of age now. Nothing used to ever bother me here. Nothing. A week and a bit ago, I was walking on the lane with my England shirt on and my England short. I try to keep as clean as I can, but you'll understand. Take that bloody bit of a different word than that England top off. Get out of our area. I've grown up here, I was born here.
We'll just have to leave it there, Graham. Thank you so much for sharing with us. So, that's Graham Newby, a resident here of Harehills, his take on this, telling us that he feels it's a no-go zone after what's happened.
Goodness me, Anna, what a powerful testimony there. We'll be back with you, of course, throughout the programme. Really, really important messages to get out there. Thank you very much.
Yes, and don't go anywhere, because we're going to speak to Leeds City Councillor Alan Lamb, see what he has to say about the area and the disturbances last night. That's after your headlines with Sam.
Very good afternoon to you. It's just coming up to 35 minutes past 12. And the top story this lunchtime, police have launched a manhunt after a prisoner has escaped from Wormwood Scrubs during a hospital visit. Officers are looking for Graham Gom after he slipped free from guards on Wednesday night at Hammersmith Hospital, where he was receiving medical treatment. The 63-year-old, who was on remand for burglary offences, was reported as having absconded in the early hours of yesterday morning. Any more details on that story we will bring to you throughout this afternoon. And the other top story today, of course, banks, businesses, planes and trains around the world have been knocked offline after a major IT outage believed to have been caused by a faulty update to a widely used cyber-security software. These are the scenes live in Hong Kong, just one of the major airports across the globe where flights are now grounded. Screens have been left blank, with hundreds of passengers stranded in departure halls there, and now in Hong Kong having to manually check in for flights. Here in the UK, those travelling by rail are also being warned about severe disruption, with TransPennine Express reporting, among other rail networks, that some people are continuing to have trouble purchasing tickets. And the glitch is thought to have originated at a cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike. It's also impacting some supermarkets and medical surgeries, though that firm now say that they are trying to resolve the issue. The President of Ukraine has asked Keir Starmer to show his leadership in the fight against Russia as he addressed the cabinet this morning. President Zelenskyy briefed the cabinet about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas in Russia where weapons are being concentrated. The UK government has suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine as long as international law is upheld. A woman believed to be from Sudan has drowned after an overcrowded migrant boat began sinking in the English Channel. 86 others were rescued by a French patrol vessel when the boat got into trouble just after 1 o'clock this morning. It's the 6th migrant death in the Channel in just a week. And as we heard just moments ago from our reporter Anna Riley, a widespread police cordon is in place in a Leeds suburb after violence erupted in Harehills. Vehicles were set ablaze and a police car was overturned late last night, with residents there warned to stay indoors as helicopters and a large police presence responded to the chaos. It's understood the riots were linked to local children being taken into care. West Yorkshire Mayor Tracy Brabin is condemning what she's described as the violent and thoughtless actions. Those are the latest headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. Your next update just after 1 o'clock.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. It could be the hottest day of the year so far for some areas in the south and east. However, across the north and west, it's still fairly cloudy and much cooler up here. It will be a drier day though today for parts of Northern Ireland and much of Scotland. Hazy sunshine affecting northern areas of England, as well as some western areas of Wales, some cloud moving into parts of Cornwall later on this afternoon as well. Further east though, elsewhere across England and Wales, it will be a very dry and warm day. Strong sunshine, temperatures climbing into the 30s across the southeast. We've only had 30.5 so far this year, so we could see the hottest day of the year so far. And as we head into this evening, it will be staying on the warm side of things. There's a bit more of a breeze across northern areas, particularly across Scotland, where we do have this weather front still affecting the Western Isles. Potentially some showery rain across parts of central areas of Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Now, across northeastern England, some hazy sunshine to end the day, but temperatures still in the mid-20s. And overnight tonight, temperatures might not dip much below 20 degrees across some southeastern areas, which could mean it would be a tropical night. However, there is a change on the way as we head into the weekend. This weather front will make more progress eastwards across the country, and behind it, it will turn much cooler into Sunday. But before then, as I said, a mild night quite widely across the UK. Temperatures in the mid to high teens for many of us. But some heavy rain first thing across Northern Ireland, western areas of Scotland as well. And those outbreaks of heavy rain will push into parts of the southwest, parts of Wales as well throughout the afternoon in particular. Hazy sunshine spreading into central and eastern areas of England as well as Scotland too. However, across the far south and east, it will still feel warm. Temperatures still potentially climbing into the low 30s here.
The latest GB News travel.
On the southbound side of the M5, there's a lane closure and recovery work taking place following a vehicle fire from 4A through to junction 5. In Bedfordshire, the northbound side of the M1 has a lane closure on the exit slip road to 11A for Dunstable and Luton North. It's due to an accident. Westbound on the M27, there's a lane closure on the exit slip road to Hamble at 8 to a broken down vehicle. Traffic is coping well. The M3 northbound has a lane closure and slow traffic to a broken down vehicle from junction 4 to Lightwater and Bagshot at junction 3. It's also slow on the opposite side as traffic looks across. All cleared for Essex though, and the northbound side of the M11 following an earlier obstruction on the road at junction 8. All lanes reopened and the M11 clear. So that's the very latest travel news.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website gbnews.com.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 20 to 1. Let's return to that night of violence in Leeds and speak to Leeds City Councillor Alan Lamb. Alan, a lot of people will be shocked looking at the pictures that we have been seeing, the aftermath, the burnt-out vehicles, the scorch marks on the street. What went wrong?
Well, I'm as shocked as anyone at the scenes we saw in Hare Hills last night in Leeds. The reason we're so shocked is because this does not reflect everyday life in Hare Hills and Leeds. It is a one-off incident. From my understanding, the social care workers were doing their job on the order of a judge to make sure some children were safe. The response of family members and others to this was not appropriate. The police were called and things escalated from there.
I mean, Alan, were there no signs that this community could erupt like this?
No, and I think it's really important we don't make excuses or justifications for this kind of appalling behaviour. It is a very diverse community. It's a very deprived community. But this was an isolated incident that then escalated into something much more shocking.
So there aren't any community tensions then, Alan, that you know of?
I think that there are tensions in every community. I'm well aware there's an awful lot of work done in that community. And actually, a large proportion of the crowds that were seen were people from the community, from different sectors of it, trying to call for calm and restore order.
And yet what we did see was disorder. We saw this all kicked off by a lack of trust, a lack of respect, a lack of understanding of obviously what social services were trying to do in terms of protecting children. And then that kicked off and escalated and spiralled with further displays of lack of trust, particularly in figures of authority, lack of trust and belief in the police, in the social services. Is that not at the core of what's going on here?
Well, I think, Tom, when something like this happens, you have to, A, make sure you don't have a knee-jerk reaction to it, but you do need to look and understand what are any underlying causes. That the message I think we have to get across is this kind of behaviour is not acceptable, will not be tolerated. It isn't a reflection of our great city or that particular community, but we've got to stamp it out and make sure it isn't something that's going to happen again.
Well, it's certainly a reflection of some of the members of the community, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. But what do you make of West Yorkshire Police and their response? What was appalling to see was that the police were so vastly outnumbered that it appeared as though they were forced into retreat. I mean, that's very concerning, isn't it?
It is, and I think there are questions to be asked of the police response. However, what I would say is, again, in this kind of situation, the police will be criticised whatever they did. My understanding is there were no serious injuries. The police, had they been more heavy-handed and tried to take a different approach, they would probably have been criticised for that. I think whatever they had done, they would have been criticised. I think we should thank and commend them for their bravery in these circumstances. It escalated very quickly, and yeah, it's not great to see them having to retreat, but at the same time, they need to make sure their officers are safe. They need to make sure the public are safe. They need to make sure they've got the right level of resource on hand and the right equipment. And actually, the fact that they had it under control and things were pretty much dispersed by, my understanding is about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. There are lessons to learn. There are questions to ask.
Alan, wasn't that because members of the local community got involved and forced people out rather than the police taking that action? I mean, did the police come back and sort things out later into the night? Because it appeared as though, and please do correct me if you know more about what exactly happened on the night, but it seemed to me that things actually dispersed almost on their own, rather than the police actually dispersing people.
That's not my understanding, and the assurance I've been given is that had at any point the police felt there was a risk of injury or serious harm to somebody or to property, they were absolutely on hand ready to intervene, and they had to make tactical decisions in the moment. The fact that despite the scenes, the shocking scenes of violence that we're seeing, there are no reports of any injuries, suggest perhaps they took the right approach in the circumstances. Time will tell, but if they'd gone in heavy-handed with batons and riot shields and tear gas, I'm pretty sure they'd have been getting criticised for that as well.
And Alan, just finally, what can you tell us about Hare Hills as a community? I've been reading it's got very low educational attainment compared to the national average, very high unemployment compared to the national average. This is a troubled part of Leeds.
Yeah, I know it well. I drive through it most days on my way into Leeds. It is a very deprived part of the city. It is a very diverse part of the city. None of that excuses the behaviour that we saw last night. It is a city that needs support. It's been under a Labour council for a very long time, under a Labour mayor for a very long time. And in my view, it's a community that's been let down, and we need to support, we need to understand the issues. But this is not a way to express your frustration at the system. It's not a way to express any grievances you have at the authorities, and we have to be crystal clear that that is not acceptable.
I mean, Alan, do you understand whether there's been any arrests since? Obviously, there was a huge amount of criminal behaviour.
Yeah, my understanding is that the police have got extremely good footage, both from their own police watch and from things that people have submitted online. As ever, there was a lot of cameras about, and I would urge anyone who's got information to submit that to the police. I'm told there will be arrests, and quite rightly, the full force of the law will be thrown at those that were seen setting fire to buses and vehicles and deliberately trying to stoke even more tension than was already there.
Well, let's hope those arrests can be made in quick order. Leeds City Councillor Alan Lamb, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel for the social services trying to work in the area in the future. Anyway, coming up, students in training to become junior doctors are hitting out at the uncertainty around new allocation systems. This is actually could be quite the scandal, actually. We'll tell you why shortly.
Britain's Newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
Well, we've got quite an extraordinary story to talk to you about now, because a triple amputee war hero is launching a bid to become the first to sail across the Pacific Ocean non-stop, solo and unsupported.
Craig Wood was blown up as a teenager by the Taliban in Afghanistan, but now he's hoping to change the perception of disabled people and raise money for other limbless veterans like himself. And Craig joins us now. Morning.
So, Craig, you are extraordinary. You are planning to take up to 80 days to sail from La Paz in Mexico to Japan.
Yeah.
How many miles is that?
It'd be over 6,000.
Amazing.
Amazing. And it will take you how long?
The minimum it's going to take me is 60 days. It could be up to 80. Yeah.
And that's on your own. You've done plenty of this before, haven't you? You've done lots of solo sailing.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of solo sailing, but not as big as this. It is the world's biggest ocean, after all.
And why that particular route?
I wanted it to be a challenge, not just for me, but for anyone.
Right.
So any able-bodied person can look at this and go, wow, that is difficult.
Yeah.
And so that was the main drive. Then it's become a bigger thing than that now. Now I'm raising money for charity, and I can truly inspire people to change their perception on what is possible for disabled people.
And if you don't mind, can we ask you what happened in 2009 in Afghanistan? What were the circumstances of your injury?
I was on a normal routine foot patrol. About 5 metres in front of me, a commando IED was triggered. And subsequently, I became a triple amputee. Both legs above the knee, left hand at the wrist, facial injuries, etc., etc.
The People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect, and then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us. Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in the studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It is now 10 to 1. And here's a curious one. This year, medical students who are about to become junior doctors are finding themselves in deeply uncertain situations.
Yes, this is because the new allocation system means many still don't know where they're going to be working for the next 2 years. Could be anywhere in the country.
And here's the most pernicious part. They've had to cope with a change in the system which used to rank them based on merit and now randomly allocates their ballot allocation. So it used to be that those who scored most highly on the tests would be at the top of the list, and now they're giving a random number up and down the list.
Is meritocracy bad now? Is it a dirty word?
Well, there was a BBC report that said the logic behind this is the previous system was stressful for students.
Oh, my goodness.
And was particularly unfair on those from deprived backgrounds and ethnic minorities because they tended to perform less well. And so they've moved from merit-based allocation to random allocation.
Oh, my goodness. So I could study the hardest I've ever studied in my life to try and get the place I want to go to, and then actually, you know, I end up somewhere that I absolutely have no desire to be, even though I've worked so hard.
There's no incentive for you to work hard on these particular tests.
Well, we're joined now by former Hospital Trust Chairman Roy Lilly. Roy, I'm flabbergasted by this news.
One of these days, I'll come onto this show and you'll give me something simple to explain. Let me do my best. So you've got a load of junior doctors who finish their training and they've got to go somewhere. So where do we send them? Well, the previous system was, as you say, more meritocracy, and it was based on their achievements. The difficulty with that was you get a lot of very bright doctors that end up in very glamorous teaching hospitals in London and places like that, and getting people to go to other places more difficult. On top of that, the junior doctors were complaining about the geographical allocations because a lot of them wanted to go back to where their families are, or, I mean, you know, a lot of them might be married and what have you, so the geographical things seem to be important. Now, there was a poll of junior doctors and a trial of this new system. 66% said that they thought it would be better. So we did it. Well, rather, the NHS did it. I stand back off of this. It was them, not me. And 75% of the allocations were okay, and the computer forecast was that they would get 79% of the allocations okay. So it was done, I think, you know, in the best of intentions. And how do you square the circle of, as you say, very talented people becoming doctors and wanting to continue their careers in glamorous, glitzy places, or, you know, are they going to be prepared to go and work in Chuffington, little downtown NHS trust?
Roy, I think one of the big issues with this, of course, is perhaps the law of unintended consequences. Of course, it sounds very nice to have everyone have an equal chance of going to the best place, but there's two potentially very bad things that have come out of this. Number one, a lack of incentive to perform well on those tests that were previously used to allocate where people would go. And number two, the very best doctors in the country, the very, very best medical students, being sent to the places that they really don't want to go on a matter of chance, they're much more likely then to go overseas and not be in the system at all.
Well, OK, let's kind of cut that into chunks, and I'll give you what my view is. I mean, firstly, there's this question of, you know, where do the brightest doctors go and where do they want to end up? When the survey was done prior to making the changes, they placed a higher emphasis on geography, actually, and so they could go to the geography that they wanted, and that was their preference. Now, as far as doctors going overseas, this is a bit of a mystery because the junior doctors all talk about people leaving and going to Australia and working in the sunshine. But actually, in order to go to work overseas, they have to acquire a thing called a certificate of good standing from the General Medical Council. Fundamentally, that's a certificate that says this is this person, they've got these qualifications, this is their medical, this is what they're supposed to be doing. OK, so they get that, and that lasts for 6 months. And then they can decide to go within that 6 months. They can renew the certificate. And bear in mind also, a lot of overseas doctors come here and train here, and they have to get a certificate of good standing to go back to their home countries. Now, in 2022, just under 5,000 doctors applied for a certificate of good standing, which is, you know, it's not a lot when you consider that we're a host to a lot of foreign country training. And, you know, and it's gone up a bit since, I think it's gone up by about 1,000, but it's still not the exodus that the junior doctors sometimes say that it is.
And yet, the reason this story caught my eye this morning was because on Twitter there was someone saying that his wife was the best. She had a PhD, she had the best scores of anyone in her university. She was then ranked 10,000 out of 10,500 people, right at the bottom of the list, despite being one of the best students. And now they're considering going overseas.
The ranking is not to reflect the academic achievement. It's to anonymise the applicants and to give them the choice of their their geography. Look, I mean, I don't know really what the solution is to this, because we have a lot of doctors coming out of training.
Yeah.
We've got 215 hospitals.
I mean, Roy, it sounds like this isn't quite the right solution to me, but Roy, we'll have to leave it there. Roy Lee, always a pleasure. Former Hospital Trust Chairman, thank you very much indeed for your time. Yes, more of unintended consequences.
Much more to come, including you're going outside.
Am I?
I'm going to be seeing you in about 5 minutes on the roof. Don't go anywhere.
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2, or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
King Charles has launched his own aftershave, costing, wait for it, an eye-watering £135 for a 100 millilitre bottle, promising buyers that they can smell just like the gardens of his Highgrove country pile. Now, this is something that Meghan Markle would do, surely not the King. Is this a case of King Charles selling out, watering down the brand just like Meghan? Well, join me now to discuss this is the royal broadcaster Helena Chard. Helena, welcome to the show.
Martin,
often on this
hi.
show, we've had a pop at Meghan Markle, the Sussexers, for selling out, for flogging strawberry jam, and now the King is flogging Pong. Is this really the right royal thing to do?
Do you know what? So the joy of a luxury Highgrove splash, at the end of the day, Highgrove is such a special place, and the Highgrove shop sells amazing things on there. And as we know, the profit actually goes towards charity. So it's the King's Foundation, which was formed in 1986. Profits go towards educational and training, and it's all to do with this sort of sustainable world. But not to forget as well the charitable aspect and the whole ethos of the King's Foundation, and that's so important. This is not just something that's going up on the website and just being sold purely to go into someone's pocket. So I think, all in all, I think everyone should have a look at the Highgrove website and see what's on for sale. I mean, there are lots of really lovely, I think pretty fairly priced products. And even more so, go and see the gardens. As we know, King Charles is a keen environmentalist, and the gardens are fabulous.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 1 o'clock on Friday, the 19th of July. I'm Tom Harwood. Britain grounded as tech outages cause chaos around the world. Airlines, rail, banking and even supermarkets have all been affected in a global tech meltdown. We'll have the very latest. Leeds in flames. West Yorkshire police under fire after riot police were driven out by a violent mob last night in Hare Hills, Leeds. A police car was overturned and a double-decker bus was torched as thugs created bonfires in the streets. We're on the scene. At Source, Keir Starmer allocates £84 million to African and Middle East countries, £84 million, in a bid to tackle Britain's migration crisis at the root of the issue. But is this the best way to spend taxpayers' cash? And summer has arrived. Where you are, parts in Britain will be baking in temperatures hotter than Portugal today, as temperatures are set to soar beyond 30 degrees. Now, I must say I've had my moment in the sun, and it's Emily's chance now. Yes, Emily Carver, you're on the roof. How is it?
Yes, they finally let me up here. I don't know if you remember, Tom, but last time we were up here together, it was gale force winds, or it felt like. It was a bit nippy, wasn't it? But today, it is absolutely glorious up here on the GB News rooftop. I mean, look at that spectacular view out there. I've got my shades on. I've borrowed them, actually. But I'll take them off just to show you how bright it is out here. 30 degrees, I heard. Hotter than parts of Portugal. What have we done to deserve this? But I'll take it.
Marvellous. Well, well, you can feel free to sun yourself for a few more minutes because we're going to be getting the very latest headlines now with Sam Francis.
Tom, thank you very much and good afternoon to you. It's just after 1 o'clock and the top story this lunchtime. Cyber security firm CrowdStrike says it is actively working to fix a defect in an update for users of Microsoft's Windows software, which had sparked a global IT outage. These are the scenes live in Hong Kong at the moment, just one of the major transport hubs where that glitch has grounded flights. Passengers there now having to be checked in manually after ticket barriers are now unable to process the passengers there. Banks, supermarkets, GP clinics and even major TV and radio broadcasters are also among the many who've been knocked offline today. And here, those travelling by rail are also affected, with TransPennine Express, Thameslink and Southern among those warning of disruption. Ryanair also among the airlines telling passengers to beware of possible delays. A spokesperson for CrowdStrike, though, says the issue has now been identified and that it's not, they say, a security incident or cyber attack. The president of Ukraine has asked Sir Keir Starmer to show his leadership and to convince other nations to remove limits on the use of long-range weapons. That's as he addressed the cabinet in Downing Street this morning. President Zelensky's briefed them about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas of Russia where weapons are being concentrated. And the UK government has suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine, as long as international law is upheld. Ukrainian President Zelensky says that he is looking forward to working with the new Labour government.
I truly hope that this spinning of the new British government's work will open up more shared opportunities for us, Ukraine and the UK. From the first days of the Russian war, our people have felt that Britain, your people, would not only stand by us, but also help bring victory closer.
Well, we've heard this morning that one person has drowned after an overcrowded migrant boat began sinking in the Channel overnight. The woman, believed to be from Sudan, died and 86 people were rescued by a French vessel. But those on board had initially refused any help, though an hour later the boat started deflating, throwing many into the water. Rescue teams did attempt to resuscitate the woman, though she died at the scene. And she is the 6th migrant to now drown in the Channel in just a week. In the US, Donald Trump has said he'll bring back the American dream if he returns to the White House. That's as he took to the stage for the first time since his assassination attempt. Speaking at the Republican National Convention, the former president formally accepted the nomination to be the party's candidate in November's election. And he also told supporters about last weekend's attempt on his life, saying he saw blood everywhere when he was shot during a rally. Well, former wrestler Hulk Hogan, who also made a speech, called Mr. Trump a hero.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood.
That was, of course, the voice of former President Donald Trump, not Hulk Hogan. We'll hopefully get that clip to you in the next update. Meanwhile, Barack Obama has reportedly told senior Democrats that he's concerned over Joe Biden's ability to win November's election. The former president's understood to have told colleagues that Mr. Biden's path to victory has now greatly diminished. It comes as a report in the New York Times suggests President Biden has begun to accept that he may have to drop out of the race, though at least one person close to Biden insists he's not yet made up his mind. Here, the government has resumed funding for the Palestinian Refugee Agency, which is run by the United Nations. Funding was halted by the former Conservative government after Israel had accused some of the agency's staff of being involved in the attacks on the 7th of October. Former Foreign Secretary David Lammy says the agency now meets the highest standards of neutrality and confirmed that Britain will resume fresh funding worth around £21 million.
This has been a priority from day one because of the desperate situation in Gaza and the serious risk of escalation in Lebanon in particular. And I have to be frank, Britain wants an immediate ceasefire. The fighting must stop. The hostages must be released. Much, much more aid must enter Gaza.
Health alerts are in place for heat across the country as the summer sun brings welcome relief for some. But experts are urging people to take precautions, with warnings in place in many parts of England right through until 11 o'clock tomorrow night. And they say that those suffering from hay fever should also be careful, with the Met Office saying that pollen levels will be high today in almost all areas of the country. It's expected it could be the hottest day of the year so far, exceeding June's record of 30.5 degrees Celsius. And finally, a 72-year-old grandmother has been named as Alton Towers' first ever Chief Ride Tester. Jackie Smith, who's a noted daredevil from Wiltshire, says she's honoured to take on the responsibility of making sure the park's rides live up to her high standards for thrills. And she brings an impressive wealth of experience, having been the first woman to ever join the parachute regiment known as the Red Devils. That was when she was just 19 years old. What a job. Certainly puts newsreading to shame. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. Much more for you at 1:30.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 8 minutes past 1, and nice to have you back down in the studio with us, Emily.
I made it.
You did. Now, a worldwide tech meltdown is causing chaos across the globe.
Yes, queues continue to build up at UK airports. Airlines have been forced to ground planes.
NHS England is warning patients that the IT outage is causing disruption in the majority now of GP practices.
And this all comes as broadcasters, banks and even supermarkets are struggling after being knocked offline.
Well, with us with the latest is our national reporter, Charlie Peters. Charlie, what's been happening?
Well, Microsoft said in the last hour that the underlying issue has been fixed on their side with their operating system. And we've also heard from the CEO of CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity firm that caused this issue, with an updated piece of software. He was speaking on NBC's Today programme in the United States, and he said that they had a software bug. It came from them, it was their issue, and they're working with each and every customer to bring them back online. But rather more troublingly, he did say that some of the resets won't be automatic, while some customers who use this security service to protect their cloud data will have automatic fixes. Others are going to need support from engineers from the company. And we're talking about just a tiny bit of code. 41 kilobytes caused this software outage last night. So for it to have this kind of cascading and complicated worldwide effect is quite extraordinary.
And Charlie, I've been reading online that because some of these systems are completely knocked out with what's known as the blue screen of death, that you can't sort of use those systems that are knocked out to then install this update, install this fix. And rather bizarrely, I've read that the advice currently for those afflicted is to reboot computers, turn them off and on again at least 15 times, in the hope that one of those times it will catch the update and fix it. So, I mean, this sounds incredibly low-tech.
Yeah, this is a busy day for the software engineers at various companies, especially those working on critical national infrastructure, our planes and our trains grounded at the moment. That sort of basic response is ongoing now, especially for those customers that aren't enjoying the automatic update that many are receiving due to these issues. But Microsoft say on their side it's fixed, so their operating system should begin to work. A few hours ago, CrowdStrike said they had identified the problem and had deployed a fix. And now this CEO, in the last hour, saying that they will be able to interact with every single customer to get them back up and running. But millions have been affected. And how long that will take, we'll see.
Well, let's bring in business and technology correspondent at The Standard, Simon Hunt. Thank you very much for joining us. So could the trusty turn-off, turn-on method work?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I've also seen the point about people switching computers on and off 15 times. I'm not sure that's the official advice from CrowdStrike, but it does seem like it's going to have to be some kind of manual fix of some kind. I've seen some commentators refer to this as the biggest ever IT outage globally. I mean, it could well be. It's not yet resolved, so it'll be a while before we understand the full effects. But I think there are several reasons why this outage is as severe as it has been. I mean, one reason is that CrowdStrike is a huge company. It has huge clients across the world. It's big US cybersecurity company. It has a market cap of about $80 billion. And that means that if something goes wrong, it impacts entire industries, entire sectors because of the number of big clients that it has. Another reason is that, as it's a cybersecurity firm, the kind of software that it deals with is sort of embedded very deep into operating systems because that's how it deals with cyber attacks. And that means that when something goes wrong, it has a big impact. It's not just like a software company that builds an app. The app goes wrong, that usually just means the app stops working. It doesn't bring the whole computer down. And another thing that's sort of compounded this is that we've had a sort of separate IT outage going at the same time that's affected Microsoft's cloud Azure services and its Microsoft 365 services. And so you've got these two sort of big companies.
And they're unrelated, but they're in parallel.
Exactly that, yeah. So Microsoft has had its issue with it says it's now resolved. And CrowdStrike has also now said it's come up with a fix for its problems. But the fact these took place simultaneously is partly why we've had such a big issue today.
And I suppose this does feed into this sense that there are a very few companies now, many of which most people will never have heard of, that underpin the tech that we use and we rely on every single day. And one small line of code in any one of these systems can be the sort of breaking point, the bottom Jenga block that can be pulled out upon which the whole tower collapses down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose, as I say, partly this is a byproduct of the fact that cybersecurity firms are particularly deeply embedded into operating systems, but also it's a sort of a byproduct of the nature of the cybersecurity market in that it's dominated by a small number of very big players, and that means it only takes one company to have a problem for entire sectors, entire industries to be impacted.
Yeah, I mean, it is very worrying. Can businesses, these big businesses, protect themselves from this type of thing? Is it just one of those things that will happen?
Yeah, I think, well, there'll certainly be a few questions being asked today. Primarily, lots of customers of CrowdStrike asking them, how on earth did this happen? There'll be questions about, do they properly do the correct testing on their software updates before they implement them to clients? Perhaps they should have, staggered them a bit more rather than roll it out all simultaneously as they appear to have done, which has exacerbated the problem. But also for big companies, how do they manage their IT systems? Do they properly test software before they implement it, into their own systems?
And Charlie, what do you make of that?
Well, we've had a couple of updates very quickly from some key institutions regarding the outage. The National Health Service is saying that its blood donation abilities are still open. They're urging people to come forward. That's been a particular issue in London since the cyber attack it faced a couple of months ago from the Russian-aligned Killing group. But also Royal Mail is saying that it's also now experiencing technical issues across some of its IT platforms as a consequence of this outage. So more and more institutions that we didn't know about being affected by this announcing that they are now experiencing their own issues.
Yes, the last thing the NHS needs, isn't it? Thank you very much to you both. Charlie Peters, our national reporter, and Simon Hunt. Thank you very much, indeed, business and technology correspondent at The Standard.
Well, we are also going to be moving on to a further story now. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has announced £84 million of new funding for African and Middle East countries. This in an attempt to tackle the migration crisis at source.
To stop illegal migration, we must also tackle it at source. So today I'm announcing £84 million of new funding for projects across Africa and the Middle East.
Well, there you go, the words of the Prime Minister. And speaking at Blenheim Palace, where leaders have met, or a European Political Community Summit, he said the money will go towards health, education and humanitarian support in African countries and the Middle East.
Well, joining us now is the director of the Centre for Migration and Economic Prosperity, Stephen Wolfe. Stephen, this is part of a broader pan-European plan to stop people leaving those North African countries in the first place. Will it work?
Oh, I think anybody that's heard the sum of £84 million and suggests that that sum, which is a third or potentially a quarter of what the people smugglers will make this year, will stop those people coming from Africa, would be laughing. And the reason why we're laughing, let me put this in a serious context, Tom and Emily, is that the European Union established a fund similar to what the Labour Party is doing. It's called the Trust Fund for Africa. Since 2022, they've established 248 projects and invested 4.4 billion euros. Think about that, to the 84 million that this Prime Minister is suggesting will stop the boats. And yet, 1.1 million Africans have travelled into the European Union in the last year. If 4.4 billion does not stop 1.1 million coming over, what will 84 million pounds that this government is going to do? And that is why it is simply just a sham, an attempt for Keir Starmer to try and show that he is doing something to stop the boats rather than doing what everybody believes should be done, invoke a deterrence system somewhere.
I mean, 84 million to you and I is a huge amount of money, but it's a drop in the ocean if it's supposed to prevent people from crossing to this country or into Europe from the Middle East and Africa. But also, the practicalities of this. We know back in April, May time, the largest contingent of people arriving on boats was from Vietnam.
Well, yes, in this particular circumstance, yes. So what's he going to try and do? Push it over to Vietnam? The problem about people smuggling is that we know since 2000, we've had 1.1 million people who've applied for asylum in this country. And generally, on the first time that they're dealt with, about 60% of them are rejected. So we have no deterrent to remove them once they have been rejected in first instance. Then we know that the vast majority of those coming across are from Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq and Somalia. And we don't have returns agreements with those, just as the European Union doesn't have either. So we can't return these people. So as a consequence of that, if you're from any of the top 10 countries that are coming into the UK, bar India and China, then you're unlikely ever to be returned to those countries. So that's a massive incentive for the people smugglers who will make vastly more money than the 84 million Keir Starmer does. Keir Starmer needs to be sensible about this and recognise not only that this policy is simply just window dressing, but he needs to come up with something that is definitively an attempt to dissuade those people going with the people smugglers. He has yet to produce anything that will go anywhere near like that.
Now, of course, the Prime Minister has ditched the Rwanda deterrent, that idea for a safe third country with which to deport people to. But it's interesting that the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, recently re-elected head of it, of course, has been speaking about safe third countries herself, speaking about the migration and economic partnership deals the European Union has made with countries like Tunisia and Egypt. Could this not be seen as perhaps a down payment for the start of different deals to allow the return of economic migrants to safe third countries if there is economic investment in those countries?
Well, as I mentioned, Africa has had used over 550-odd billion pounds of investment from various countries across the globe in the past couple of decades. So it's not that the countries aren't receiving huge amounts of money. And in addition, there are members of the African Union who said stop using Africa as a tool for colonial policies, particularly A, in terms of investing in us, expecting us not to be able to do it on our own, or B, in the case of the NHS, taking their nurses and doctors and putting them in the UK. So they regard that as economic colonialism. There is an attempt at what should be done, which is opening up the markets. And we remember what Maloney challenged Macron by saying in certain countries where France has influence, they are actually taxing those countries to pay into France. So if you had free trade, if you had the opportunity for those businesses to receive lower taxation for their businesses that succeeded in Europe, that is a much better way of creating jobs rather than subsidising. And what it does, it goes to the mentality of those in the European Union, like von der Leyen and like Keir Starmer in this country, who believes that subsidies work better rather than allowing people to rise up and work on their own feet with their own skills and their own ingenuity, but having a fairer playing field to trade in Europe.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed. Stephen Wolfe, Director of the Centre for Migration and Economic Prosperity. I mean, Tom, I don't know about you. You can argue, great, fantastic, £84 million of aid to poor countries in the Middle East and Africa, fine, but don't pretend it's going to stop illegal migration into this country.
Oh, no, certainly not. I mean, you can clearly look at the numbers concerned. It's a drop in the ocean.
Drop in the ocean. Anyway, coming up, we're going to be crossing back over to Leeds, getting reaction from locals as the city recovers from last night's riots. Stay with us.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
Khloe Kardashian has come under fire after posting a picture of her 6-year-old daughter wearing a full face of makeup.
Yeah, the reality TV star said the youngster was participating in a dance recital and that wasn't an everyday occurrence.
So this morning we're asking, is it ever OK to let children wear makeup?
Well, joining us now is journalist Julie Cook. So, Julie, it's a child wearing full rouge, bright red lipstick, hair tied back, looking very, very stylised, very much, I think, like a young adult. Is this really the sort of thing we should be doing with small children?
Oh, I think it's absolutely fine. I mean, first of all, in Khloe Kardashian's case, it was a dance recital, so it was very much a kind of performance element to it. She said herself in her post, it wasn't something they do every day. She was taking part in a dance activity. So, you know, I think she's vindicated on that front. But I've let my daughter play with makeup since she was 3. When she was 3, she showed a distinct interest in my makeup palettes, going through my stuff. She's 10 now, and while I don't let her wear a full face like a drag queen, I do let her wear, you know, a bit of mascara on a weekend if she wants to. I don't see any harm in it.
Clearly, if you're a child of a Kardashian who's paid millions of dollars to endorse cosmetics, you know, that's part of the fabric of their family. My concern, though, Julie, is putting those pictures on social media where people can see them. We live in an age now where, you know, wrong-uns are scouring the internet all the time.
A lot of girls do enjoy putting makeup on. It's almost like a self-expression thing. It's like painting on a canvas. They're just trying to be a bit artistic. I don't think it's necessarily as sort of sinister as we're making out. And I think as long as you're not posting pictures everywhere or putting them at risk of harm, I don't see any danger.
The People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel. Good afternoon, Britain. It's 25 minutes past 1. Now let's return to that night of violence in Leeds.
Yes, police cars overturned, public transport set on fire, residents warned to stay at home in the suburb of Hare Hills, Leeds.
Well, joining us from the scene is our reporter Anna Riley. And Anna, tell us about what's still there.
Yes, well, it's the clean-up from the night before, that night of disorder, that riot in which up to 1,000 people turned out, as you've mentioned, police car being overturned and also glass being smashed in another police vehicle. But what's behind us now is the remains of a double-decker bus that was set fire to by rioters here last night. You can see a large number of police around that cordon. Any time now it's expected that bus is going to be removed. We know that West Yorkshire Police have condemned the actions of the rioters last night. The Federation Chairman Craig Nichols said the disorder was utterly unacceptable and underscores the unpredictable challenges faced by our officers daily. What should have been a standard duty quickly turned into a night of chaos, highlighting the need for robust support and resources for those tasked with maintaining public safety. It's also been condemned by the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper. The Mayor of West Yorkshire as well, Tracy Braben, has spoken out about it. And police throughout today have been analysing that social media footage that flooded Twitter, TikTok, other social media, showing the riot as it unfolded. Police are now trying to target those responsible. And I've been out speaking to residents, business owners here in Hare Hills. I spoke to Philip Bell, a business owner, earlier, and this is what he had to say.
I was absolutely shocked. Didn't know why it was happening, but there's never ever a reason why anything like that should be happening. And the quantity of people was just phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it. We've been going for 40 odd years as a business, and we're thinking, oh, our customers going to come down to this area. We've seen it dwindle anyway, and something like this, which is on the news worldwide, it doesn't give Hare Hills a good name whatsoever.
Well, Anna, thank you so much for bringing us that live from the scene.
Yes, well, joining us now is local teacher and community activist Aisha Ali Khan. Aisha, thank you so much for coming on the show this afternoon. Truly shocking scenes. Were there signs that this community could erupt in this way?
Absolutely not. There were absolutely no signs whatsoever. It just it seems as though it came out of nowhere. Obviously, there's so much misinformation out there. We have no idea what's happened, what triggered it. There are so many rumours, lots and lots of conspiracy theories. So it will be quite interesting to see once everything dies down and we have a proper investigation as to what happened, why it happened, when it happened, and who was involved. But right now, the images from yesterday are absolutely shocking. Just never seen anything like it, and I've lived through 2 sort of Bradford riots as well. So this is, for me, just really shocking and brought back lots of horrible memories of those times as well.
Yes, it does seem that there was some sort of demonstration earlier in the day against social services taking a child into their care away from some parents that then just expanded and grew and became more violent and perhaps became more than what was than about that initial sort of protest. I mean, it became utterly mob rule. The police had to retreat. And perhaps it shows a lack of social trust, a lack of respect in institutions, whether it's the social services, whether it's the police. Do you feel that that has fed into this?
Absolutely, Tom. I think if we take a step back and look at the...
Sorry, Aisha, I think we just lost your sound a little bit there. We were talking about trust and respect.
We will actually have to work really hard as a community and different sort of ethnic communities I'm referencing here as well. The police, the social services, we need to understand what happened, why it happened. And again, when something like this happens, there's a breakdown of trust from both parties, obviously within the communities and also with the police and social services and other institutions as well. When everything is working really well, it's fantastic. But when something like, and it only takes one small incident, a small thing to set things off. But the scenes from last night were really shocking, and there was a lot of, like I said, lots of misinformation online. there was a lot of finger pointing, and as a Pakistani woman myself, I was quite alarmed to see that finger was pointing at Pakistanis and other ethnic minorities, which does not help the situation. It makes the situation worse. And until we know what's actually happened, it's really irresponsible for people to kind of start making accusations and so on. And we had people like Nigel Farage last night tweeting really irresponsible things, which do not help the situation whatsoever. And first of all, absolutely incorrect as well. So it's going to be interesting.
From the footage that people have seen and sharing, it does look as though all sorts of different people from all different ethnicities, from all different racial backgrounds and communities were involved in this, bystanders as well as those taking part in criminal activity. So yes, I would agree with you that it certainly cannot be pinned on one specific community. But the fact that this small incident with the social services that we understand could suddenly ignite a riot like this points to a community that isn't as cohesive as it could be.
Emily, you've made a really good point. You've mentioned the fact that, there were lots of different communities involved, members of communities involved. Hare Hills is a really multicultural area. It's one of the poorest parts of Leeds, by the way, and there's lots and lots of different communities. And whenever you have an influx of migrant communities coming into an area, whether it's obviously Leeds right now or Bradford or Oldham or Manchester, London, where they will generally gravitate towards areas that are already socioeconomically poor anyway because of the affordability issues, and if they've got other members of their families and their communities already residing there. So Hare Hills, obviously, as I've just mentioned, lots and lots of different communities, and a lot of the footage I've seen, I was sent like 5 or 6 separate videos last night, just people sort of holding their phones up, just kind of recording, just coming out to see what had happened. There was a lot of almost shock and disbelief on lots of people's faces as well. And yes, there were lots of young people, the youth, kicking the police car and involved in the burning of the bus as well. But I think this should be an opportunity. We should not lose the opportunity to learn from what's happened and why it's happened, to stop it from happening again. And I mean, I've had messages from all over the world as well saying, oh my God, people are losing control in London, in England, sorry, what's going on, it's not safe. And I think for those people, I really must stress that this is not something that happens all the time. This is something in the last in my lifetime at least. I've mentioned the Manningham riots, I mentioned the Bradford riots, and we had the London riots in 2011 as well. Yeah. This is something that does not happen all the time, and clearly the sort of circumstances that have led to this happening, obviously I couldn't tell you what they were. And
yes, and Aisha, I think the police will have to consider whether they acted in the best way possible. Of course, everyone saw that the police were forced into retreat because they were simply so outnumbered. Aisha, we're going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much indeed for your time. Aisha Ali Khan, a local teacher and community activist. Really great to speak to you. Thank you.
Now, coming up, it's the funeral of Corey Comparator, the man who was shot and killed during the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We'll be live in Pennsylvania for that funeral.
Very good afternoon to you. It's just after 1:30, and we'll start this half hour with some breaking news just into us from Russia, where we understand that journalist Evan Gershkovich has been sentenced to 16 years behind bars after a Russian court found him guilty of espionage. You can see here the scenes from inside that courtroom as that verdict is being read out. The Wall Street Journal reporter has already been held in Moscow in a prison for at least 15 months on charges of spying. Prosecutors say the 32-year-old was caught gathering secret information for the CIA, though no information to back up those allegations has ever been made public. And Evan Gershkovich has denied the charges against him, calling them completely false. Well, President Putin had previously said he was open to a prisoner exchange, but the Kremlin's now declining to comment. President Biden, though, says he's still committed to bringing Evan home, accusing Moscow of hostage diplomacy. Well, these are the scenes from Berlin's Schönefeld Airport, just one of the major transport hubs where flights are still grounded due to today's widespread IT glitch. Banks, businesses, planes and trains around the world have been knocked offline, which is believed to have been caused by a faulty update to a widely used Microsoft cybersecurity software. Those travelling by rail are also being warned about severe disruption here in the UK, with Transpennine Express among many networks reporting that some people are still having trouble purchasing tickets. And the glitch, as I say, is thought to have originated at a cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike. It's also impacting some supermarkets and GP surgeries, though they are now investigating the cause. The President of Ukraine has asked Sir Keir Starmer to show his leadership in the fight against Russia. As he addressed the cabinet this morning at Downing Street, President Zelensky's briefed them about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas in Russia where weapons are being concentrated. The UK government has suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine. And one person has drowned after an overcrowded migrant boat began sinking in the English Channel overnight. The woman, believed to be from Sudan, died while 86 people were rescued by a French vessel just after 1 o'clock this morning. Those on board initially refused help, but an hour later the boat deflated, throwing many into the water. Rescue teams attempted to resuscitate the woman, but she died at the scene. She is the 6th migrant to die in the Channel this week. And a widespread police cordon is in place in Leeds after violence erupted there last night in the area of Hare Hills. Vehicles were set ablaze and a police car was overturned late last night, with residents warned to stay indoors as helicopters and a large police presence responded to the chaos. It's understood the riots were linked to local children being taken into care. West Yorkshire Mayor Tracy Brabbins condemned what she's described as those violent and thoughtless actions, promising that a thorough investigation will take place. And we're also just hearing a breaking line as well from our Home and Security editor that here in London, the Metropolitan Police are saying they too will have additional police resources on the streets of Whitechapel tonight after a separate significant disorder incident took place between rival groups within the Bangladeshi community. We will keep across that for you and bring you any more details on that as we get it. For now, though, those are the latest GB News headlines. I'm Sam Francis. Your next update at 2 o'clock.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. It could be the hottest day of the year so far for some areas in the south and east. However, across the north and west, it's still fairly cloudy and much cooler up here. It will be a drier day though today for parts of Northern Ireland and much of Scotland. Hazy sunshine affecting northern areas of England, as well as some western areas of Wales, some cloud moving into parts of Cornwall later on this afternoon as well. Further east though, elsewhere across England and Wales, it will be a very dry and warm day, strong sunshine, temperatures climbing into the 30s across the southeast. We've only had 30.5 so far this year, so we could see the hottest day of the year so far. And as we head into this evening, it will be staying on the warm side of things. There's a bit more of a breeze across northern areas, particularly across Scotland, where we do have this weather front still affecting the western Isles, potentially some showery rain across parts of central areas of Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Now, across northeastern England, some hazy sunshine to end the day, but temperatures still in the mid-20s. And overnight tonight, temperatures might not dip much below 20 degrees across some southeastern areas, which could mean it would be a tropical night. However, there is a change on the way as we head into the weekend. This weather front will make more progress eastwards across the country, and behind it, it will turn much cooler into Sunday. But before then, as I said, a mild night quite widely across the UK, temperatures in the mid to high teens for many of us. But some heavy rain first thing across Northern Ireland, western areas of Scotland as well. And those outbreaks of heavy rain will push into parts of the southwest, parts of Wales as well throughout the afternoon in particular. Hazy sunshine spreading into central and eastern areas of England as well as Scotland too. However, across the far south and east, it will still feel warm. Temperatures still potentially climbing into the low 30s here.
The latest GB News travel.
Hi, good afternoon to you. I'm Jules Buckley. Eastbound M62 is queuing this lunchtime. Richworth Moor Junction 22 towards Huddersfield 23, a lane shut, a collision causing delays. Now there's some debris on the westbound M56, Runcorn 12 towards Helsby 14, slow going. Eastbound quite slow too now. Northbound A1 in Lincolnshire. Now from the Boothby Pagnell turn off, heading up towards the Little Ponton Junction, blocked and queuing back towards Dallygate Lane, a collision causing delays. Queues too for the northbound M3 in Hampshire this afternoon. Around Hooker Junction 5, there's people on the road, a lane's being closed and it's slow. And southwest Wales, Carmarthenshire, the A48 closed both ways between Llanarth and the Crosshand roundabout. Big queues developing east and westbound due to an accident. And that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 41 minutes past 1. And to the weather now.
After a drizzly, grey and cold July, it seems that summer might finally be upon us. Temperatures set to reach 30 degrees in parts of the country today. I should say sorry if it's not very nice where you are. I know it's not everywhere that is having these temperatures, but it is large parts of the country. Is this mini heatwave here to stay, though?
Well, let's cross to our East Midlands reporter, Will Hollis, who's in Skegness for us to tell us more. And Will, seems like a sunny beach day.
Yes, well, the Met Office says they need 3 days of consecutive high temperatures for it to be classed as a heat wave, and here in Skegness temperatures are reaching 30 degrees. Maybe not the hottest in the country. In the southeast it could be 31 degrees, but look at that bright blue sky and yellow sandy beaches. That's attracted thousands of people down here to the Lincolnshire coastline. And where else would you want to be? Well, there's a few places inland where they have beaches, where they set them up, but not quite the real thing, is it? And all the way from Derby, we've had Pauline and Angela who've come down on one of the hottest days of the year so far. Where have you come from and why are you here?
Well, we've come from Derby, and I like coming here. It's very much maligned by the press as one of the poor seaside resorts. It's got a fabulous beach. There's plenty of things to do with children. And, you know, why keep knocking it all the while in the bottom half dozen of seaside reports? And that's what, you know, the people do. Come and give it a try.
It's a bit hot today, though, isn't it? What do you think? Too hot for the beach?
No, never too hot for the beach. Come on, nice sea breeze. No.
And a beautiful view of the beach, Pauline. We've got Angela here as well. You've come 80-odd miles. Yeah. Why is this the place to be when we've got a mini heat wave? Temperatures of 30 degrees.
Well, we just like it here, and it's nice. You get a cool breeze, and it's lovely to see people enjoying themselves and lots of families.
You're here on the pier. Yeah. Are you spending your money, though, and what do you spend it on?
We've had ice cream, haven't we? And we're going for fish and chips, and we've had a cup of tea. So we're happy.
And you've got to have plenty of water as well, though, yes, because there is a heat health alert. So for some people, they need to have a little bit of a drink. Have you been having your water as well as your ice?
I've got my water in my bag, yes. Yeah. Right, thank you.
Fantastic. What do you think, Pauline? You got plenty of water?
Yep, we certainly have. Yeah, we will, and we'll have another cup of tea, plenty of fluid, and we've brought this. I know it looks like a urinal, but it isn't. It's not.
It's definitely water in there?
It's definitely water with some lemon in it, yes.
A little bit of lemon. My grandma used to like barley as well. She had lemon and barley.
No, I just like the lemon in it. It's really nice.
What do you think of people that come to the beach on hot days like this but don't drink a water?
Well, they're very silly, aren't they? You know, you have to keep hydrated, no matter how you are. And please don't bring dogs out in the middle of the day. It's not right for them. You know, you've only got to see some people. It's silly.
Why is it not right for dogs here on a beach on a hot day like this?
No, because you only got to see them panting and sweating. They have, unless they've got water with them and a dish, then fine. But if not, you should take dogs out in the morning and in the evening.
You don't want to see a dog that's sweating too much. What about some of these chaps that walk around along Skegness with their shirts off and you can see all their tattoos and that? What about that? That's a bit of a sweaty sight.
It certainly is. I mean, You know, we're both widows. I mean, it's lovely to see. Come on. It takes a long while since I've seen a man with his shirt off.
And there's plenty of those here in Skegness?
Absolutely, there certainly is. Oh, we can sit and ogle on a bench, we can. Particularly the young ones. I don't want the men with the big flabby stomachs. No.
And this is the ogling bench then. Is this where you've got the perfect view of the seaside and the beach? Have you seen any good sights today?
Well, we've seen one or two as we've walked along. That's okay, but no, not too many, because we're sitting here just taking in the sunshine.
Pauline and Angela from Derby who've come to Skegness today. It is a fantastic day and two fantastic people as well. But there are those health alerts, a yellow warning, so particularly for people that are maybe in the health and social care sector. The hot temperatures, 30 degrees, they are a bit worrisome for some. But as long as you have your water, like my fantastic guest just then, I don't see any reason why you can't enjoy a fantastic beach like this on the Lincolnshire coastline.
Fantastic stuff, Will. Thank you so much for introducing us to Pauline and Angela, who I think should have their own show, really. They were brilliant.
Absolutely. I can see a little Sunday morning with Angela and Pauline. They were quite funny, weren't they? I love the British sense of humour.
Yeah.
You know, don't take yourself too seriously. They're on the beach enjoying everything to see.
Absolutely. And sometimes there is quite a bit to see.
There's so much more to come on the show, including, of course, this power outage, well, this tech outage. Airlines, media, banks, GP services still being affected by that global tech meltdown. We'll bring you all the latest details. Don't go anywhere.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Now, the last time we spoke, we always talk about the topic of gender and your transition. So talk to me about now, though. What you've done is you've created a comic book about your life and about your transition to tell us things that perhaps the press and media don't talk about.
Yes, so throughout the years, I have always been persuaded to write a book, but I was never ready to disclose so much. And I've been working this beautiful comic book. I brought you a little copy. It's here. You can have a look into it later, where I'm detailing past experiences, growing up in Brazil and then moving to this country, and my struggles, the struggles that I had to go through to become the woman that I'm today. I'm a woman. I'm not a biological woman, but I am a woman. I just cannot have babies because I don't have the female organs, but I'm a woman inside out, therefore I use the female toilet. But what has been going on around, there are a lot of people that regard themselves as being transgender when they're actually not. They don't have any psychological help, they don't have any medical help. They just wear female clothes and makeup and they call themselves female. And they're the ones using female spaces and take advantage of that. And that is what should stop and be controlled.
But that's the problem, isn't it? So what do you do to stop that? I mean, the suggestion was a third extra space. How would you feel about a third extra space where, you know, this is where if somebody is trans or any of those other things can use rather than using the female toilet?
I don't think that would work, actually, because these people that those people that regard themselves as being females in their minds, they still would use the female toilet.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us. Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in this studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Well, Well, good afternoon, Britain. It is now 1:50, and the funeral of Corey Comperator, who was shot and killed during the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, is about to take place in Pennsylvania.
Yes, Corey was a retired volunteer fire department chief who died shielding his family.
Devastating. The attack continues to be at the forefront of the Republican National Convention, where last night Donald Trump made his first speech since he was injured, saying he was only there by the grace of God and that he wanted to be a president for all Americans, not just half the country.
Well, we're joined now by the chair of Republicans overseas, Greg Swenson. Because, Greg, I think a lot of focus has been on the near miss of Donald Trump, how close to tragedy that shot was. But, of course, for one family there, for their friends, for their loved ones, tragedy did occur. A guy who was standing in the wrong place, who jumped in front of his family, was shot.
Yeah, it's absolutely tragic, and I'm so glad that President Trump mentioned it last night in his speech. And he's reached out to the family several times already. And you saw on Wednesday night he had the families of the Abbey Gate victims, the 13 Marines and Navy corpsmen who died in Afghanistan during the debacle of a pullout. So, you know, President Trump is very hands-on with the military families, but also in this case the great the hero, you know, Corey, who was, as you mentioned, a retired fire chief, and it's sad. It's really sad.
And many people have pointed to failures, or accused anyway, the security services, the secret services, of failures in preventing this from happening. Have we had any updates on potentially what might have gone wrong here?
Yeah, the information is trickling out. The Secret Service, the head of the Secret Service has not been very cooperative at all. But there are investigations. She was subpoenaed, actually, so she's going to appear in front of Congress on Monday probably in a closed door meeting. But it's trickling out. It was so obvious that there were failings in the preparation, in the advance team. We don't really know the details yet, but what's obvious is there was major failures. That's not to suggest that the Secret Service people on the ground with the president weren't absolutely, heroic might be exaggerating, but they did their jobs perfectly the way they were trained. And you saw how they surrounded the president, provided a body shield, basically, and are willing to take a bullet for the person that they're protecting. So the people, those guys did a great job. Those men and women did a great job. But there are obvious failings, and it's more the responses from the head of the Secret Service, trying to blame local law enforcement, which was ridiculous to do that. They were basically directing traffic. Also to blame the 45-degree angle on the roof, which is completely obscene because the sharpshooters were on roofs that were more than 45 degrees sloped. So, this doesn't smell right at all.
Well, big questions to answer, no doubt. Greg Swenson, thank you so much for talking us through that all. Chair of Republicans Overseas UK. Really interesting to see President Trump last night talk about how he heard the bullet whiz past his ear. The most visceral explanation of what went on.
Yes, and meanwhile, things are turning from bad to worse for President Joe Biden, aren't they, really? Obama making pretty clear that he doesn't think he should be in the job any longer, standing for the nomination. It'll be interesting to see, as expected by some, whether he does pull out.
Yeah, there's been some speculation online that Joe Biden could declare he's giving up his delegates, not seeking the nomination anymore as soon as this weekend. But we're going to keep across that in the next hour. And indeed, much more to come on the ground from Leeds. Don't go anywhere.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon. Welcome to your latest GB News weather update brought to you from the Met Office. Through the rest of today, we'll be feeling very hot into this evening as well, and very mild night to come for much of England and Wales. There is a change on the way as we head towards the weekend. Weather fronts will push in from the west, introducing considerably fresher air, but also a spell of wet weather. And that cloud and rain will push into parts of Northern Ireland, western Scotland through this evening. Elsewhere, it should stay dry. A bit of cloud spilling into western Wales, parts of the southwest as well. But across the south and east, a clear night to come. And here is where it will stay mild and humid overnight. Temperatures perhaps not dipping down much below 20 degrees. However, from the north and west, as I said, it will turn fresher through Saturday once this weather front clears through. That will clear through the Western Isles very first thing, but still some heavy rain to come across parts of the Highlands. Eastern areas of Scotland not seeing the rain till a little later on in the day on Saturday. Wet weather, though, spilling into Northern Ireland as well as North Wales through Saturday morning. Could see some quite heavy downpours pushing into parts of South Wales as well as Devon and Cornwall through Saturday morning as well. Further east, though, it will be a clear and bright start to the day on Saturday, but it will be feeling fairly humid through the day. The sunshine will turn hazier as well for many central and eastern areas of the UK as this cloud starts to thicken ahead of the band of heavy rain. So heavy pulses of rain to come for parts of Wales, the southwest, as well as some areas of Scotland as well. Temperatures cooler tomorrow compared to today, but still across the south and east, we could still reach the high 20s. Through Saturday evening, that rain will continue its journey eastwards, so some further outbreaks of heavy rain at risk for many areas of the UK, but it will turn cooler and much drier as we head into Sunday. So sunny spells on Sunday for many of us, temperatures much closer to average, but further wet weather to come next week.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
£30,000 in tax-free cash really could be yours. It's our biggest cash prize of the year so far, and you could be getting that winning call from us to tell you that you're our next Great British Giveaway winner.
I can't believe this.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
That is absolutely fantastic.
We're over the moon.
I've never won anything like this in my life.
Oh, you shocked me. I never won a penny in my life.
If I was there, I'd buy you a drink.
For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss My Big Opinion, Mark Meets, and My Take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Go and get another glass of that bubbly, you've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 2 o'clock on Friday, the 19th of July. I'm Tom Harwood.
And I'm Emily Carver.
Britain grounded. Cabinet Minister Pat McFadden says we're too reliant on tech. Coming as outages impact airlines, railways, banks and even supermarkets across the world.
And it's an outrage.
It is an outrage.
Leeds in flames. West Yorkshire police under fire after riot police were driven out by a violent mob last night in Hare Hills, Leeds. A police car was overturned, a double-decker bus was torched as thugs created bonfires in the streets.
Ukrainian President Zelenskyy tells Keir Starmer to show your leadership as he becomes the first visitor to Downing Street's cabinet table under Labour's new premiership.
And has summer arrived where you are? I certainly hope so. Parts of Britain are going to be baking in temperatures hotter than Portugal today as they are set to soar beyond 30 degrees.
Now, of course, it's a busy news day, and have you been affected by any of these outages across the country? Have you tried to withdraw money from a bank, tried to book a train, go to an airport? We want to hear from you, if so.
Yes, perhaps you just went to the coffee shop and couldn't pay with your card and didn't have any cash on you. I mean, simple things like that have been affected, as well as not being able to get a GP appointment, not being able to get on your flight or your train journey. Whatever it is, let us know. But it's interesting what Pat McFadden said there about how we're too reliant on tech. I mean, what does that exactly mean? Should we go back to pens and paper?
I think that's probably what the Green Party would like us to do, isn't it? Sort of just get rid of all the mod cons, reverse the Industrial Revolution. I'm not sure that Labour was fully on board with that as well, but perhaps.
I mean, I'm all for, having a tech holiday, getting off the mobile phone, getting off the computer, getting away from the office, whatever it is. But to say we're too reliant on tech, that's a bit odd, isn't it, really? In 2024, we kind of need it now, don't we?
Pat McFadden was Tony Blair's political secretary in Downing Street back in the late 90s. So maybe he's just harking back to the days before everything was quite so digital.
Although some GP surgeries feel like they're in the analogue days, don't they, really? Let us know, gbnews.com/your say, but it's your headlines with Sam.
Tom, Emily, thank you very much, and good afternoon to you. It's just after 2 o'clock, and we'll start this hour with some breaking news from Leeds. We're just hearing that police say several people have now been arrested after violent disorder and riots in the Hare Hills area of the city. We understand more arrests will be made over the next few days as police continue their investigations. It comes after late last night vehicles were set ablaze and a police car was overturned, with residents warned to stay indoors as helicopters and a large police presence responded to the chaos. You can see there on your screen scenes from the aftermath of those violent riotous scenes in Leeds. It's understood the riots were linked to local children being taken into care. And West Yorkshire Mayor Tracy Brabin has condemned what she's described as the violent and thoughtless actions, promising a thorough investigation into what took place. As we know, though, at this stage, some people have been arrested. Police saying several people arrested. In other news, cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike says it is actively working to fix a defect in an update for users of Microsoft's Windows software, which has sparked a global IT outage today. Flights at many of the world's airports have been grounded since early this morning, with airlines unable to complete check-ins. Banks, supermarkets, GP clinics and even major TV and radio broadcasters are also among the many who've been knocked offline. Those travelling by rail here in the UK are also affected, with TransPennine Express, Thameslink and Southern among the many who've reported disruption. A spokesperson for CrowdStrike says the issue is now being identified and it's not a security incident or cyber attack. In Russia, journalist Evan Gershkovich has been sentenced to 16 years in jail after a court there found him guilty of espionage. The Wall Street Journal reporter has already been held in a Moscow prison for the 16 months so far on charges of spying. Prosecutors say the 32-year-old was caught gathering secret information for the CIA, though no information to back up those allegations has been made public. He has denied the charges, calling them completely false. President Putin had said he was open to a prisoner exchange, but the Kremlin is now declining to comment. The president of Ukraine has asked Sir Keir Starmer to show his leadership and convince other nations to remove limits on the use of long-range weapons as he addressed the cabinet in Downing Street this morning. President Zelensky's briefed them about Ukraine's war and said it is possible to destroy areas in Russia where weapons are being concentrated. The UK government had suggested the deployment of British missiles is ultimately a matter for Ukraine, as long as international law is upheld. While Ukrainian President Zelensky says he is looking forward to working with the new Labour government.
I truly hope that this winning of the new British government's war will open up more shared opportunities for us, Ukraine and the UK. From the first days of the Russian war, our people have felt that Britain, your people, would not only stand by us, but also help bring victory closer.
Well, we've heard today that one person has drowned after an overcrowded migrant boat began sinking in the English Channel overnight. The woman, believed to be from Sudan, died and 86 people were rescued by a French vessel, but those on board had initially refused help. An hour later, the boat started to deflate, throwing many into the water. Rescue teams did attempt to resuscitate the woman, but she died at the scene. She's now the 6th migrant to drown in the Channel in just a week. Donald Trump says he'll bring the American dream back if he returns to the White House, as he took to the stage for the first time since his assassination attempt. Speaking at the Republican National Convention, the former president formally accepted the nomination to be the party's candidate in November's election. And he also told supporters about last weekend's attempt on his life, saying he saw blood everywhere when he was shot at a rally. Former wrestler Hulk Hogan, who's also made a speech, called Trump a hero.
All you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
Hulk Hogan there, as if he needs any introduction. Health alerts are in place across the country as the summer sun brings welcome relief for some. Experts are urging people to take precautions, with warnings in place in many parts of England right through until 11 o'clock tomorrow night. It's expected today could be the hottest day of the year so far, exceeding June's record of 30.5 degrees. But England is far from the hottest part of Europe today, with temperatures in Madrid and Seville expected to peak at around 40 degrees. And finally, if you've ever thought of managing the England squad, well, this could be your moment, but not if I get there first. The Football Association has posted an official job advert on its website for the role of head coach. The job description says the search is on for someone who will lead the men's team to win a major tournament and be consistently ranked as one of the top teams in the world. Not too much of a hard ask. You'll have to get your application in quickly, though. The Post says a number of candidates have already been identified to replace Gareth Southgate, but the FA is committed to an open process. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis, off to apply for that job, and I'll see you in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 8 minutes past 2, and the government's national emergency response, known as COBRA, the Cabinet Office Briefing Room A, is being fired up to tackle the global IT outage.
Room A. So far, it's impacted airlines, it's impacted banks, businesses, institutions, supermarkets, and lots else.
NHS England is also warning patients that the tech meltdown is causing disruption in the majority of GP practices.
Now, Cabinet Minister Pat McFadden says the issue shows we have an over-reliance on tech.
This incident shows us just how dependent we are on IT systems, and when something like this happens, how fast and how widespread the effects are. The reassuring thing in this case is that it's not a hostile act, it's not a security attack, The cause has been identified, and it's really important, because we're so reliant on these systems, that the fix is put in place as soon as possible.
Pat McFadden there. Joining us in the studio now is our national reporter, Charlie Peters. Charlie, what do you make of what the Cabinet Office Minister was saying?
Well, strong lines there from Mr McFadden, and it comes a few hours after Mark Lloyd, who's a manager at the IT firm Axions UK, said that this outage today is a stark reminder of how dependent the world is on not just this sort of technology, but cloud services in particular, because that's been the core part of this issue. It's not technology in general, it's the fact that this CrowdStrike error from just 41 kilobytes of code and software sent over last night has caused a complete failure for people to access those networks from their internet access devices. That's caused the issue here. It's not so much that individual systems have broken because of this error, it's that wider system, that wider ability to access information through networks, through cloud computing, has fallen apart. And I think, you know, the Minister's comments do tie into what experts and IT managers have been saying this morning about that particular vulnerability that we have.
It's interesting because, of course, we expect security services, because that's what this really was. This is an antivirus company that's supposed to keep all of these all of these systems safe. We expect it to be pumping in constant updates to make sure that our tech is safe from those threats. We don't expect it itself to become a threat.
Right, and the National Cyber Security Centre regularly repels attacks that could be significantly disruptive to the wider critical national infrastructure in Britain. Those defences did fail quite recently with an attack on a third party, not directly linked to the public sector in terms of its infrastructure, but causing such disruption in London for several hospitals disrupted by a cyber attack from a Russian-based group called Killin. So we know that the National Cyber Security Centre and its partners in the UK security services do have a look in on those hostile threats. But as you say, Tom, incidents coming from private companies, from a core part of our security front line when it comes to cybersecurity, which is the innovators, the multi-billion-dollar companies that put forward this technology. We don't necessarily expect the error to come from those corners in this fight against cyber insecurity.
Yeah, and the impact on the general public, just in this country, airports, flights, trains, hospitals, GP surgeries, banks, cafes, restaurants, shops, payment apps, payroll systems, football clubs, stock exchanges, supermarkets, TV channels, water companies. I mean, the list is very large. It may be that most people in the country have been impacted one way or another.
So many people impacted. I think millions in this country are trying to go about their normal business and have been disrupted. And I think as we talk about that impact, just in the last few moments, we have had a proper apology from George Kurtz, the chief executive of CrowdStrike, saying that he's deeply sorry for the global impact of the flawed software update. This apology issued earlier, but now coming out, telling the Today Show in the US that this was a big failure from CrowdStrike when they issued that software update. Although the CEO has reaffirmed that they have teams working constantly to get more customers back online. Many have been able to do it automatically with a new software update, but several more will need manual reboots.
A very pernicious difference, because this is software that is embedded within operating systems. It's not like just one program is broken. It breaks down the entire system, which is, I suppose, a reminder of just how precarious some of these systems that we now rely on really are. Systems built upon other systems, built upon other systems, and if there's one problem with one of those things at base, the whole tower can come tumbling down.
It's that cascading effect, and so many cybersecurity analysts saying this morning that part of that comes down to, you know, we've heard about the reliance on technology, how key it is, but possibly the over-reliance on just one single operating system, like Microsoft. You know, Microsoft was able to fix its own concerns earlier in the morning before CrowdStrike said that they had deployed a fix to deal with their own software crisis that they'd put in overnight, that tiny line of code that caused the crisis. But so many people relying on Microsoft.
Absolutely.
Well, Charlie, thank you very much for bringing us that. We're going to head straight to Pennsylvania now, where the funeral of Corey Comparator, the man shot and killed during the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life, is taking place. These are the very latest pictures from that church in Pennsylvania. Of course, Corey was a volunteer fire chief. He jumped in front of his wife and daughter at that rally and ended up being in the firing line of a bullet that was meant for Donald Trump and instead found its way to Corey Comparator.
Just a terribly, terribly sad thing to have happened to him and, of course, his family and friends. I'm sure this will be a sombre day, but also a celebration of his life. I imagine Donald Trump did remember him, did mention him in his speech last night, made sure, because, of course, Donald Trump was so close to death as well. He said, essentially, that God saved him and kept him alive. It was so close, so close. But talking to Greg Swenson a little earlier, still many questions for the security services as to how this was allowed to happen, how someone could get so close to where the rally was to be able to take this shot.
Now, of course, solidarity here from all the emergency services in this part of Pennsylvania. Clearly a valued member of the community, a volunteer fire chief. And look at the solidarity here from men on Harley Davidsons driving along. Have you seen anything more American than that? This strikes a chord with particularly rural America, and it's worth noting that Donald Trump has reached out to the family of this victim now twice, I think, speaking to them and consoling them. After all, he had a near miss, but for the family of Corey Comparator, it wasn't a miss at all. It was a direct hit.
Yeah, it would have been traumatic, to say the least, for his family, who he reportedly shielded from death themselves. Lots of stars and stripes, aren't there, in this, what would you call it? A procession. A procession,
and very clearly Trump country as well. It's interesting because Pennsylvania was a state that flipped blue last time. Might it go red this time? Might it turn and vote for Donald Trump? We just don't know. The election, of course, in November. But we can see a fire engine, a fire truck, if you're American, coming in this procession now. The local fire department, of course, very close to this family. The victim, of course, a member of that fire department.
Yeah, clearly, as you can see, the numbers attending this funeral and in that procession, he must have been a hugely valued member of the community. And there he is, a picture as well with his daughter, it must be, celebrating a birthday by the looks of things. But a huge amount of support, a very long procession. Of course, the motorbikes, the fire trucks too, going to that church in Pennsylvania to commemorate his death.
Well, thoughts with all of his family there and the local community there in Pennsylvania.
Right, well, we're going to turn to the weather because it was a drizzly, grey and cold July in large parts of the country. But summer might finally be here, even if only for a day.
Well, temperatures are set to reach 30 degrees in parts of the country today. But is this mini heatwave here to stay?
Well, we're joined now by Met Office presenter and meteorologist Annie Shuttleworth. Annie, thank you very much for coming on the show. It is sweltering here in London. Is it the same across the country?
Well, it's certainly pretty hot in Exeter where I am, but the heat isn't as widespread as sure many people will be hoping. Actually, across parts of Northern Ireland, much of Scotland as well, there's a lot of cloud around, so it's not quite as hot there. But we have now reached 31 degrees, so it is officially the hottest day of the year so far.
Good to know, but of course the fabled jet stream had been not in our favour for the last month or so, perhaps the last 2 months, pointing too far to the south. It seems like it's now turned back up north again. Is that here to stay?
Unfortunately not. As you said, it is a short-lived hot spell. It's probably not going to quite qualify as a heat wave. You need 3 days of heat, and we're probably only going to get 2 days. So a hot spell, I think, is a better phrase for it. And as we head into the weekend, it is going to get cooler. Still a pretty uncomfortable night to come tonight. But as we head into Sunday, it does look a lot cooler. Temperatures will be probably a good 7 or 8 degrees cooler on Sunday compared to Saturday for some areas. But there's still going to be some sunshine around, and it is July, so even when it's just 21 degrees, it still feels pretty nice. I personally think high 20s, low 30s is a bit too hot, especially if you're sat in the blazing sun.
Yeah, it's all personal preference, really. As long as you've got your sun cream on and your sun hat on, sunglasses too. Yeah, we've been calling this a mini heat wave, but you say it should, the technical term is a hot spell.
Yeah, heat wave, you need 3 days of the threshold temperature for a specific region to be met, 3 days in a row. It's a definition from the Met Office. So there's no such thing as an actual mini heat wave. It's either a heat wave or it's not a heat wave. So a hot spell is probably the best phrase to go with. So it is going to turn much cooler again through the rest of next week. However, there are some signs it could get drier, and we could see some slightly more prolonged warmer weather for the last week of July, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that.
Well, fingers crossed that this isn't the peak of summer this summer here in the UK. Annie Shuttleworth, Met Office presenter and meteorologist, thanks so much for joining us.
Nana's lucked out with the weather on her birthday.
She has, and happy birthday to Nana Aquia.
Mine's next Tuesday, and I suppose it'll probably be drizzling again.
Just our luck.
Well, anyway, coming up, President Zelenskyy has made a historic address to my cabinet. That's according to the Prime Minister. We'll be telling you what exactly was covered after this short break. Stay with us.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
No, it wasn't just us who celebrated the big football match on Saturday. Prince William was in the crowd in Dusseldorf and couldn't help but show his relief when England scored.
And over the weekend, it was also announced that the Prince of Wales is set to star in a new 2-part documentary on ITV covering his mission to try and eradicate homelessness.
Well, let's talk about this and much, much more with Angela Levin, royal biographer, who joins us in the studio. I'm glad to hear that this documentary's been made, Angela, because I worried that he made this big announcement about homelessness, and I thought, goodness me, here is somebody who could maybe do something about this. And then it's all seemed to have gone quiet.
He's been very busy with it, actually. He's gone all over the country to see different areas and how they have been, and to try and change people's attitude to homelessness, that they're people who need help and want to get back into a normal life. I think it was 2009, he slept out in the street to see for himself what it was like. And he also helped people who are selling the magazines, the big issue. So I think he was actually just covering the basic about what it was like for him and how he can now help other people. He and Catherine are putting £3 million straight away into that, and it's going to
Where does that money come from?
Their own foundation, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not taking it from our tax or anybody else's. He wants to do this so badly because of his mother. You know, she took them to see people who were homeless, and even if he can't do everyone, he can help people be kind and understanding.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 24 minutes past 2. We're going to head straight to Leeds now because the bus that was torched last night amid violent protests is being removed.
Yes, and Mark White is here in the studio with us, our Home and Security editor, of course. And Mark, the light of day and the destruction is left behind. We've spoken to a few guests today who have said well, no signs at all that there could be any issues like this, that there could be an eruption of violence in this way. I find that hard to believe.
Well, I think there's certainly violence in that community in Hare Hills in Leeds. Whether it's worse than any other inner city area of the UK, I'm not so sure. But the trouble is, I mean, this was sparked from an incident in which social services were trying to take a group of children into care to safeguard them from a family. That family fought back, neighbours intervened. It then morphed into a very significant period of disorder that lasted more than 8 hours. I was watching the live streams last night as they torched this double-decker bus. Thankfully, the driver and the passengers got off before the mob turned their attention on this bus, one of 2 buses that were attacked by those rioters last night, as well as, of course, the police car.
Yeah, quite the clear-up operation we're looking at there in Leeds. But that wasn't the only disorder last night. The Metropolitan Police have confirmed that extra officers will now be on duty in the Whitechapel area of East London this evening after significant disorder that was there last night. There was violence within the Bangladeshi community, which saw some officers pelted with missiles, injuring 2 of them. Mark White, what can you tell us about that?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Nigel Farage has had some criticism for posting on social media that the politics of South Asia are being played out on the streets of Leeds. Well, they absolutely were on the streets of Whitechapel in East London last night. The Metropolitan Police themselves have said that the violent protests, you know, looking at some of the images of the protests there, which were quite significant and could have been a lot worse, but for the intervention of local officers on scene quickly, who were then backed up by more resources from across the Metropolitan Police area. There were 2 large groups of members of the Bangladeshi community in Whitechapel confronting and fighting each other. They were contained within a larger demonstration of several hundred people linked back to the deadly protests that have been happening over recent days in Bangladesh itself. And so the Metropolitan Police are saying that they had multiple 999 calls, they put additional resources down there, but the officers came under a hail of sort of missile and other projectiles that were thrown at them. 2 officers were injured. 1 person, just 1 person, was arrested. Not unusual in a public order situation like this. It's just often not practical for them to go in and start arresting people because they don't have the numbers to do that when you're dealing with a very significant crowd. But they will put extra resources into this area of East London tonight to ensure that any repeat of the scenes we saw last night can be quickly dealt with.
So, Mark, let's get this straight. So there have been violent protests in Bangladesh, and we're seeing essentially a spillover in the Bangladesh community now in East London.
Yeah, we've had a statement actually from Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway, who's in charge of policing in that area, Tower Hamlets area. He said, "I'm grateful to the officers who bravely intervened without hesitation to restore order in a challenging situation." He said this was a serious incident, and had it not been for the decisive intervention of local officers and other Met colleagues, it could well have resulted in more serious injuries, further damage or worse. He said, I recognise that events that take place in Bangladesh can have a significant impact on communities here in Tower Hamlets, but we cannot allow that strength of feeling to tip into threats, violence and disorder. So the Metropolitan Police, the senior commander, in no doubt it was linked back to the politics of the subcontinent playing out in the streets of East London.
Very. What on earth are people trying to achieve by going out onto the streets and being disorderly? It's not like the British government could do anything. It's not like it was the British police's fault, whatever has happened in Bangladesh.
Yeah, well, this was actually rival groups, so clearly groups that were supporting different sides of the violence that's playing out in Bangladesh. So it wasn't, in the first instance, aimed at the police. They were fighting amongst themselves. It's only when the police intervened and they had riot shields at one point to hold the two opposing groups apart, then they turned their attention on the police, as they often do in these situations of serious public disorder.
Isn't that delightful? Community tensions in Bangladesh now on the streets of Whitechapel. Good stuff.
Well, coming up...
Thank you, Mark.
Us Brits love talking about the weather, and there's lots to talk about today. Temperatures soaring beyond 30 degrees in many parts of the country. So we're going to be back in our favourite Skegness after your headlines with Sam Francis.
Very good afternoon to you. It's just after 2:30, the top story this afternoon. As the global IT outage continues, cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike say they are now actively working to fix a defect they found in Microsoft Windows. Flights at many of the world's airports have been grounded since early this morning, with airlines unable to complete check-ins. And here, thousands of GP practices across the country have also been affected, as well as banks, trains and broadcasters. The government has now held an emergency COBRA meeting to discuss the problem, and a spokesperson from CrowdStrike says the issue has been identified, though it's not a security incident or cyber attack. The American journalist Evan Gershkovich has been sentenced to 16 years in jail after a Russian court found him guilty of espionage. Prosecutors say the 32-year-old was caught gathering secret information for the CIA, though no information to back up those allegations has been made public. President Biden says he is committed to bringing Evan home. Well, police say that several people have been arrested after violent disorder and riots in the Hare Hills area of Leeds. It's understood more arrests will be made over the next few days as investigations continued. Late last night, vehicles were set ablaze and a police car was overturned. You can see there on your screen the aftermath from those riots. Residents were warned to stay indoors as helicopters and a large police presence responded to the chaos. It's understood it was linked to local children being taken into care. West Yorkshire Mayor Tracy Brabin has condemned what she's described as the violent and thoughtless actions. Donald Trump says he had God on his side the day that a bullet narrowly missed him during a campaign speech. The former president returned to the stage for the first time since the assassination attempt with a speech at the Republican National Convention, where he formally accepted his party's nomination for president. Meanwhile, Barack Obama has reportedly told senior Democrats that Joe Biden's path to victory has greatly diminished. It comes as a report in the New York Times suggests that President Biden has begun to accept that he may have to drop out of the race, though at least one person close to Mr. Biden insists he's not yet made up his mind. And we're also hearing from the head of Joe Biden's campaign in the last few minutes from the Reuters news agency that Biden will return to the campaign trail next week. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sam Francis. Your next update at 3 o'clock.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather update. It could be the hottest day of the year so far for some areas in the south and east. However, across the north and west, it's still fairly cloudy and much cooler up here. It will be a drier day though today for parts of Northern Ireland and much of Scotland. Hazy sunshine affecting northern areas of England, as well as some western areas of Wales, some cloud moving into parts of Cornwall later on this afternoon as well. Further east though, elsewhere across England and Wales, it will be a very dry and warm day. Strong sunshine, temperatures climbing into the 30s across the southeast. We've only had 30.5 so far this year, so we could see the hottest day of the year so far. And as we head into this evening, it will be staying on the warm side of things. There's a bit more of a breeze across northern areas, particularly across Scotland, where we do have this weather front still affecting the western Isles. Potentially some showery rain across parts of central areas of Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Now, across northeastern England, some hazy sunshine to end the day, but temperatures still in the mid-20s. And overnight tonight, temperatures might not dip much below 20 degrees across some southeastern areas, which could mean it would be a tropical night. However, there is a change on the way as we head into the weekend. This weather front will make more progress eastwards across the country, and behind it, it will turn much cooler into Sunday. But before then, as I said, a mild night quite widely across the UK, temperatures in the mid to high teens for many of us. But some heavy rain first thing across Northern Ireland, western areas of Scotland as well. And those outbreaks of heavy rain will push into parts of the southwest, parts of Wales as well throughout the afternoon in particular. Hazy sunshine spreading into central and eastern areas of England as well as Scotland too. However, across the far south and east, it will still feel warm. Temperatures still potentially climbing into the low 30s here.
The latest GB News travel.
Good afternoon, I'm Jules Buckley. There's queues westbound in Glasgow for the M8 from Fruit Market, junction 14 to Townhead at 15. There's a breakdown blocking a lane, causing queues. Eastbound M62 still slow going away from Rishworth Moor, junction 22. There was a collision now on the hard shoulders, all lanes open, but still heavy going. All the traffic on the eastbound M4 being held just after 10 for Wokingham and Bracknell. There's a breakdown there. There was a breakdown to northbound up the M1 just after Flitwick at 12. That's now being cleared, but still slow back to Luton North 11A. Westbound M20 in Kent slow, 2 lanes shut around the Ruton Brands Hatch Circuit junction 2, a collision causing delays, and a multi-vehicle bump on the northbound M3 very slow at Eastleigh at 12, a lane shut, long queues back to the M27 at junction 14, and that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website gbnews.com.
Well, good afternoon, Britain. It's 2:36, and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has called Sir Keir Starmer to show leadership. He's called on him to show leadership during his historic address to the Labour cabinet.
Well, Starmer greeted President Zelenskyy as he arrived at Downing Street earlier this morning, as he's committed to provide Ukraine with military funding every year for a decade.
OK, well, we're now joined by GB News political correspondent Olivia Ratley. Olivia, fill in the gaps for us.
Well, this is a huge commitment from Keir Starmer, and it will come as a big relief to Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Obviously, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister back in 2022, was committed to Ukraine to the point where in Lviv there were croissants being made with Boris Johnson's face on it. Rishi Sunak continued that financial support for Ukraine, and now it's clear that the change of governance in the UK won't change that at all. Keir Starmer both invited Volodymyr Zelenskyy to be his very first foreign leader guest in Downing Street. In fact, the first foreign leader to give an address to a cabinet in the UK since 1997, and he has also committed to giving Ukraine funding every year for the next 10 years. That is above the £3.5 billion defence package, which has now been agreed between Britain and Ukraine, whereby Britain will essentially loan money to Ukraine so that Ukraine can purchase British weapons. Now, this is good for Volodymyr Zelenskyy. But even with Britain supporting Ukraine, above and beyond, you might say, Volodymyr Zelenskyy is in a bit of trouble. At the EPC yesterday, Viktor Orban, the right-wing president of Hungary, suggested that he thinks that that Ukraine and Russia should go for some sort of peace treaty. Meanwhile, in the US, Donald Trump, although he says he is committed to continuing financial support in Ukraine, his running mate has been very, very clear from the outset that he thinks that the US should pull out of financially supporting Ukraine. So Ukraine is looking a little more friendless on the global stage than it's looked in quite a long time now. Volodymyr Zelenskyy is really, really aware of that. And the point he was making to the UK cabinet this morning, he said that London has the decision-making power to end the war in Russia and Ukraine, essentially saying the UK are now sort of one of Ukraine's only close allies, and essentially calling on Keir Starmer to step up even more than he already has.
Really interesting stuff there. Particularly interesting that Keir Starmer is talking about a decade of support. Last time I checked, a parliamentary term lasted 4 or 5 years. I don't know if he's being presumptive about the outcome of the next general election. Keir Starmer also talks about a decade of national renewal. That's in every speech he makes. I wonder how many more times Keir Starmer's going to talk about a decade and sort of try and implant upon people's minds that he's going to be in office and win the next election as well. Is this some subliminal messaging going on?
I think perhaps it might be some subliminal messaging. It'll be interesting to see how the support for Ukraine goes down with the British public. So far, the British public have been very, very supportive of the UK's funding for Ukraine. But of course, Keir Starmer hasn't yet agreed to raise Britain's own defence spending to the 2.5% that Rishi Sunak committed to. And there are plenty of senior members of the armed forces who said that Britain's army has been so sort of hollowed out that Britain would only be capable of fighting a very short war, a sort of month-long small war. Will the British public be OK with so much funding going over to Ukraine when perhaps our own defence is in such a terrible state?
Well, Olivia, thank you so much for bringing us all of that live from Westminster.
Yes, and it's not just technology that's having a meltdown today. Many Brits are also at melting point. Why? Because the UK is experiencing its hottest day of the year.
Yes, it's official now. Temperatures reaching 31.2 degrees Celsius at Heathrow Airport, nonetheless. So prior to today, the warmest day had been June the 26th. Temperatures reached 30.5 degrees, but we've passed beyond that today. Could we finally be getting a taste of summer?
We both smirked a little when we said the temperature had reached whatever it was at Heathrow Airport.
Yeah.
Because they always seem to take the temperature at the airport, and one might think that actually it might be hotter than, elsewhere because there's lots of tarmac.
Maybe. Although I do remember the hottest part of the country a couple of years ago was the Botanical Gardens in Cambridge. They have their sensors in very odd places. Anyway, let's cross to our GB News East Midlands reporter Will Hollis, who's in Skegness enjoying the sunshine. Will, does it feel like the warmest day of the year to you?
Who needs an airport when you can just get on any A road and head towards the Lincolnshire coastline, or pretty much any coastline right now, when temperatures are reaching 31 degrees. Here it's in the mid-20s, but you can see into the distance hundreds, if not thousands of people have chosen this fantastic Friday to come down to the coastline. 4 million people, according to Visit Lincolnshire, choose this coastline, Skegness and other little local seaside towns every year, and I imagine a good chunk of that 4 million have chosen today, including this fantastic family who've come from Derbyshire. We've got Stig, Nicola and Rita as well. Where have you come from and why are you here?
Well, we're stopping at East Kirby. We've come to see the Lancaster, but it's a nice day today. Why not? Nice place, isn't it?
And what have you been doing here? What's the perfect thing to do on a Friday when you've got the hottest temperatures of the year so far?
We've had a bag of chips on the seafront. Get no better than that, does it?
Can we have an upgrade on bag of chips?
The best we've ever had, actually. We did say that it was the best we've ever had, believe it or not, yes.
What makes it the best bag of chips that you can have at the seaside? Because I imagine a lot of chip shops would boast credentials that are worthy of the best bag of chips.
Just being in a nice place, I suppose, and eating them on the seafront. We've got a nice view. Yep, the weather the weather.
It's all about the environment, I imagine. There are a few things that make the seaside fantastic. The weather on a day like today, the food, and then the entertainment. But is it a bit too hot, Stig? Do you think 30, 31 degrees in some parts of the country?
Not at all, mate, no. I think just right, innit? You can have a cool beer, can't you? Cool down.
There's plenty of bars
Good
as well,
yeah, I mean,
plenty of bars around, plenty of
keep your shirt
places
on.
to eat, yeah.
Plenty of bars, plenty of things to do here on the Lincolnshire coastline. And how do you think this coastline, Skegness, which maybe hasn't say, you know, used to get a lot more people, a lot of people come in here, how do you think it compares to other parts of the country?
On a day like today, it's as nice, actually. Yeah, it's as nice on a day like today.
Beautiful, clear blue skies.
Sea looks blue, blue sky, white sands. I mean, what's not to like?
There are heat health alerts, meaning that some people that are in a vulnerable position might need to take a little bit more care. Not saying that you're vulnerable, but how are you making sure that you're a little bit healthier in the hot weather?
Got the water. Got the water, sun cream on. You can't do no more than that, really.
Stig, are you a kind of guy that wears sun cream?
Be daft not to, wouldn't you, really? You know what I mean? Yeah, lovely day, cracking day, mate. Yeah, I'm having a nice time. Skegness, pleasantly surprised, lovely today. Been a year since I've been, but yeah.
Always worth revisiting those places that you haven't been to for a while.
Yes, mate, yeah, definitely, yeah.
I carry 2 bottles of sun cream in my car, so I'm never out of the way. Thank you so much for talking to us today on Skegness Pier here on GB News.
Will, thank you very much indeed for bringing us that interview with that family. It's made me rather peckish, actually. Maybe I'll have a bag of chips later.
Fantastic.
Why not? You
Yeah,
know,
we can go-
sunny day, any excuse.
Absolutely, we can go back up onto the roof.
Maybe even a little Prosecco.
Hottest day of the year, finally. Well, coming up, as major power outages continue to cause chaos around the world, we're going to hear the latest from a former security minister.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
Well, I'm joined now by royal biographer and former royal photographer, Ian Lloyd. Ian,
hello, Jacob.
Thank you
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for joining me. This is going to be great, isn't it? The opportunity to go around and see where the King comes onto the balcony from. Really interesting insight to how Buckingham Palace works.
It's exciting. I went yesterday, there was a press preview, and the thing that struck me first of all is that if you're the King and or the late Queen and you're on the balcony, you can't see the Mall. I mean, we all see people coming down from the top, you know, thousands of people crowding in towards Buckingham Palace. They can't see it because of this great monument to Queen Victoria called the Queen Victoria Memorial, or they call it the wedding cake, but it blocks the view. So apparently the King has a TV in there. And the late Queen did as well. So what they do is they when they're waiting to come on, they're watching the TV to see how the crowd's getting nearer the palace. And the other thing that struck me is when we were on it looking down, is you can actually see individual faces in the crowd out there because we looked out, you know. So they do get a good view of what's happening directly underneath the palace, you know.
So they can see individuals. So if there's a friendly face in the crowd, they can see that person and possibly even wave. But they can't see that enormous mass of people you get at the big events that goes back towards Admiralty Arch.
The other thing I learned is there's a great historical link because the person that put the east wing on the palace, because it was originally 3 sides, and Queen Victoria had, of course, 9 children, so they had to build a 4th side for all the nurseries and things. Edward Blord was the architect, but the master builder was Thomas Cubitt.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey